First official reveal of our new name. If you'll remember back in March, when I presented my department update, I talked about all of the changes for performance excellence, one of them being that we are changing our name to strategy and innovation.
Got the wrong name on the schedule, Chrissy.
Well, that was a last minute. I was gonna go with performance excellence, and then I'm like, I'm just gonna rip the Band-Aid off.
I think it's good.
And so just as a reminder for council of the changes. So this is my proposed org chart. And I have it color coded by the different divisions. We have 3 different divisions. Purple is really just me and our administrative assistant Virginia. But in that sort of teal color, that's our process and innovation division. Legislative affairs in the yellow, and then performance and analytics, which is a current division that we've had all along. So the other 2 are new. Performance and analytics is going to be doing the same things that this division has been doing since performance excellence started. Primarily strategic planning. So that's the developing, tracking, monitoring, and reporting on the progress of the strategic plan, data analysis, reporting, so things like our KPI dashboarding, our performance report, the TEI report, also our survey program, so that's the National Community Survey, and then we'll also work with departments on any specialty surveys that they may want to do, and then training. It's really important that we expand the our organization's ability to perform, to understand data and work with data. And so we want to provide some training for departments on that, and starting with something like how you present on data. So making data accessible. So my 2 requests for the performance and analytics division, the first one being a new position, a strategy analyst. The strategy analyst is going to be the one that will lead the implementation, monitoring and reporting of the strategic plan. Mayor, remember, don't really remember when we talked about this. Oh, it was at the council strategic retreat. We were talking about how, you know, we've got all these plans and we need something to bring those plans together, right? So that they're, so that you can see across all the plans. Well, that's one of the things that a strategy analyst is going to be doing, is developing a way to help council be able to sort of see across all our plans. Another request is flash vote, and I'm going to show you a quick video on that in a minute, but it's essentially a survey tool that allows us to gather statistically valid data within 48 hours for any issue. Flash vote gathers large samples of representative residents, and the surveys are about a minute long. We would use flash vote for something like, if you wanted to see what the community's you know, thoughts are on the maybe a new parks bond or something. So it's
On copper.
on maybe on copper. Yeah, right. There you go.
Who asked that?
That's a good one, but we wouldn't necessarily use flash vote for something like satisfaction surveys or something like that. It's for more strategic types of questions.
How would that happen on the internet or on the phone or how?
I believe they do it all through the internet.
Okay.
I think it says on here.
And that's for local, that's accessing the local residents, right? It's not,
Yeah.
it's not data that they
No,
pulled
it's-
from other
yeah,
places. They
local.
just give you the
It's-
information on what people in the Northeast.
Nope, they
Right,
get
it's
people
local
local to sign up.
How does Flash Vote make it so easy for you to make better decisions and make citizens much happier? We collect scientific survey data over 90% faster, cheaper, and easier than before, so you can have real public input whenever you want. How does it work? You decide how many citizens to reach. We sign them up. You pick a topic. We provide high-quality questions. You tell us when you want results, and we launch the survey. We report the results with built-in analytics. We do a new survey each month, rescheduled up to a year in advance. You won't believe how easy and useful Flashvote is, and how much your community loves it. With Flashvote, you can finally serve the many, not just the noisy.
I love that.
That's for a demo or to learn more.
Does a resident have to sign up to be in a pool?
Yeah, it's essentially like, yes, it is essentially like, they sign up to be part of a survey, panel,
And they say they'll be willing to be contacted in the future for,
other surveys, yes.
so how is that scientific? Because people have to already have signed up.
Well, Flash Vote, what Flash Vote does is they look for residents that are representative of our, city. So they'll do all of that on their end.
But it's not just a random, they signed up at the
Well, they can.
fair or something.
No, well, they can, but I think what Flash Vote does is they take all of the information in and get a representative sample from the people who signed up.
Who've already
So-
signed up, but that
Yeah.
leaves out everybody who. I mean, my immediate reaction is people who sign up initially are not necessarily representative of the total population.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel scientific, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I can get more information and
Yeah,
they explain how they do that.
I did like the under a minute.
That survey is under,
When you get into those surveys.
Yeah.
If you committed of your time.
Right.
And answer one question, like 99 more.
right, no, and I haven't seen, we haven't, done a demo with them. I haven't done a demo with them, Christine, and, we've been working with marketing to do the demo. So they've seen some of this, more information and get that back out.
Could you select like water bill customers? Or tax roll data?
I'm honestly not certain on that, Tracy. I'll have to find out.
That's a good point, though, a good
Yeah.
idea, because every resident does not necessarily have a water bill. Apartments,
Right. Well,
well,
no, apartment.
individual people get them within apartments.
I believe so. I haven't lived in an apartment in a long, no, they don't? Okay, I didn't know that. Okay,
Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm nitpicking, I'm sorry.
but I'll get you some more information. So the second, division is our process and innovation division. And that's really talking about, developing our process improvement team, which is gonna essentially act as internal consultants and help departments to walk through processes to improve the way we do things. So improve, maybe how the library checks out books. I'm just, that may or may not ever be a project that we work on, but it's things like that, where we look at internally, where we look at our processes and essentially try to eliminate waste. Wasted steps, things like that. Also, an innovation program, which is really testing out new ideas, new programs and processes, and helping us to stay sort of on the cutting edge of things. And again, with training, we want to give our staff some training on Lean Six Sigma and other process improvement methodologies so that they can join us in some of this work. So my request for this division would be a process and innovation analyst, and this position would actually be out there in the departments leading the process improvement projects.
So 2 people, one for one department.
Well, division, yeah, two, exactly, strategy analyst and a process and innovation analyst.
What kind of backgrounds do each of those positions require?
Sure, well, so we'll be looking for, the strategy analyst, we're really looking for somebody who, maybe have some planning background, someone who, much like, Christine, I guess I meant to say that at the beginning, I don't know if you all know, that Christine actually isn't with the city anymore. She just recently left. Her husband is getting out of the military at the end of this month and wants to go to A&M, so they're moving to College Station. But so Christine had a background in, analytics, and so that would be important in that, position as well. Really somebody, has some, a background in, the words just going out of my head. No, project management, sorry. I just couldn't think of the P word. Someone has management, that kind of person. For the, process and innovation analyst, that's really someone who has a background in, process improvement methodology. So they understand how to come in and evaluate a process and, have some experience working with like Lean Six Sigma or some other, process improvement methodology, Scrum, Agile. There's a number of different other ones, but somebody who has the experience in working with that type of, process.
Good, thank you.
So the third division is legislative affairs. And so we are going to stand up a legislative task force, which is a community, group of community members, 12 to 15 community members that serve as advocates for the city. We're also going to develop our legislative agenda, which is something that we've done in the past, but we are going to be a little bit more strategic and intentional about how we do that. Also legislative engagements, so really developing relationships with our elected officials and their staff, and really just sort of keeping in contact with them so that during session we have a good rapport with them and can pass on sort of maybe our thoughts on potential legislation as that comes across. And then tracking legislation. So once session starts, we'll want to be monitoring and tracking legislation as it's filed so that we can analyze how that might impact the city. And then, mobilize our task force members to be out there advocating for the city's interests. So my request there would be a new software tool called Quorum. And Quorum is a tool that will allow us to track and monitor legislation as it's filed. Again, so that we can make sure that we are keeping track of anything that might have an impact to the city.
Are there a number of those tools, or is that the one that most cities?
So, I think, there's like 3 that I've heard of. I can't remember the one that, our lobbyist Fred uses, but I have been in contact with, she's no longer at Georgetown anymore, but Georgetown has an established legislative affairs program. And this is the tool that Georgetown uses. Brent and I did a really short demo with Quorum on it. So there are a number of other ones. This one, of the ones that I've heard of and talked to other people about, this one seems to be the most user friendly. So yeah,
Is that an annual fee?
yes. And that's estimated. It is based on how many users you put into the system. And that's all of mine.
And more people can access the reports that need to be registered users. So we probably have very few amount of actual users and that we can generate reports out to. So a very broad number of people can get the information. Where did, is it Ariel? That Georgetown maybe?
Oh, yes, Ariel, she went to somewhere in the DFW area. I can't think, starts with a G.
Grapevine.
Grapevine. I think it's Grapevine. It's either Grapevine or Grapevine. I can't remember right now, but yeah, she's moved on. There have actually been a number of, people moving places. They, Focused Advocacy does we have a call to Focused Advocacy every month, and they were telling me about all those people moving around. So it's popping around there.
Is Christine already gone?
Yeah, it's her last day was Friday. So yeah, she actually got a job with the city of College Station. So she'll be their long range planning administrator.
Good for her.
Yeah, I'm excited
Bad for us, good for her.
Yeah, yeah. He's really, really impressive.
I think this is great. I feel like you've got the pulse of what's happened here. Thank you on everything you did for the process. The legislation.
Yeah.
And then also reaching out to our citizens.
Well, I think that question, I wish, in my own, personal experience a few years ago, I wish that we had had something like Flash Vote. I think it's gonna be really great. This, communications and marketing, we've talked to them a number of times about this product. They're super excited and can see some, use for themselves as well. So, I think it's gonna be really great. Like I said, it's really quick that we can do, one a month. Yeah. So we just have to be strategic and think about the things we want to do. So, thank y'all. Thank you.
Not today's. Where'd you get this?
Is this, yes, okay, can I take, sure, you can take all of it. All right, that's, I don't much stuff in time. Did you get it?
Oh.
Set up here. Right. Good morning, Mayor and Council. How y'all doing? Yeah, good. The breakfast looks amazing. Okay, so we wanted to just sort of start off with an Arbor Hope update. We have gone through quite a process of learning and discovery. And I think we've come to some really interesting conclusions and things that we want to share with you guys this morning. So we'll just jump right in. Just a quick overview reminder of sort of how we've gotten to where we're at today. As y'all remember, we entered into a partnership with the city of Cheline in April of 2022, so 2 years ago this month, to develop a strategic plan to address homelessness and mental health issues in our county. And from that process, we hired Dr. Robert Marvitt with Marvitt and Associates to help us develop the strategic plan. And he went through a long process of understanding really what the services are that we have in our community, what the gaps are that we have, and really make some suggestions of how to bridge those gaps and really impact the numbers and help the people that are experiencing homelessness in our community. The outcome of that was Operation Rise, our strategic plan, and that was presented to you guys in January of 2023. And we had some key objectives that he recommended, some countywide, some for the city of Killeen, and some for the city of Temple. And I won't read through all of those, but just will say that the main recommendations for the city of Temple, just because we developed a transformational campus that had co-located services right there on site for people experiencing homelessness, and ultimately house 300. He also recommended that we work with the Salvation Army to reactivate the shuttered men's shelter. We have made some great strides with that over the last probably 6 months. They are working with the VA to use the men's shelter for VA patients that are experiencing homelessness to help them get back on their feet and get housed. And so the city of Temple is contracting with them for an additional 10 program beds and 10 overflow beds. We just completed getting that contract signed with them so that we can start addressing people in encampments, currently in encampments, getting them through those programs and ultimately housed through that program. So we are actively working on that recommendation. And then as far as our integration of the COPS unit,
I feel like we are already doing that to a really high level. Our police department does a fantastic job of communicating with us and code compliance and making sure that the agencies are communicating with us and we're communicating with them when any sort of encampments or issues arise like yesterday. Again, yes.
So the reactivation of the Salvation Army's, beds, the 10+10 overflow, so do we have a possibility of 20? And how does that, how many beds are there in that facility, and then how many are the VA take, is the VA take?
So the main shelter has 46, and then I think the overflow, they're working with maybe 18 on contract with the VA.
Is
So our-
overflow considered the main shelter, and the 46 are in the Salvation Army facility?
No, the overflow would be in the Salvation Army facility, so that it would make a total capacity of 56. If my math is right, in the main shelter, and then the VA is strictly using that men's shelter side of the street.
So where's the overflow?
They would basically set them up on some sort of temporary bedding, cots and things like that, like they did during the warming shelter. In some of their open spaces, they've used their chapel before, some of those other spaces. But they're not permanent fixture beds, if that makes sense.
We asked them, how many could you help us with? And 10 is what was it 10 or 20?
10
10 program. So 10 is what they have the capacity to provide full services for. So if someone, has a purposely, built place for them to be, and the social support services, the case management services that go along with that. But we also asked, if we had an encampment and, we just needed kind of a surge program, what could you accommodate on a short-term basis? Not necessarily to get people into programming, but just to get them shelter out of the elements. And so that's that 10 overflow beds. So they can accommodate, get somebody out of the elements, get somebody off of the street, but they don't have the staffing to really put those fully into their case management program. So we pay a different level for the full service 10 than we do for if we need the overflow. And we would just use the overflow on a case by case basis if we needed that, but we basically asked, what could you support for us?
Does the overflow count for the zero tolerance?
Yes.
But you said something about the VA and men. Are there women? Somewhere are we working towards being able to have some homeless women also?
Yes, they do have women's beds in the main shelter.
Oh, okay,
The men's shelter is set up for
Okay.
COVID. There's just one shower
Right.
area. So
I knew
you
that.
would have to do shifts for women, and it's logistically difficult.
Right,
So they're just concentrating men in that side, and the women can go into
Okay.
the main shelter.
And our contract can help men and women. Because
okay, that was sort of my
we're
question.
contracting for beds in the main facility, which can serve both men.
Men and women.
It does have some limitations because there are some families located there, and where it's physically, the shelter is physically located, there are some limitations for folks that have some violent criminal backgrounds or sexual assault convictions. So there are some limitations, but gender's not one of them.
The overflow, you can have either two.
Yes.
So all 20 of our potentials are either side.
Yes.
Will the city also work with the women's housing? There's a new.
Hilltop,
Oh,
Hilltop Industries.
okay.
Yes, that would be
Also-
for women experiencing substance use disorder. Once they
Not just.
correct.
That's just a treatment center. We do have a partnership between the city, the county, and Hilltop Recovery Ministry, so we the county, agreed to provide the Cora Anderson building, to them while we're working on, constructing the Arbor of Hope. We provided them a grant to do some of the basic, updates that were needed for the facility through our community development block grant program. And then, Hilltop Recovery Ministry is the one who are going to be operating the substance use treatment program for women, and they are being mentored and helped by what's the men's one? Syntax Rehab. Syntax Rehab is, as my understanding, they're working on being able to accept women clients, but they can't right now, so they're providing support to Hilltop Recoveries, but Hilltop Recoveries is our women's solution at the moment.
But the females that are going through treatment with Hilltop, right? Hilltop, they will be sleeping though at Salvation Army.
Well, until the overnight shelter is, until they can accommodate overnight guests at the Cora Anderson building, that's their ultimate goal.
Okay.
They just need to add some fire suppression equipment to the building.
So right now today though, they're gonna get treatment at Cora Anderson. Probably not even, is Cora Anderson up and ready for treatment?
May 18th, I think, is their grand opening.
Okay.
Nancy, this is
Have a lot of.
ignorance on my part. What is the Cora Anderson bit? Where is it?
It's on, South 9th Street.
Oh, I know where, okay. I just, the name was escaping me.
It's a great old building. I think it's really cool. Got a lot of history.
Yes.
So the other part of this overarching program with the countywide objectives, we've also worked to support the Family Promise was one of the countywide recommendations. We are providing them with some grant funding for the next 3 years as they ramp up to their phase 2 to be able to accommodate more families. We are providing them with some additional funding. It is programmatic funding, but any kind of funding that you can provide to a nonprofit that offsets their overall expenses, that gives them the opportunity to divert funding to the construction of phase 2. So we are moving forward with that recommendation. And then we're also currently working with Central County Services. They're trying to get a grant to build permanent supportive housing right across the street from their facility in Temple, which was another recommendation in Operation Rise. So with that one, it's just really been a function of trying to find funding sources. And we are actively working with them to accomplish that. So we have really been just checking off the list of all of the recommendations within the strategic plan. And we're pretty proud of our progress so far.
I'm assuming that those people that may be housed near Central County Services will also have to adhere to being on the clinical track, and we're not setting up another shelter like a wet shelter somewhere else, right? Everyone is in the same track as to the Department for Treatment and
Absolutely.
all, and Salvation Army is there too, right?
That's
There,
correct, yes.
what they like. Get you out.
Yeah, with the housing across the street from Central County Services, it's really gonna be geared more towards those higher needs clients that have severe mental health issues that need just a little bit more oversight and more case management than some others might. So having them right there with direct access to clinicians and case managers, I think is really gonna give them the best opportunity for success. So that would ultimately be an 18-bed, 18-unit SRO style, single resident occupancy style facility. So that really would be a wonderful thing to have for some of those higher needs clients. One thing that is up here that we are not moving forward with, and I think you guys have already been sort of briefed on that, is the overarching nonprofit model, and we'll get into more of that in just a second. So we are currently working with the same agencies that have basically been helping us through this whole process that we've been referring to them as the Agency Advisory Council. The main frontline agencies in Temple that are dealing with people experiencing homelessness. I met with Jeff Siegel, the executive director of Feed My Sheep yesterday afternoon, specifically talking about those Salvation Army beds now that we have the agreement in place, really figuring out how to triage the people in the encampments to make sure that we understand what the requirements are for the Salvation Army beds, who qualifies for those, and then who would qualify for tenant-based rental assistance, which is another new program that we started. So we really are getting down to this, the nitty-gritty, so to speak, and are excited to be able to systematically work through these encampments and get people housed either in the shelter or through TDRA. But all of these agencies have been wonderful. Everyone is working really well together. And we're seeing already some really great progress. As I mentioned, we've got a lot of things going. We're really proud of the strides that we've taken so far in implementing all of the recommendations in the strategic plan, Operation Rise. I touched on just a little bit of the tenant-based rental assistance. That is through the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. We've added that onto our home contract. So we're able to provide housing vouchers for people experiencing homelessness that qualify for those vouchers and that have a case manager that will walk with them over the next 2 years and help them to ultimately achieve self-sufficiency. That's the goal of that program. So we've already got, I think, 2 applications submitted to PDHCA, and we're still working through all of that, but we're really glad to be able to get started on that. I mentioned the Salvation Army contract and Family Promise. The agencies are also working with a new program called Charity Tracker, and this is a program that will not take the place of HMIS, but will provide more of a frontline software system that's more user-friendly for them, to really track compliance and make sure that we're understanding where they're at on the spectrum of homelessness or what their specific needs are, and then following up on those different referrals as well. The agencies all got together and did a 2-week-long survey of people experiencing homelessness in our community. I think we came in right under 300, and they're all in Charity Tracker. So we know where they're at, we know what barriers they're experiencing right now, and we can effectively do case management with them actually out in the field and in these encampments. So that is a huge, huge step forward for all of the agencies to be on the same page and using the same software system. We're working still on the site plan, and we'll get into that in a second as well. We're also working with Texel Federal Credit Union to apply for a $2 million grant through the Federal Home Loan Bank. And this application has been the bane of my existence for the last 2 weeks. But we're gonna get through it and get it done. The representative, yes, it is. But we did meet with the Federal Home Loan Bank representative last Friday with Texel, and he is absolutely in love with this project. He is so excited to add it to the portfolio of the FHLB, and has just been there helping me every step of the way to make sure that we put together a winning application. So
Nancy, what's the relationship? Why Texel? Why to the 2?
the Federal Home Loan Bank is a membership organization, and so you have to work with a member bank
Okay,
so that they can sponsor your application, even though there's no money out of pocket for them. They basically have to just agree to.
so Texel is their member bank and they're working
Yes.
with us.
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
And then last but not least, we're also working on our Section 108 loan, which will come in just under 3.4 million. And that's a process that we're hiring a consultant to help with. And we're getting down to the finishing touches on that agreement. We'll be able to start working on that in earnest in May.
How's
Is that the
feedback?
Mullen, is that the Mullen Lonergan,
Yes.
is there the consultants?
Yes.
And who are they and where are they?
They are our CDBG consultant currently. They helped to develop our current consolidated plan.
Okay.
And they have been our CDBG consultants for the last 4 years. And
Where have I been?
sorry, they're more technical support,
Okay.
really, the HUD and community development block grant funding is not easy to
No.
understand, and sadly, one HUD rep will interpret the regs differently than another HUD rep, and so if you don't have a good consultant sort of helping you navigate through those things, then you're really at a disadvantage and exposed to risk. So we make sure that we loop them in anytime we're developing a new program and that it will comply with all CDBG regulations.
Thanks.
Mayor, that is paid back through our, it's based on a multiplier of our annual
Grant funds.
grant funds, and it's paid back through our grant funds, so if you're a 25-year or 20-year. Period.
Yeah, so it doesn't go against M&O or INS or anything like that. It just is subtracted from the grants each year. Is it interest free?
Sorry?
Interest free?
No, it's
No,
not.
it has an interest rate.
Pretty low though.
I think it's 5% right now.
Okay.
So. We wanted to just sort of go through the site plan. We have been working with Casper Patrick and Associates and our agency advisory council and Dr. Marvitt to work on the site plan. We have made some modifications to the phasing, and I think this is where Erin is gonna.
Can definitely do that. So one thing that we would like to do is, we've talked to you all about this before as well. First, we need to get utilities to the site. So the closest that the utilities are the Public Works Administration. So we need to get that offsite, the water and sewer to this actual site. We also, would like to make some improvements, to Little Block Road. If you've been on it, it's a very narrow road. We have some large trucks that go up and down that road. So we want to make sure that we make some improvements to that road as well as adding a sidewalk, for walkability to get across the loop at least. This site feels like you're out there in the middle of nowhere, but it's very close to, it's actually pretty close to a lot of amenities. So it's wonderful. Really the perfect site. So what then from that will be a first part for offsite, and then you have onsite. So then you'll have the onsite water and sewer as well as what we're calling interior roads. We would like to do all of that first and have all of that done. And then as far as buildings go, I'm gonna kind of point, so it's a little bit easier because I know you have it up there, but it's a little bit easier if I point this out. So, what we have presented to Bryn and Finance, for phase one, is to do everything that I just mentioned. And then as far as buildings, we need to make sure that we have that, the intake facility. So there will be a gate here. So when people come in, you know, they'll be checked and, need to go through that intake process, before they enter. And then over here, we have storage for people's belongings as well as pet houses. You know, as we found out, Nancy mentioned, during the winter storm, you know, people won't leave their pets. So we need to make sure that we have that accessible on this site or have that, service on this site. So we want to make sure that people stay and there's a safe place for the pets. And then coming up here, number 2, that is our congregate shelter. So, that will hold 100 total, 50 men, 50 women is what we're thinking. And then 5 right across from the roundabout over there is our community building. That will house the kitchen for the congregate shelter, as well as the administration offices and the infirmary. And then a part of the first phase, if you look here at 7, those are pallet homes. So we've already purchased 35 pallet homes. That will be that area in 7 right there. We would like to do a total of 50 in the first phase. So effectively thinking of The first phase will house 150 people total. And then, 8 and 9 are kitchen, laundry, restroom, shower, to provide them. So that would be the first phase. But the idea that Nancy and I had is that if we go ahead, and build all of the interior infrastructure, we have shovel-ready sites. So as we receive donations and, work through that process, we could potentially be adding more pallet homes, more tiny homes, some other things. 15 here is substance use disorder treatment buildings. And Nancy may go through this a little bit more in depth, later, but, those, we would like to eventually have that on site, out at Arbor of Hope. So that's hopeful that in a future phase, we can have those, but for now, we'll really, be working and relying on our, off-site, partners to help us with that. And then just a few things extra. So, in additional phases, you can see back here, this is our tiny home area, that we have. And so, you can call them tiny homes or micro homes. And so, those, will house more folks, in the future. Number 6 down here is an amphitheater we'd like to have. You can see we have a garden area. The white is a nice trail system, that we go throughout the facility. Phase 1, I will mention, will also include a fence that will go around the entire perimeter. So the entire site will have fencing, throughout, and then some of the trail system. And then we also have. Did I miss anything else? So, what does a pallet home look like? Oh, sorry. No, it's not. Well, kinda. I mean, there. And we can send you some. We have.
I'm just gonna ask about the senior students at Temple.
Yes.
They donated a tiny home.
Yes.
And is it on site?
No, it's at FEMA Sheep's Land over Elizabeth Farm. I actually went and
It's really nice.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yes, it's wonderful. No, they did a great job. And
Where
I
are
think they're using that at Elizabeth Farm to house someone.
Where are the pallet homes that we purchased stored now?
I think it was, a storage building that Linfield Lumber had, yeah,
Oh,
over there. And then that's the Whistle Stop Park area.
yeah, okay.
Yes. Mhm.
So, I mean-
So just temporary until we can get.
What exactly is a pallet home? Are they just folded up, so to speak, and
Yes,
stored?
yes, and so they come insulated, and so you basically run electrical to them, and then they're outfitted with everything.
And what's our goal now to have those up on the ground and usable?
Well, we need to have everything on the
Oh,
site.
no, I understand.
Yeah, so I mean, so design will take a year. It will take a
Okay.
year with just design. It's a lot of
Right.
design work. And then, after that, construction will likely take a year. And we need to have little, slabs for all of the pallet homes as well to make sure that they stay. Because they need to be,
Pads?
yeah, like a concrete slab, like
Oh, slab.
foundation,
I
sorry.
understand the word.
The,
slab.
I'm sorry, the
Yeah.
Pennsylvania came out right
It's
there,
okay.
a foundation. Lived in Texas a long time. A foundation will be, but you can kind of.
These are pallet homes.
Yes,
So how are they, more, right now, so assuming they're gonna be stored for a couple of years or even perhaps even longer? How are we keeping moisture and mold and whatever?
They're not assembled right now.
right.
Pardon,
They're
I
not
understand,
assembled,
but there's still moisture and stuff can get in.
Well, they're flat, they're folded, so they're able to be stored.
And the materials is similar to what you would see on like a camper trailer, like an RV type of
Right.
a siding, so it has a coating that's gonna be resistant to
Okay.
mildew and mold and whatnot, but they're shrink wrapped.
Oh,
The name pallet home actually comes from the fact that they bring the whole home to you on one pallet. So it's delivered on a pallet and you can pick it up and move it that way. Once it's assembled, it's no longer on a pallet. But it can all be packaged together on one single pallet and moved around that way. So if you go by and look under that storage, you really can't tell that that's what's there. It looks, they're probably 4x4 and 8 feet tall, just materials stacked together.
wow.
And And the reason we bought them is because we had a grant that if we didn't use it.
Yeah,
we
sure,
were
no,
gonna
I
lose the money.
understand.
So we were looking for something that we knew, we weren't super far along on the design at that point for Arbor of Hope campus. But we knew we were gonna need that
Sure.
type of product, so we were trying to find a way to bring that $350,000 to the community, and that's how we.
No,
Came up with it.
it's great to, you know, we don't want to lose it.
Karen, all of the infrastructure costs to bring water, wastewater, upgrade the road, is all that built into the cost of our road?
Yes, you want to get back to the presentation. Maybe one of the next slides. Segue. Yes. All right, I'll show you this first. This is just a nice. Antique is flipping. Sorry, she doesn't want me to look. No mistake. This is just really nice, something that Bryn had requested and I'm glad she did, and Cubby drew this up so you can see the amphitheater here and the pallet homes, the tiny homes in the background. This is that circle roundabout of sorts, and then that's the community building there with the kitchen and the offices and everything. So it just gives you a perspective of what it could look like and how beautiful it is. And then here is where we had divided up the facing. So.
Oh, wait,
Can
go
you
back,
just ask the
go back,
question?
go back one.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, just one sec. And this is
Sorry.
little plot down here?
Yes, this is
Yeah,
a little
okay.
block. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
No problem. Now, one thing that we have changed, is that we would like to do all the interior roads, within phase one. That's something that we'd really like to do, and so you'll see that in the cost that we bring in a second, but otherwise
Not
you can.
necessarily reflective of our current recommendation for phase one, so just keep, this is just the early. Initial, but we're continuing to refine it, so don't get too. Don't take that picture and hold me to it, just, gotcha.
Don't get attached.
Yes.
See it, facility for the.
Yes.
Addition.
Oh, no, we've had it in here since the beginning. That's something that Nancy very early on, worked with the Agency Advisory Council, and I think it's a form of,
Caitlin West with Temple Christian Outreach has experience with equine therapy. And she said that it's been really effective at helping people overcome trauma. And she was really passionate about making sure that we had an equine therapy option in the future.
Is that the same Caitlin at St. Vincent de Paul?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I thought.
they're now, they changed their name to Temple Christian Outreach.
Oh, that explains,
yes.
okay.
Which I still don't get. I ask Nancy all the time, like, what is that?
Mike, that would be something though that would happen, because upgrades and.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we show, I'm sorry, we show where it could be, but it wouldn't be something that the city would pay for.
Right, really, we're focusing on phase one, as we said, in this initial 100 beds. So, first phase improvements, like I mentioned, you have the off-site and the on-site. So, Jessica, you had just mentioned this, so it's perfect timing. So with the congregate shelter, the community building, the 50 pallet homes, and then the kitchen, restroom, and laundry facility for the pallet homes, in addition to the intake building, the building, pet housing, and all of the fencing, out to a little over 17.5 million altogether, not including design, which is about 1.
Possible grant for 2.
Correct. Total of 3.4, I mean, I'm sorry, 5.4 between the FHLB and the section 108 loan. So all in for this city would be. I'm terrible at math.
That's close enough.
About 12
Yeah.
million.
But phase one gets us to housing.
Yeah, 150, yep, you'll have beds for
Yeah.
150 people. And then after that, we can really fundraise.
Of course, we're,
2 years.
I know we're looking for money.
Yeah, you're looking at a year for design and a year for construction, I would say. So we're about 2 years away once we start design.
And this is all part of is the design before this starts?
Yeah, the
Before,
design is for all of these things.
right, but phase one does not include the design. Design is before this.
This is construction. Yes,
Okay.
design comes first.
Okay.
That would be a year, and then this is construction.
So this is a year out,
Yes.
so to speak. And-
Yes.
And the dollars are projected at inflationary costs?
Yes, we had, KBA helped us run those numbers, as a part of the design contract. And so, they included that as well as the contingency picture.
What kind of fencing are you? What is the fencing?
We like the model that Dallas uses. It's a metal sort of wrought iron fence. It doesn't look like it's prison, but it's possible to climb it. If that makes sense.
Any picture of it?
Like tall.
I mean, is it just like, it's
It's
like
a-
wrought iron fencing around housing but taller?
It's tall and it's got the wrought iron bars, with the little pointy top. It looks really pretty. It's decorative looking.
It is
but-
decorative.
Right.
It really doesn't look prison like,
Right, but you can't climb it.
even though it's tall. That just for the front part or in the back?
You can't tall the thing. Yeah, the whole site will be fenced.
Is that in this?
Yes.
Perimeter? Yeah, wow.
It can be fine, I know around the.
The kids got, how tall was it?
6 foot. One of them got hung off. They fell off and got stuck. Not a good idea, but they.
In our cost projections for operation, we do have security built in 24/7, 365. And the goal would be a perimeter patrol as well around the facility. So having a space for a golf cart essentially to monitor it and make sure it's not really to keep people in as much as it is to keep unwanted elements out. There are a lot of predators that sort of prey on this population.
Human predator.
Yes, ma'am. And so our goal is to protect the residents
Right.
as much as we can from that sort of location.
Sure.
Well, let's talk about the other one.
The what?
Where's
Did
it coming from?
you didn't bring your checkbook? Okay, where's the other 12 million?
Well, it was built into our budget for, COs, but we are working through the challenges with the Attorney General. But, you know, in terms of revenue coverage, we did plan for it with just having a bit of a pickup in that issuance.
And we're really looking at the construction budget to see what we can pull out. As public improvements not related to shelter.
Public infrastructure is eligible,
Water, sewer, maybe to the side, can go.
and Aaron had a really great idea about, originally we were thinking of the site as a single lot. And she had a great idea of actually doing a flat so that the interior infrastructure could also be considered, it would also be public. So while the city will, or our recommendation, the staff recommendation is the city would always own this facility, so the whole thing would be public. You know, technically you could sell it, you know, so all those interior roadways that you see there on the site plan, all of the interior water and sewer lines would be platted inside public right of way easement, so that those also would be dedicated public infrastructure separate from the building sites. And so that will help, but there's still a challenge related to vertical construction. The Attorney General's initial feedback to us was that this is not an emergency shelter. Because they are only considering an emergency shelter, something like a, tornado shelter. Although all of these buildings are built to, are programmed and planned to be designed to be capable of, sheltering, for emergencies, for storms. So there's just, some things we need to work through.
It's not meant for right? So well, then is that temporary?
If you were being logical, then you would definitely say that this was an emergency shelter. In fact, TxDOT right now is building emergency shelters for just this use and calling it an emergency shelter. But the Attorney General has said to us that what you're doing is not an emergency shelter, and so you can't use COs for it.
We had Carol Palumbo, yeah, every time we do COs, they have to, or issue bonds, they go to the Attorney General, make sure that they have to sign off on them. And we wanted a pre-clearance on this one. And she wrote an elaborate letter, to the Attorney General requesting, we agree, and they came back, no, as Brent said, and we could look at it challenging. But we're looking at other ways to navigate.
Can we not challenge it on the fact that TxDOT is doing the exact same thing that's being accepted as emergency shelter?
Well, they're not using certificate of obligation.
Oh,
so-
right.
I bring that up mostly to say, we're starting to, slice words. And the state itself is saying emergency shelter for the same use. But another agency is saying, no, that's not a state shelter. It's not a one-to-one.
Right.
I'm just, I say that mostly for just the fact that the agencies within the state are not consistent with the language that they're using. And again, I think most people on the face reading of this would say that, especially, and I could get behind an argument that some of the elements on the campus wouldn't qualify, but I really struggle to understand why the congregate shelter number 2 up there, which is a significant portion of the cost that we're talking about for phase 1, wouldn't be considered an emergency shelter. It is a shelter to bring people in from.
Their pallet, that it's not the tornado shelter.
It's not the Pelicans.
No,
No,
the
it's
pallet,
not
but the
congregate shelter.
No,
congregate
that's what I'm
shelter.
saying, is the congregate shelter would be used for safety, because the pallet home would not.
But I think pallet home is step 2, right? The intake from 1
Yes.
to 2.
People are going to, if tornado comes through, people are going to leave wherever they are and come to the congregate.
Right.
So that is an emergency shelter. I mean,
It's an emergency shelter from a tornado standpoint, but what I'm trying to say is that take the tornado away. A shelter for people who are currently have no place to go. To me,
that's an emergency.
that's an emergency shelter. TxDOT is saying that they're building an emergency shelter for people that are currently camping on public property under TxDOT overpasses. They're calling it an emergency shelter. But the Attorney General is saying, no, that's not an emergency shelter. You can't use COs for that, because the only thing we consider an emergency shelter is, you're sheltering. So we could, gonna get me started and shut me up. But we could spend $50 million building a tornado shelter that, with COs for, that might be used 2 times a year, but this we can't do because I'm something.
We just put a sign on it. So.
Well, that's one thing, to say, and I don't know, we do have this designed as a tornado shelter, and it can be used by not only the residents here, but also the area, that right now, the only area that I'm aware of is, we worked in partnership with Holy Trinity when they built their high school. So they got a grant from FEMA with our support to build their gym out in a way that serves as a public tornado shelter. We have, a shelter space in, a very small shelter space, so it wouldn't really, not really, I don't feel like appropriate for members of the public because it's just so small, but at Central Station. But we don't have, we don't really have spaced out tornado shelters because, in the event of a tornado, if you're in East Temple, you would not be safe coming to West Temple to get to the shelter. You would be safer to shelter at your home, even if it's not, rated to withstand a storm. So I think we could make some arguments that these could be also, dual purpose storm shelters. So if an emergency shelter to them is only a storm shelter, these buildings are being built to serve as storm shelters as well, including 5, which is the community building, and 2, which is the congregate shelter. Those in our cost estimates, we're both building those both to be considered rated for storm shelters, and in the future phase, this isn't right now. Well, I guess 8 is 8
Yeah.
8, which is the restroom and laundry facility for the pallet home neighborhood. That's also planned to be, so I don't know. It's something that we're still trying to figure out at a staff level what we recommend, how we recommend getting over this hurdle, but where there's a will, there's a way. We'll figure it out and we'll bring the recommendation.
How much does all that impact timing?
It does
I mean, they just keep pushing it?
a little bit.
So whenever we get the dollars figured out, we're 2 years. Even if it takes a year to figure the dollars out, now we're 3 years.
It's not gonna take a year.
What's the difference between the micro and the tiny?
The pallet homes and the tiny
No,
homes?
the micro, those are.
The micro homes are the pallet homes. And then so those are intended to be, actually,
The micro homes, we actually got a model from the community first village. They come in a kit similar to the pallet homes, only they're more permanent construction. And it's $25,000 for a kit. You have the slab laid out, but you can sell sponsorships. That's how they do it to community organizations to buy a micro home kit. And they're so easy to put together that you can have volunteer crews even come in and build them. Which is how Community First Village is able to do it so inexpensively. As opposed to a tiny home, which has, typically it would be built off-site, sort of the way that Temple High School did it. It would have a bathroom, a kitchen, and all of that built inside of it. Micro homes just have a place for a little kitchenette. There's no plumbing run to the interior of the building, but they have a little space for a small fridge and a microwave and a prep space. But they would be using the congregate bathrooms, showers, and laundry and kitchen facilities.
Blue and orange.
Yeah. And that's really there to encourage them to get out of their home. A lot of these folks will just pin themselves up and then they'll experience all kinds of side effects from social isolation that is avoided if they're sort of forced, for lack of a better word, to get out and be active in their community. And also for other people to lay eyes on them daily too, just to make sure that they're taking their medicine, they're taking care of themselves and they're not falling into depression or feeling any sort of trauma. There's just a lot of benefits to having those sort of outdoor congregate spaces and encouraging them through infrastructure to take advantage of those opportunities instead of putting themselves up in there.
Is there someone on staff that will, sort and provide their medication for them?
Yes, we will have pharmaceutical support in the main number 5.
All of those, the pallet homes and the other, the micro homes, they all have heating and cooling. So,
Yeah, all of them. They just want to have, like, you'll go to use a communal kitchen.
yeah.
Here, so I'm gonna let Nancy take this over. She has yet to meet with finance, so these are very preliminary numbers. Yeah, don't take a picture. Yeah.
So as a part of the Federal Home Loan Bank application, and just because we needed it, have been working with Dr. Marvitt to develop some operational expenses and have categorized them, as you see here. Underneath every one of these categories in a gigantic spreadsheet, it gets more down into the details of what goes into each one of these expenses. And I think Dr. Marvitt has really done a great job of building that out for us. And it's divided because the FHLB application has it this way, but I like the way that they did it. So we can really see all housing related expenses and then all service related expenses. So housing relates to just that, the congregate shelter, the pallet home and micro home section, and what it's gonna take to operate that part of the facility. And then the services side is really the case managers, security, transportation, food, all of the supportive services that you might think would be involved in the operation of this. So the services side is quite a bit more costly than the housing side. But that's typical according to Dr. Marvitt. The services are really what are going to be driven mostly by salaries. And I think you guys are familiar enough with the city's budget to know that the main portion of our budget goes towards salaries, and it's similar for this. But those are necessary in order for individuals to see transformation. So I have a little bit of good news, and again, this is just preliminary numbers, don't take a picture of it. Once we have the micro homes and the pallet homes all completely built out, we will charge, well, and I say that, as soon as phase one is done, we'll charge rent for the 50 pallet homes at a minimum. Hoping that Dr. Marvitt will eventually agree that we need to also charge something, a nominal fee for individuals to stay in the congregate shelter. I personally and the agencies in Temple all ascribe to the philosophy of Jimmy Durrell in Waco. And they have a policy that you can come to the shelter, you stay there for 7 days for free. After that, you have to pay $1 a night. You have to participate in your transformation. You've got to contribute in order to stay there. It has shown so many positive benefits for them. They don't feel, and Jimmy Durrell will say, if someone comes in there and they feel like they can get free room and board and, you know, all the things for free, they're not going to make changes in their life. They're just not. And charging them $1 a night, they can get $1. Like they can go find $1 a night to stay there.
Where?
At
How?
the congregate shelter.
No, where you get $1 a night?
There are some that are out there that, they'll, you know, pick up odd jobs, or they'll be, you know, kind of, in the community helping out here and there. Caitlin pays people to help out at the Temple Creek
Yes,
and Outreach. We'll ultimately have opportunities for them to earn money at the Arbor Folk campus as well, doing some of those services. You know, we've got within the, like laundry, they could help with laundry, they could help with, lawn maintenance, groundskeeping. That offsets our cost, and it also gives them an opportunity to earn a dignified wage and pay their way.
But Dr. Marvitt's opposed to this?
Yeah, she feels that it would be a deterrent, but we don't feel that way. So we're still kind of grappling back and forth with it. Ultimately, it's a $36,500 difference in income annually, which is not a huge deal either way. But we think that that would be something that we would like to explore. At the very least, though, we'll have 50 of the pallet homes phase one. Through all the phases, we'll have 200 of these pallet homes and micro homes that will be generating rent. So nobody's gonna stay here for free. They will have to pay rent. There will be opportunities for them to apply for some subsidies like housing vouchers and things of that nature. But even without a voucher, it's still very affordable, $390 a month, all expenses included. That's all the utilities and everything. There's no way you can find a place to live for that amount in our community right now that, so very reasonable prices. It's all based on fair market rent and the size of the unit. Dr. Marbut led that exercise with this as well. But what that means is that we will have a revenue generator helping to offset some of the operational costs of the campus ultimately. If a client doesn't qualify for a subsidy and they can't afford the full rental rate, if they at that point don't have a job yet and are still working on establishing income, then we'll just charge them 30% of their income or help them through the process until they are able to provide that income. As long as they're working through their care management plan and they're doing the things that they're supposed to do, we will work with them.
If they just don't wanna pay, this doesn't say, if they just don't wanna pay, then they can
They
be
need
part of
to,
the zero tolerance.
yes, sir. So, just looking at this, we've got our operating grants and donations, and then other income would be the city's contribution. And this is just year one with the 50 units. With our rent, a vacancy rate of 2%, which is sort of an industry average. Income minus expenses, we would end up with a surplus of $9,300 for year one. They had me build this out for 15 years of projecting out the cost and the income. And all
Who's
of that.
they?
Federal Home Loan
Okay.
Bank, I'm sorry,
No,
on that application, that
Right,
giant
right.
spreadsheet. And over the course of time, once we have more units built, the rental revenue will go up to the point where the city will not have to make a contribution to the housing portion at all eventually. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel for the housing side, just because it is a revenue generator. But the servicing side will definitely need ongoing support for that.
Perfect. So how do we do all this? So, I will say that we have, done a lot of research and looked at other models, we're not the first city to do this. There's other cities that have done this. And I think the city of Dallas is a wonderful example. They have the bridge there. And so what the city of Dallas did is that they built, that shelter and, they released a request for proposal and they awarded it to a nonprofit. And they have a contract with them to do all of the management, services there. So the city of Dallas still owns, the shelter itself. But they have that contract, with a nonprofit that runs it and, makes sure that operationally, everything's being done. So what we would like, we're recommending to you all is that we establish a local government corporation, kind of similar to what we did with the Temple Revitalization Corporation, not too different. So, chapter 431 of the Texas Transportation Code does allow us to do that. And if we establish a local government, corporation for Arbor of Hope, we propose that local government corporation would actually be the one to construct and maintain ownership of the Arbor of Hope campus. From then, we would like to release a request for proposal, similar to what the city of Dallas did for this facility management services at the campus. Once we have identified a nonprofit, we would enter into a management agreement with them. And we hope to do this, ahead of construction. So that way, they can facilitate the construction management. They could be doing fundraising. A lot of things can be done very early on as our borough code, is being constructed. Then from then, we would, hope that they would provide those management services, like I said, for all the operations. Now, this nonprofit may not be able to provide all of the services, and that's when those other partner organizations come in. So then they would effectively subcontract or partner with those other social service organizations to provide any additional services that, maybe that they don't have in their wheelhouse. So as I stated a little bit earlier, one thing I think that will be a major component of that, agreement is that the nonprofit would conduct all the fundraising. And so we're proposing that any funding that would be received for any servicing related expenses would go directly to that nonprofit, so they could pay for the management of the operations of the site. And then any fundraising that's received for physical improvements, such as the construction of, the physical infrastructure on the site, would go to the city's local government corporation. One thing that we would propose is that we would conduct a request for proposal process every 3 to 5 years. So we have someone different come in, that provides us with the flexibility to do that. And, so we would have a contract put together. Very similar to the Temple Ruralization Corporation establishment of the Harbor Hope LGC. We need to create some board bylaws, very similar to what we did with TRC, do a certificate of formation, follow that with the Secretary of State, having a funding and operating agreement between the city of Temple and the LGC, and then obtain our 501c3 status. A lot of benefits come from creating an LGC. The 501c3 status is one of the benefits, as well as immunity. So that's why we're proposing to go that route. Questions?
Is Dr. Margaret under contract with us for services?
Go ahead, you can talk about this.
Yeah, we have extended his contract to help with consulting services as we sort of navigate through this
Okay.
process. And that is paid for with CDBG funding as well.
Okay, so here is a little work chart that we put together. So again, this is very similar to what you see on the right-hand side of how we have the TRC set up right now. So the city of Temple would create the LGC, and then we're proposing that you all, the council, would also act as the board of directors, like we do with TRC. And under that, you would have 4 officer positions like we do now: the president, vice president, treasurer, and secretary. And so you recall, Bryn is our president, I'm vice president, Tracy's the treasurer, and Janet is the secretary, with at least the TRC. So then, what we would do is, once we have a selected nonprofit, we would enter into a contract with them, and then they will have their own board of directors, that will manage that part.
Erin, what
Yes.
would you, what happens if the nonprofit's board of directors has difference of opinion with the city of Temple Council and our board of directors? What happens, and secondarily, what happens with this kind of a lineup when a council position is termed out and somebody else comes on to council as opposed to everything?
Yeah, so, what we have right now in the TRC, to answer that for that, it's any council member that would be in a council seat would automatically be in an LGC seat. So we would recommend the same thing. You could have somebody with a differing opinion,
You
the
just work
majority.
through it?
Yeah. And
Like
then,
from the bylaws. of it, too.
yeah, the bylaws.
Oh,
really
true.
important, yeah. And then you also remember, we'll have a contract with this nonprofit. So the contract will be really specific as to what they're providing, what services they're providing for us on site.
So we wouldn't even go into that kind of a contract if their board of directors weren't supportive of the contract in the first place.
Right,
Okay,
Well, the contract will spell out their requirements. No
exactly.
matter whether they really,
They-
with the people, but the employees, whether they agree with it or not,
Right,
contract they sign.
exactly.
exactly, yeah.
You're
Okay.
exactly right. But I would imagine you're right. I'm sure they have to get approval from them.
Sure,
Depends on their structure,
yeah,
just like us though, but we would have it very similar, like I'm putting together those bylaws right now for your, if we decide to move forward this way for your consideration and very similar to your seat, you would have to approve a budget every year. And you would have all the oversight overall. And we do have a sample management agreement with the bridge, that was actually laid out really well, so we're not reinventing the wheel, we can, use that to help us. We put this on here, we actually have a meeting, with the Dalton City Council today, at their work session at 4 o'clock. So Nancy, Brent and I will be over there, they've invited us over, and we had a preliminary meeting, with the city manager, Sam Listy, and, Mayor Lee, and we ran some of this past then. We've changed things a little bit since, so I'm glad that we're going there, but we do feel like City of Belton, we would like to have a partnership with them, being, both of us here in East Bell County, so, we would like to collaborate with them, to develop the operational budget that Nancy showed you here today, that's still underway. We also would like some support, from the police department there. We think that it's important, similar to what Nancy showed at the very first slide, to what we're working with, Chief Reynolds, with our police department on. And then, also you saw the agency advisory council that Nancy showed up there. Those are all Temple social service agencies. It's important that we've done that, but there are a lot of social service agencies, organized in Belton. And so we will really, lean on the city of Belton to help us, with coordinating with those agencies to divert those individuals at risk of homelessness. So, those are the 3 components that we came up with, and,
Aaron, does that, the first bullet mean that we're asking the city of Belton to kick in money to the operational budget?
Perhaps so, but I think also one of the things that's important to remember is that Bell County right now provides some pretty significant funding to service agencies, and at least Judge Blackburn has been very interested in if there was an umbrella organization that they could provide their funding towards, and then that agency, disperse. So we feel like Arbor of Hope could provide that. I think from a absolutely ideal circumstance from Bell County's perspective, it would be a single countywide agency. They understand that that's not going to happen. But I think that they would be still interested in kind of at least giving East Bell County's half. And I think that it would be important for Temple and Belton to be in partnership for that to come to fruition.
I think from my conversations with, Mayor Lee over there, I think their preference is to pay like a per person rate. If one of their, I don't know if they'll talk to, if you mentioned that, but that's sort of like what their preference is.
So under our structure, being the salvation.
But that was just kind of the off the cuff. I mean, whatever can be negotiated, I'm sure.
and then that is. Any additional questions? Nancy, happy to answer.
I was gonna ask,
It's tangled up in the squeal.
kind of changed my mind a little bit, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. Instead of having just another nonprofit just for Arbor of Hope, but just a citywide
affordable housing nonprofit and do a program under that. Is that possible? Do something like that, but then you mentioned Bell County being involved. So that might change the aspect of that, but. I mean, because if we actually did an affordable housing tiny home village, say. Would we establish another nonprofit for that, or would we just have one that fall under there as a program?
I would say it's step out of front of here. But I would say the TRC plays that role now. That's really our housing nonprofit as the city. Aaron's leading some cool projects that are mixed income, which I think we want to encourage as much as possible, but that do include that affordable housing element. And looking at all different areas in the community, East Temple, Central, West Temple, like they're really a diverse list of projects that are out there right now. And so I would see that as being that sort of area of focus. Whereas this LGC really focusing in on homelessness specifically, I think provides a level of focus that it really does need, because it really is a specialized area that just has a whole bunch of different factors in it that the housing aspect wouldn't, like substance use disorder, mental health, those types of things, engaging encampments. So that will include at some point a punitive aspect of it. I think it would be better for us to just really keep those separate and making housing happy. And, not that this wouldn't be an initiative, but just keep it cleaner. Yes, that's a good point.
By separating it from the city as much as possible, does that make it, would that make Arbor of Hope eligible for grants from, corporations, or, I mean, does that, I don't, for instance, I go to a church, and this is just my example, over at Western Hills. Well, Western Hills, the, Love of Christ Center used to be affiliated directly with Western Hills. But there were a lot of opportunities that Love of Christ was missing, because they were not able to get grant funding, because there are some grantors that don't want a religious affiliation. So they separated, and now it makes the Love of Christ Center, even though Christ is literally in the name, it makes Love of Christ Center eligible for grants from other organizations.
I think this gives us the best of both worlds, because there's a ton of grants that only can go to municipalities or governmental organizations. So we maintain the involvement, we can get those grants. And then there's a handful of grants that can only go to nonprofits that aren't local governments. And so I think that's a great point there. It opens up a broader net for the funding that's available.
And I think that would be maybe another reason to keep it clean, instead of muddling it into something else.
Good point. Yeah, and I think some of the feedback that we've heard, I don't know if you would agree with this, but at least some of the initial feedback has been, just, and my personal belief too, is just making sure that the city focuses on what the city needs to do, and let the nonprofit and the faith-based community focus on areas where they have their strengths and callings. And so I think this provides the right structure of who does what, the city in kind of the development arm, that's, we're developers.
That's been a concern across the concerned community.
Yeah.
That it just now will be, that Arbor of Hope will become a bloated, super park.
So I think this, and I personally, on a personal level, I believe that there's things that the city doesn't do that's not what we're That's not what we're set out to do. It's what the nonprofit and faith-based community is called for and called upon to fill in that gap. And so I think this helps us play to the strengths of the government, where the government needs to be involved, and where the nonprofit and faith-based community needs to lead with the support, the appropriate level of support from the city. So while this has been a journey and an iterative process to kind of get to this recommendation, I feel really good about where we're at. I think that, the city maintaining the asset so that we, just ensure that our goals of are always continue to be met in the future to, encourage that we're only serving folks that have residency here, that, that we're making sure that we have programs where people are required to be enrolled in a clinical track in order to participate in the facility. All those things and many more are continued to be kept and implemented within whatever program, in the future, but then also to allow the nonprofit and faith-based organizations that already exist and are already doing that is what they exist to do, is to serve our people who are experiencing homelessness. I think that is the best of both worlds. And not having the city try to establish a nonprofit to do something that an existing nonprofit can and should do.
Great. Council, any thoughts? Any guidance, any questions?
And I will say that we've had some initial we wanted to make sure that if we recommended this, that there would be somebody interested. So we've just done some, and when I say we, I really mean Nancy.
What do you mean somebody interested?
That a nonprofit
A nonprofit,
will step
okay.
up to the plate, and I feel very confident that we'll have interest from our local nonprofit community.
And the director is something, a new position that will be hired? No,
They would probably position the nonprofit, right?
okay, so whoever the nonprofit is would either have that person or hire somebody.
Yes, and I think in Dallas, the nonprofit executive director already existed within that nonprofit. And he basically hired an operations manager. So it was more like he has someone managing the facility side and then someone managing the services side and a development director that's out there fundraising.
And that might be the case here.
Yes.
I mean, some nonprofit might be chosen that has a director that wants to do this.
I think the likelihood that there'll be a director, is probably pretty high. And just based on what we do and don't have here, I would say that the positions that you would likely be needing to fill in and hire for. And when I say that would be the nonprofit that responsibility either to directly do that or to form a partnership with another nonprofit that part of why we're even talking about this is we don't have housing here. We do not have a shelter operation really here. Notwithstanding Salvation Army, which has, a mission that they focus on and do important work there. But I would say that I would not be surprised to see the nonprofit partners maybe needing to hire shelter operations staff because we just haven't had that in our community in a robust way, over the last couple of decades. So I bet it could be something where they need to hire an executive director, but my guess is they probably will have an executive director and need to hire staff under that executive director to support the new mission or the expanded mission of Arbor of Hope. That'd be if I was betting, but I'm not going to be betting.
She just did.
Yeah.
This is, to me, Arbor of Hope is it's very important to me personally. you know, both as a mayor, but also as a citizen and as, you know, a member of the community that, everyone is a member of our community, right? And so, I think it's incumbent upon us as leaders to do everything we can to make our community better. And, you know, sometimes we get to make our community better by paying our taxes, right? And what a blessing just to be able to do that. But sometimes making our community better is helping those that need it the most. And,
Yeah, but helping these people that need it the most helps the people who are opposed to this and don't want to support it.
well, yeah, that's true. And the people that are opposed to it typically are the people that don't see it, right?
Right.
So,
They just don't believe in it.
yeah, or it doesn't impact them daily. So, I'll get off my soapbox. I just want to, I just want to say thank you to you guys and to Bryn and everyone involved in getting creative to figure these things out. We spend a lot of money on a lot of stuff, right? And the effort's gonna take to put this together and make an impact. And to do it right, right? We're not going to just bring people in and let them continue. Hopefully, we'll move them in and I'll move them up. That's the hope with this. So, thank you to everybody with your continued effort on this. This is important to me personally, and I think it's important to council, and I think it is to staff. And so as a team, we'll figure it out. Even if it takes 5 years, we'll figure it out.
It won't.
So,
One of the things that, and I just was thinking about this as Nancy was going through her presentation, I think it's kind of telling when you look at the cost, she has it broken down between the cost to provide housing and the cost to provide the services. And so I think it's telling that this is not just a problem that's solved by putting a roof over someone's head. That's actually the easy part, believe it or not. It's the services that go along trying to help people recover from a substance use disorder or get on a path to properly manage their mental health and get what they need to be successful. It's more about the wraparound services than it is just about providing the shelter or the roof over someone's head, although that's obviously a basic human need, something super important. Just putting someone in a house doesn't solve the problem.
No, because they all came from houses.
thank you. We'll switch gears now.
I know this sounds like I'm brown nosing because I'm about to do my budget presentation, but y'all have to know how brilliant your leadership team is. I mean, they have done some out of the box thinking, and I am just always in awe of your leadership team.
You're part of it, you know.
Oh, they're right. Okay, so just as a reminder, we in Housing and Community Development focus on programs that really have the mission of improving the quality of life for our residents, no matter where they reside. So we have our primary focus areas are housing resources, neighborhood planning, grant management, and homeless services. And within each one of those divisions, we have a variety of programs. We really try to identify needs within the community and then meet those with programs that will help in some way. Typically, we try to find programs that can be done with volunteer labor or using the existing resources that we have, like the tool library, the tool trailer, and all of the support with Transform Temple and planning and development and all of our other departments as well. So the goal of all of our programs is to really help just improve the quality of life all the way around. This is our team. We are fully staffed right now. I think you guys have met everyone in the Housing and Community Development Department. But it's a great group. We're a family over there.
So I have just really one thing that I want more than anything else, other than the $12 million ask from a minute ago. And that is more people. We are really, to the point where it's gonna be difficult for us to take on any additional initiatives if we don't have additional help to offset that. So this is the current organizational chart. What I'm proposing is this organizational chart. And I'm gonna break down each division, but I'd like to develop 2 new divisions within housing and community development. And the first one that we'll talk about is the community enhancement division. This would require a reclassification for our grant manager into the community enhancement division director. And that all of the grants funded programs would fall under that division. So the housing project manager and his team and the Housing Resource Center, they really focus on home, the HARP program, the rebuild program that we have, our housing improvement program where we're making repairs on people's homes. That's funded through community development block grant funding. They also work within the community to provide the Good Neighbor Program services. They also coordinate cleanup events and other volunteer events within the community, but really kind of focusing on the areas of the community that need that neighborhood revitalization support. Also suggesting that we move the landlord engagement coordinator, which is now called the homeless services coordinator. We're sort of shifting her focus to be more housing focused. So she is currently working on getting landlords to agree to accept tenants that have our TDHCA housing vouchers who have been formerly experiencing homelessness. They're a bit more at a risk, as some landlords feel, for being a tenant in their property. So our landlord engagement program provides them with support so that they are willing to accept that risk of having someone that has formerly experienced homelessness. So all of those programs, and that's also a grant funded program, would fall under the community enhancement division. Begging for a new grant coordinator for FY25. That position we've asked for the last couple of years, and we are in desperate need of that. Again, just from a capacity standpoint, I am trying to help Brittany, our grant manager, to manage her workload and taking some of the things off of her plate. But we need another set of hands in there helping us to make sure that we're complying appropriately with all of the different grants that we've got in the works, that we're actively hunting for new grants, and that the inbound and outbound grants are all being taken care of. So we not only look for money that will help with our programming, but also managing that community enhancement grant program, or what we're currently calling the Temple Community Partnership Program. That all falls under Brittany as well. So just in desperate need of help with that.
Is that person also a grant writer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's not just someone that's
Right,
managing the day-to-day of the grants.
correct. So that's the community enhancement division. And then we have, and that's everything that I just said. And then we have the neighborhood development division, and this would also include a reclassification of what is currently titled the neighborhood navigator. Currently, Belinda Garcia is in that position. So we would like to have a neighborhood development division, and this division would really be still managing the Love Where You Live initiative, but also the implementation of the projects that are coming from the Love Where You Live initiative. We are, and I don't know if you've seen Zoe, but we're installing signs.
Your what?
I saw it yesterday, the sign,
Oh, right.
identification program, the signs are going in. There were guys out there putting bricks together or blocks, or yeah, whatever.
Rescue.
Ferguson, Historic, and Bel Air. Yeah.
Good.
Offer on any of So managing the implementation of those projects and also just sort of tracking, that from planning to implementation, it just requires a lot of monitoring and coordinating between departments and things like that. So Love Where You Live initiatives, neighborhood planning, and then also neighborhood coalition development and coordination with Keep Temple Beautiful. We have several neighborhood coalitions right now that they just need to be more active and have more coordination. But then we also have a lot of districts that don't currently have a neighborhood coalition established. So getting out there and getting those neighborhoods activated and getting the community to help us accomplish the goals that are outlined in the neighborhood plans as well. So that's really all of the personnel requests that I have in it. Please.
The
couple-
personnel were 2 spots.
There are 3 actually.
Okay, is
Yes,
the
so this
director
one is FY
you?
26.
The director's you, that's
Yeah.
why, okay, I got it.
Yes, and so we have 2 reclassifications and 2
Right.
new positions. The special projects coordinator is a new request, and the grant coordinator is a new request. And then this neighborhood coordinator, we're asking
Right.
for in FY 26. So just some additional requests. We would like to build a substance use disorder treatment program. This year, we have successfully contracted with Syntax, as Brent was mentioning earlier. With the first part of the contract, that finished in December, we successfully had 12 people go through that program. Okay, they came out completely substance-free and got into housing. So from the street through substance use disorder treatment into housing, 12 people. I think that is huge. We extended their contract through the end of this fiscal year, so through the end of September. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for making that happen. We're hoping to see the same level of success for the rest of the year. For next year, we'd like to try to do it in more of a program kind of style where we have a fund set aside for substance use disorder treatment, and we're able to work with a variety of vendors. Syntax, Hilltop Recovery Ministries, the Christian Farms Treehouse, and then I think there's one more in Belton. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but we've got about 4 different vendors that we can work with. So we'd like to have just this fund set up, and then when we have someone that presents that needs treatment, we can see who has availability within all of those different vendors and just sort of work at it that way instead of contracting with just one. We'd like to continue the Salvation Army beds until we have the Arbor Pope stood up. I think that's important as it relates to just engaging those encampments effectively. We'd like to continue the Family Promise support. As I mentioned, we've provided them with $100,000 this year in CDBG funding. We'd like to do that again next year as well, and we do have that available in our CDBG fund. We'd also like to provide an additional $50,000 for our HEART program. Our goal is to build another 6 homes this year, and we learned a lot with the first set that we'd like to change. We think that they really do need a good solid driveway. They need sod in their yards. They need to have some landscaping. There's just other little things that we learned this last round that we would like to prioritize in funding to the tune of 50,000. And then additional tenant-based rental assistance funding. We're just getting started with that program, and we're just sort of anticipating some additional costs related to offsetting the damage deposits and things of that nature. So just asking for a little bit of what it moving into next fiscal year.
You see the house on 25th Street and Central. That can have a fence around it, facade, or is it?
So we have talked a lot about that site and the drainage. There's an issue with how the water is kind of flowing off, and we need to actually work with Kelly and her team to troubleshoot that and figure that out. Until we're able to manage ingress and egress, right now they're still pulling up on from that curb cut right up into the yard. What we do is gonna be ineffective, so we need a holistic sort of solution to that whole site, but we are working through that as well.
Is the HARP program gonna be a continued program or will it end at some time?
Our contract ends at the end of May of this year, but we have our renewal application ready. I think we're just missing 1 or 2 documents. And, we'll get that submitted hopefully by the end of next week. And our goal is to continue that.
So the additional fifty is just for the 25? Year 25 or
Yes, ma'am.
we need that every year?
Yes, ma'am.
How many people do you currently have on the waiting list going through the process?
We have 18 right now. 6 that we are hoping to do this year, but we're gonna start running through them one at a time instead of doing them in batches that we did before. So, as we complete a site plan and get the bid documents ready, then we'll start bidding them out one house at a time and getting them submitted to TDHCA and just sort of rolling through them a house at a time. Doing them concurrently, but doing the bid process one at a time, if that makes sense.
How much, state funding is contributed per house?
135,000 per house.
135,000 of state funding for local communities that are maybe the homes and the families in them are, it's really life changing. It's generationally life changing. And it's just sitting, I mean, it's just available at the state, and if we don't use it, we don't bring it to the community,
And
go somewhere else.
I'd love for y'all to come to the ribbon cutting we're doing on, I think it's May 15th. You guys should get an email about it. But we're doing it at Barbara Jones's house, the house on the corner of 10th and J. I think right across from the New Day Fellowship, I think that's J. Beautiful home, she's so precious and she's just so excited, and so she's really thrilled that we're gonna have this at her house, but she'll be the sort of demonstration house, and then we'll have pictures of the other 3 at the dedication with before and after, so you really can get a good understanding of what they were living in before and what they're living in now. It's just like, it's night and day, it's night and day, and you'll be able to walk through the house and see it.
You'll send out a notice.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
What
I
was the
think-
date again?
I'll have to look at my
Oh,
phone,
it's okay.
yeah, but I'll make sure that.
Okay, please.
As well, and I have been working with Jana to make sure it's.
I sent it out Friday, but I'll send it again.
Would you?
Name of the lady who, was recently completed on like Barn Park area.
Miss Spurlock.
Spurlock. Yeah, I just, and we were just at I think all of council was there at the police awards, annual awards banquet where they recognize Keith for his role in that, but I love that particular story because, it makes me want to cry, honestly, just thinking about the amount of caring people that work for the city of Temple that came together for that project. Officer Mueller, and then connected with Nancy and able to bring these resources to that. And then she needed a new septic system, so Kitten got involved through the program that we put in place a few years ago for the home warranty for the sewer line, and we were able to access that funding to get her a new septic system, and it was just a beautiful example of a bunch of different people with really big hearts coming together outside of, their normal jobs, and really changing somebody's life, and it's most people will never know that happened, and it just makes me happy to know that those are the kind of people that work here and serve our community, and they really care, and it's a really beautiful story.
It seemed like that story that in the award for Officer Mueller was at the awards banquet, but maybe it would be one we could do at council also,
Yeah,
as we've done for other kinds of things.
and
I
you
mean,
know,
without him, I mean, he really took the initiative. Other people certainly did a huge amount, but without his stepping forward at that penultimate moment, it might not have happened.
I think Stephanie also, I mean, she really keeps after them. She's, I mean, cause it is a lot of. It's a lot of process to go through to get, you know, someone's title clear, you know, I mean, and it's a labor of love, I think, and it's, I remember touring one of the homes and that I'd asked Nancy for the opportunity to see a couple of them, and we went, and yeah, as we were leaving the home, I asked Stephanie, like, okay, so when are we breaking ground, you know, and she just the tenacity to stay with a complicated process to see it through to fruition and to ultimately to safe place for someone to live is, a lot of people would give up on it. I might be one of those people. It's a frustrating process.
We actually had one of our, what we're calling round two clients that was on the verge of doing that. She was like, is there any way you can just put a roof on my house and just, it was Colin Hamilton, one of the ones that we went into that you is now putting a roof on the house. And I said, I'll tell you what, before you give up, let's go down here to 25th and Central. Let me show you what you're waiting for. She walked in that house, she was like, okay, I'll wait. I'm good. I'm okay. I'll just wait a little bit longer. Yeah, so
Okay.
definitely worth it if they could just hang in there.
What is your, the 2 new hires of 45, how much is that? How much do you need for that?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but I can get those for you. Special projects coordinator.
There were 3.
Yeah, there's 3, one was 26 and 2 for 20.
Yes.
Well, oh, right.
I think I've got one, two new for 25, 3 reclassifications, 2 new for 25, 1 new for 26, and 1 new for 27. But I can get that for you.
The reclassifications don't need money, right? It's just the main thing.
I think they do require an adjustment. Yes, they're not. Yes.
The promotion for them to manage additional people and programs that they're not currently managing. So it's not on the scale of adding a new position in terms of cost, but there's a, you know, a nominal fiscal impact to reclassifications.
All right, anything else?
I think I'll see.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, good morning. Morning. The relatively short presentation. And just wanted to start with a snapshot of the business plan for our department. And of course, on top, you've got permits and inspections, and then planning and zoning on the bottom. And so just starting with the items that we would want to start, and actually we've got a vehicle there. We'll talk a little bit more about it a little bit later on. It's shown as permits and inspections, but it's really more on the planning side, but they're more the fleet division within our department. And then just looking at a number of items that we would just want to continue and not change. And I will go over some of those highlights in just a moment. And then one item that we originally, when we presented to staff, wanted to accelerate because of other changes since then, we've kind of pulled back on that, and that's related to our planning manager, and really wanted to focus more on the permits and inspections side, because if y'all haven't heard, they're really busy. All right, so starting with the biggest change since we presented to staff back in February, and we've had a lot of change since then, as some of you, or council, hopefully you know this, that our chief building official has since left. CJ did a great job in just under a year of, I think, making significant improvements in the process, and also in My Government Online, but he has left for a city in North Texas. And so one thing that we talked about recently was really the need to add additional combination building inspectors. And so with David's leadership, we actually have a position of the 3 that we're requesting. We have one posted, and we've had some decent submittals or applications, but quite frankly, it's not quite what we're looking for overall. I think we might be able to pull a candidate out of it, but long story short, we are experiencing really at the top of the volume of inspections that we've experienced over the last 4 years. We are at that level or exceeding it, especially in the last couple of months. So for example, today, 267 inspections scheduled. We've got one out with strep throat. And then we have, so essentially we have 4.5 inspectors. So you see here, currently have 5.5. Well, that's because you all did approve a plans examiner last year. And so we hired Ross, who's doing a fantastic job, Ross Cruz. And that frees up Ryan Kozel, who can go out in the field and do inspections. He's doing Meta, very complicated, big project. But so at the same time, today, 267 inspections, we were able to outsource some of that to Reinhardt. And so we have that to fill the need on occasion, but those are more expensive than certainly hiring a full-time inspector. So in order to be sustainable, to continue to meet the expectations of the community, we're asking for 3 more inspectors. And I showed here that we're averaging between 180 and 225 inspections per day. When I put this slide together, that was pretty accurate, but it's actually, like I said, we have 267 today. And in the last couple of weeks, that has been more of the norm. So you do the math, that's a lot of inspections. And ideally, they would be doing 20 to 25 per day. Of course, commercial inspections take a lot longer, multifamily inspections take a lot longer, but on average, that's more of a sustainable number. All right, also transitioning to the 2021 International Building Code, International Residential Code. You all know we applied for, or CJ applied for a FEMA grant, and we're still waiting on to determine whether we received the grant or not, but that was for $18,750 and a $6,250 city match. So that is essential. And so if we don't get the grant, then we're asking for the full 25 so that we can pay for outreach, public outreach materials, but also the training materials, which are not inexpensive. Just the books for the inspectors are $12,000 to $14,000 total. So it's not each, but for all of them. And then just the training, transitioning to a new code. And then it's kind of a smaller item, but still important to point out with not just the increase of staff, but just for our existing staff to be out in the field, clearly represent the city of Temple, official clothing, shirts, long sleeve, boots, having, the boots are not inexpensive and certainly having steel toe boots is essential. So increasing the clothing amount from 1,000 to 2,500. The third-party inspections, we are working closely with finance right now to kind of cobble together funding for our third-party inspector right now, Reinhardt. Kathy Gover, our executive support coordinator, has been doing an amazing job too of making sure that if as needed, we can hire Reinhardt. Reinhardt today is scheduled for, I believe, it's 24 inspections, all within the reinvestment zone. And so that is helpful because we have that funding. And so right now, that is really essential. Appreciate finance and Kathy and David and Brent, all of your support to get that done. But for the future, next year, to make sure that we have 40,000 in the budget. So for example, today, the 24 inspections, that's over $1,800 just for today. Also looking at the maintenance on our vehicles, working with Kirk at Fleet, just to increase that from 3,250 to 4,000. So small item, but just wanted to point out that that is something that we're looking at. And then also Verizon fees for the Cradle Points. So that was approved, I believe, in last year's budget, so that all of our inspectors have their own Wi-Fi capability in the truck. It's essential for inspections to be responsive. And so we have the Cradle Points, and those are about to get installed, but making sure that that we have the funding to be able to support the Verizon fees related to that. All right, now transitioning on to the planning and zoning team from permit inspection. As I mentioned, the planning manager position is certainly a big priority for us, and it is funded in 26. Originally, we had proposed to move that up just to be a little bit more responsive to increased demands related to development review committee, but also the pre-development process that I think is really going well, but requires a little bit more coordination. However, because of the needs related to permits and inspections, proposing to keep that in 26 and looking at an administrative option to be able to address those needs. And that is actually in Smartsheet right now. Just wanted to let you all know how we're planning to address that. Right now we have a principal planner, and that is currently Mark Baker. We have Cheryl Maxwell, of course, senior planner. They are working together to divvy up some of those duties. Of course, we can't have them do all of those duties, but the primary ones related to development review committee, so that we have a primary point of contact, so that an applicant doesn't have to go from department to department looking for answers to different questions, but also the pre-development process. And so having Mark handle, be the point of contact for DRC, Cheryl for pre-development process, which would really help things go a little more smoothly. In order to do that, having Cheryl promoted to principal planner as well. So both of them can divvy up those duties and have the same title, which I think would be really helpful, just to be able to have that equity.
And Cheryl and Mark will then both be principal planners?
Yes, both be principal planners. And it's no secret that Cheryl intends to retire, and I think in 2 years. So either way, in terms of trying to make sure that we have good succession planning, and but don't ignore that possibility.
Brian, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
This may be something I should know, but I don't. Is principal planner, is that a title or is that a certification level?
Thank you. No, great question. It's a title. Okay. So yes, and so principal planner and then senior planners. And so we've got multiple senior planners, including Jason, who focuses on the transportation side, neighborhood senior planner, but yes, so that would be 2 principal planners and then 3 senior planners.
And there's dollars associated with moving Cheryl.
Yes, it's less than $7,000. So that is, once again, that is an administrative request, but wanted to let you all know kind of how we plan on addressing that until 26.
And 26 is when she's gonna retire,
Well, yes,
so to speak.
looking at probably spring, so 2 years from now. And so 26 is also where the planning manager is in the business plan for 26 right now. And so we're fine with that. Really wanted to focus on the immediate need of permits and inspections, but at the same time, have a plan to kind of, address it in the meantime. And then also, another position, a new office assistant. As you all know, permits and inspections and planning and zoning, it's been almost 5 years now since we merged. And I think that's gone well, certainly with some growing pains. Kathy, as our executive support coordinator, does all the admin. And she does an amazing job and is to be commended whenever there's an opportunity. However, there's only one Kathy, and so certainly as an executive support coordinator, program development, helping with the strategic plan and tracking our key performance indicators. She has great ideas, especially coming from her teaching background for different internal training opportunities. So that would free her up, but also getting an admin who can address all the needs, in terms of phone calls and payroll and you name it, and free Kathy up to really be the, customer service point of contact that she already serves that, but to be able to free her up and do a little bit more of that. Also looking at public outreach. I mean, I think it's very apparent in the community that there's a disconnect right now with what we, especially on the planning and zoning side, do and how that translates to, to building in the community. You look at the community survey results and what 40% said that planning and zoning was something that they thought was heading in the right direction. Yet they also said that development is looking good. So either way, I think there's a disconnect in terms of what we do. And so having Kathy, freeing her up to do a little bit more working with communications and marketing to help educate the public about the services we provide. Also, the new car, this is something that is not funded, but as our needs increase, it's become more apparent that we need a vehicle really more for the planning and zoning side so that our case managers can go out, something they already do, but they take their own cars or they go in the motor pool, take site visits so they get familiar with the site. Also making sure that they look official when doing so. I mean, as you all can imagine, in some of these areas, if they drive up in their own car, well, for one, even if you have a logo on the car, it doesn't mean that stray dogs are going to recognize that. But, that is just a reality of what they deal with and also just suspicious people. I mean, what are you doing? Why are you taking pictures of my neighbor's property or my property for that matter?
So
And
the
then
logo will say planning and zoning, or planning.
it could say whatever it needs, as long as it just says city of Temple.
City of Temple.
And so adding that to the fleet for 26. In the meantime, in 25, we certainly can share with the plans examiner. But another thing that we're looking at, and this is something that under CJ's leadership became very apparent, that we have types of permits that we don't have inspections for. Fence permits, for example, which usually is fine, except when it's not. And so we've had examples where a permit was issued for a fence that actually denied access to a water meter. You know, and it's understandable how that happened based on the information that was presented. But if we had that inspected, then we could catch that immediately. And so that is something that we're looking at to see if our development coordinator has the capacity to be able to add those inspections to the landscaping, sidewalk, and other zoning related inspections that she already does, or our planner of the week, have them go out. Either way, our level of inspections are also increasing on the planning and zoning side. So having an additional vehicle would be helpful. All right, now focusing on the community vitality side, which is really historic preservation and our portion of neighborhood planning. And so Kelly put together, Kelly's in the back there. Kelly can add anything as needed. So very detailed requests, not huge items, but just wanted to point it out in terms of mainly training. Also for the Historic Preservation Board. So now that the board is certainly well established, and I think Kelly's doing a fantastic job with that particular board, but making sure that we have the resources to provide them with the training, especially since historic preservation is a very specific niche with a different level of expertise in a lot of ways. But then also increasing printing and postage to help out with different promotional materials. Also with our zoning overlays, you know, those as part of the neighborhood planning process require additional notices. And so last item related to preservation is in 25 to have the historic preservation plan. So historic resource survey, that contract was approved. And this is an important follow-up to that contract. So 35,000, and because the historic resource survey was accelerated to 24 to meet the immediate needs related to the Historic Preservation Board and chapter 17, our code of ordinances for historic preservation. There are also grant opportunities with the historic preservation plan. And so wanted to point that out, but it's also intended to help the boards meet their work plan. And so I've listed some of those items on there as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Kathy is with us as well, and so is Kelly. And in case you have specific questions that I need to get a lifeline out to them.
Now, see anything further? Planning?
I just want to say that there's not just one Kathy, there's also me. And every time you say.
Sorry.
her name, I know.
Yes,
I'm like, what?
there's only one ID, Kathy.
Yes, I'm sure.
It's Kathy Little.
You're with a Y.
Yes.
What year was this picture taken?
This was in the 50s. It was around,
Parking all the way around.
yep, exactly. I think this is late 50s. It might be around 60, but I believe this is a 1950s aerial.
Was doing a presentation for his board downtown. And I asked Craig Gordner, our museum archivist, to give me any older pictures that he could find of downtown. And this was before Wendell was on council, but I forget exactly why I was meeting with him, but I showed him the presentation and he was like, "That's my car." You're joking, but he was serious. And I think it might have been this era, but I think his dad maybe had a beer distributorship or something, and so he was a very young man, but it was, I thought he was joking at first, but he's like, "No, it's right there." Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh, that's such a nice story.
Yeah, I think it was one of the first times I actually had met Wendell, and it was he's like one of those, you couldn't possibly been driving, you know, but I guess he was.
I told a couple other council members, today's, the anniversary of Windows 10.
Today is,
Today.
it's been a year,
That's me. Today, yeah.
everybody needs to call Carolyn tonight.
All right, anything else for Brian? Thank you, sir.
Oh, one thing I wanted to mention. Harold Clipper, as an example, one of our inspectors, when I talked to him today, yesterday, he worked from 7 to 7.
Yes.
And that is a typical
It's
day.
sometimes, it's.
They don't complain about it, they just do it. And so it's time that at least I help them.
Yeah, I think I was leaving council Thursday and I was sitting in my car because I got a phone call. Mayor stopped by and the chief stopped by. I was like, okay, I gotta leave. But then shortly Harold pulled in and it was, it was at least 6:30. So it's not an unusual thing for them to be, when I'm leaving, leaving City Hall, for them to be coming home. Or coming into the office, not home. It probably feels home to them. That's the problem.
Well, I just wanted to say that, Brian covered our needs very well, and we respectfully appreciate your consideration of these requests. But the presentation right before his, the whole time, I've taught 34 years at Temple ISD, and the whole time, our homeless population, we need to resolve or try to help that. And we used to have a saying at the school district, it takes a village. So that's what I was thinking the whole time as Nancy was presenting, that it takes a village. So sorry, I just had to say that.
Yep, you're right. Are you presenting for Karen?
I am. Big shoes to fill for such a short young lady.
All right,
Did
thank
y'all want to take a break beforehand? Because y'all are slotted for breakfast.
Yeah, yes. We'll take a quick one. Let's get back here in about 10 minutes, 11:20. Let's get started. Huh?
July timeframe. The general government market study, so we did civil service last time, so general government, that's everyone else. That has been completed and is with city manager and finance. The safety program, we are trying to launch a citywide program that is bringing it centralized to people operations where we can have consistent policies and procedures and different types of consistent things throughout. We already had our first audit from the hazardous chemicals, and we passed that. We got it 100%. So we are already implementing quite a few things to help standardize so our departments can be successful when they come to those audits. And that was just on our chemicals and how we handle it, how we store it, how we keep our employees safe. That's what that audit was. But we have more to come. Citywide volunteer intern program. That's another one of those items that we're trying to centralize. A lot of the different departments utilize interns and or volunteers. So we'll be bringing that in-house to us, making that a little more automated. Learning management system. That would be a system where people can be at their desk doing some learning within Dayforce. Dayforce is our current software that we have. So we're looking at curriculum right now. So more information will be rolling out on that very soon. Rewards and recognition platform. We're very excited about that. So we've identified the vendor. We're just writing the policies right now on how we'll administer the rewards and recognition for our employees. Job description project, what ends up big project. So along with a market study for all of the positions that we have here at the city, we collected information related to job descriptions from all of our departments. So our departments did a great job in submitting that into a central system. And then we're taking that information, matching it up with our market information. And then we're gonna save that to a database where everyone will have access to it. That'll help with people who want to look at our job descriptions externally or employees who want to see it internally. So that's in progress right now. Following that is going to be an org chart program for consistency. That'll also be through Dayforce. So we're midway through that one. And then Dayforce enhancements, those are things that we're constantly working on. We have a team that, often goes to those different sessions at Dayforce's and making our forms and offboarding and surveys and checklists, just trying to make sure that we're capturing data for that sort of situation. Like I saw our very first checklist on someone who's exiting the city. So we finally got that one through and our very first one came through. So
That's a voluntary
it is,
form, isn't it?
it is, but helpful if
Sure,
they really
sure.
want to give us some information.
Any idea, kind of a percentage? I mean, if you just got your first one,
We just launched it.
okay.
And so our first one just came in, so we're hoping to have our generalist, that's on our team, to reach out, encourage, saying it's gonna help us, and so we're trying to increase that response, because I think y'all seen before when we were doing it outside of Dayforce, the percentage was really low, so I'm hoping to increase it just a little bit.
What response rate percentage would you be happy with?
I would like a 10%.
Wow.
He said it's 388, I think.
That would be lovely.
There's no way to tie it to final paycheck. You want your check, you fill this out.
Legally, no.
Okay, that's a good answer.
We can imply it. So, but legally we can't. Okay, so in our business plan, so what you'll see in red are things that we are changing. So that increase in lieu of insurance, we're gonna push that to fiscal year 26. We were already awarded the generalist position for fiscal year 25, so we're on track and no changes there. Leadership succession plan, I'll talk about that a little bit more later, but we're gonna push that to fiscal year 26. In-house driver training programs for all of our CDL positions. We're also going to push that to 26. That driving pad is still under construction, and we're still doing a little more research to see how best to bring that in-house. For fiscal, we're pushing forward the training and development administrator. That was previously a training coordinator. That was for 26. We're pushing that up to 25. That goes into that succession planning and the enhancement that we're doing to develop our employees and our managers. We also are requesting a push of the training program enhancements. So it was the license renewal for LMS that kind of grows into that, as well as the enhancement items that we'd like to move up to 25. Tuition reimbursement, we're pushing that out to 27. And 27, we also feel like we'd be ready for a new generalist as well as the employee health center.
Who's this cute doggy?
Oh,
Anybody,
yes.
anybody's pet?
No,
No, just cute.
just super cute. Tara loves to put some
And
flowers and
Employee Health Center was kind of like a express sort of basic needs met.
so what are we looking for the health center? So we're
Who is gonna be?
who's utilizing that? So it would be for our employees. Kind of doing, you know, a lot of our employees don't have a primary care. And they end up in emergency rooms or urgent cares. So this would be a place for them to get a low to no cost sort of coverage for some of your basic items. Wellness exams are already covered at 100%, but you'd be surprised that people don't take advantage of that. And so it'll be that, and then hopefully, one of my other goals is work comp. You know, we have occupational medicine that we do with Baylor Scott and White. And so while that's good, I'd like to have another option that then helps our employees with getting themselves healed and back to work successfully.
Can you not tie any kind of bonus to having that physical therapy here?
So an incentive, it kind of gets into that legal arena. So, you know, I'd have to look at it with Kathy and a little bit more, but, you know, putting an incentive in there, you can't bonus it, incentivize it, maybe a little bit, but we have to get into.
We've done that in the past, and we, what was it, like $100 premium credit or something, and, we stopped primarily because the paperwork, the load of what it was causing to try to get compliance versus the benefit we were seeing from it was, not something we felt like was at that point, we didn't have the staff that we needed to dedicate to chasing out people's compliance with it. But yes, I think that is a potential opportunity, whether you have an employee health center or not. I mean, I've seen other cities that have health centers, you know, if you do the annual physical, then, you know, you don't have a copay for future visits, or, so there is a way you can, with or without the health center, there are ways we could work to incentivize the annual physical. It's all,
Open fire has such good response
yes,
with that.
yes,
Right.
that front line, we talked about that.
My health plan, we have to, the mayor, our guys have to do this, so they have to call in.
Baseline assessment.
Baseline assessment. If they don't do it, then their, deductibles real high.
It's amazing how many people, it's amazing to me how many people still chose not to do it.
We've had some.
So it's- yeah. But yes, I do think there are ways you can structure your premium or your deductible, you know, your costs to encourage compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, new request for fiscal year 25. So we talked about training and development. That first annual employee development expo, you know, a lot of our employees don't get to travel to conferences like some other positions do. So that's bringing that type of conference to our employees. And with a training development administrator, you know, we're building that out to have a keynote, to have learning tracks, and just to have a potentially annual occurrence of that type of expo. The expansion of the management training program, we did cover some basic items, but we not only want to offer it to additional employees within the city, we also want to enhance our course offering, because there's always so much to learn. I mean, any manager or leader, you're constantly learning. And so the more enhancements we can bring into that I think that'll further develop our employees. And it's rewarding, that's what helps retain employees, in my opinion.
Can you give a little bit of color around the, employee development conference? What's the thought on that?
So, yeah, so we talked about, when we go to conference, I often like different types of tracks. So, you'll have a keynote that might motivate everybody, but you might have a learning track that's aimed at maybe entry-level managers, given some really basic employment laws, do's and don'ts, dealing with difficult people, how to manage your employees. I mean, that never gets old. It's always something people, I do investigations here at the city, and the amount of times that I get requests from employees on, okay, I'm a new manager, I don't quite know how to handle this situation. If we could just harness that in and get some of our managers into that, our new managers, our crew leaders, our foremen, that's what we're talking about as far as people that don't often get to travel. And getting those types of programs in there. And then it could be anything that I've already know this information, so can I have another track? And so having a different type of track related to that. But having to live out 100%, but that was kind of what we've talked about so far.
Mayor, this is something that I asked Tara to work on. I've seen this program in a few other cities that, it's really an opportunity in my mind for us to have an opportunity to really kind of focus on culture building, if that, or just bringing our employees, I don't know, if you think about the ISDs, they have what they call it convocation, once a year where everybody gets together. There's an opportunity for the superintendent to speak to employees and kind of share the values of the organization, get people excited for the vision. And so this is kind of, to me, the opportunity for us to bring all of our employees together. Would it be, unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to bring everybody at one time. We'd probably have to do 2 separate ones, but as much as possible to really, to foster, cross-departmental connections, to provide opportunity to share, aspirational messages, vision, with our employees, to provide learning opportunities, especially for, levels of our staff that are not, able or don't typically get, as Tammy was saying, get the opportunity to travel to professional development. So bringing some basic professional development opportunities to, our frontline employees. So that this is something that I asked Tara and her team to work out developing, just really as a way to bring the cross-section of our organization together in a day or two in a way that both promotes professional development, but also kind of rallies us together as a team.
I like it.
Very exciting. New position, the total rewards assistant, that is someone, so in our team, we all wear many hats, but the total reward assistant would be someone that would help the training initiatives that we have, as well as the compensation initiatives. So I think I've heard Tara talk about how difficult sometimes the information compensation is hard to get from other agencies. So that person would support that. The recognition program, we do have a basic $10 per employee, but increasing that budget and then the platform fees. And the volunteer background screening process, bringing that current to how we screen our current employees, making that consistent. And so that's where the additional fee comes in for that. But oftentimes we see people turn into our employees, and it's kind of good that already have that screening done. So beyond fiscal year 25, again, the items are red. So fiscal year 26, we've got these 2 new positions that we're asking for. 27 additional training courses, training program coordinator, and 28 exploring the options of a childcare program. We've got a couple of different ideas about something on site or an incentive that we can offer our employees to help them with what they spend. Any questions for me?
What's the increase in lieu insurance?
So when
Less rate than it.
that is, if they don't take our insurance, So they have the choice of receiving in their paycheck or rolling that into our 457B. So just increasing that. If they don't enroll in our insurance. If someone has an opportunity to be covered by someone else, it's a way to encourage them to do that. About anything else? Well, thank y'all for your time. It was good to see all of y'all.
Yeah, thank you.
Mayor, we do have lunch here, so. But Heather's also ready to go to whatever.
Presenting, I can wait for you to.
Let's do that. That might let us get
Yeah.
back on time a little bit. So let's go ahead and have a working lunch and Heather will present during that. Thank you.
Don't forget, we already did. Shakespeare, but
Yeah.
not as far behind us. You may see.
Did we get it? I thought he did, and then I asked Brenda, he said he did, but thought it was all her, but.
She asked me, and then like a minute later, he got it, and I said, wow, that is good service.
Just fix the one goal.
I don't think I even hung up yet.
It's just on the outside for a week.
ones that actually transfer out of our automated system and are answered by staff. 20 billing cycles, so 20 days a month. So basically, we're reading and billing meters every day. There's very few days in the year that we don't have it. For FY 25, we are requesting to add 2 customer care specialists. So in line with adding the 311 contact center, we want to put a couple of spots in that call center for utility calls only. So right now, the phone rings in our downstairs space at the utility business office, and it rings on everybody's desk and everybody answers the phone. So we're hoping to be able to take some of the ringing phones off of the front line, the ones that are working the drive-thru or sitting at the counters, have them go to a call center space first, and then roll over. Of course, if those lines are busy, it'll roll over. But that way, when you're helping people in front of you, or at the drive-thru, the phone on your desk isn't just ringing and ringing and ringing. So try to improve that customer service by putting folks to this into the call. And then we want to convert the part-time position to full-time, ideally, I think 7, 8 years ago, maybe, we added that part-time customer service position to cover lunch hours. Because we have people to go to lunch at 11 and at 12 and at 1. And that seems to be one of our busiest times of the day because everybody else is at lunch too, so they have a break to call and check on the water bill. But I think the time's come when we actually need that person there at 8 a.m. To help with our customers. And then we do not have an administrative position in our department. We have me, I do a lot of the purchasing stuff and payroll. And so we want to add an executive support coordinator position that will help with all the administrative functions, but also oversee and monitor our workflows in our systems, especially with 311 coming on. Be able to work with other departments on call flows and workflows and what's working, what's not, and that she would be able to monitor and report on that CRM or 311 system. Metering department, we have 9 full-time employees and they process about 27,000 work orders a year. They maintain we're up to right at 37,000 water meters. I like to say when I started 20 years ago, we had about 24,000 water meters. So that's how much we've grown. We change and repair meters and then meter leaks. And with weather fluctuations, with the temperature fluctuations, we have a lot of meter leaks. It gets cold and they freeze and shrivel up, and then when it warms up, they bust. So the expansion of the water with the freezing and hot temperatures creates a lot of meter leaks. So we process those. Delinquency processing, so actually go out and turn off for non-payment. We have about 4,800 of them per year. So that doesn't include the ones that actually make the list and then pay before we get out there. But we actually turn the key on about 4,800 a year. And then customer requested connects and disconnects. So this is people moving in, moving out, moving from one rental to another. We do about 15,000 of those a year. So, and I know a lot of the growth, you know, we talk about, we add 12 to, I don't know, recently it's been 12 to 1,500 additional meters that we're adding every year with all of the growth and development. But we don't, you know, nobody really thinks about the people that just move from one house to another. And there are people that move every 6 months. So there's a lot. And then property management companies, as they take over, as somebody moves out, that's something they have to process. So for FY 25, we would like to add a crew leader position and an additional meter service technician. The meter service technicians are the ones that actually handle those customer requested turn on, turn off. We have other technicians that do all of the maintenance type work, but these guys run the cutoff list and do the customer. And then Temple 311 Contact Center. So as you all know, that's a new program for FY 25. We hope to launch to the public in January of 25. It'll be the front door of all city services. So that central contact center, the one place to call to get help or get direction on where you need to go. We do plan to hire 3 community solutions specialists, is what we're going to call them in the contact center. At the end of this fiscal year to start getting them trained. It's going to be a lot to learn, not only learning the software and how to use it, but learning the basics of all the departments that we will be helping. And of course, those largest expenses are software and people. The software has already been purchased. We're working on developing that right now with our vendor. So once we get kind of the basis of that going, we'll bring on staff and bring them in at the end. So they're part of the finalization of how all that works. And then get them trained. So that public launch in January of 25, we hope to maybe have a soft launch. October, November timeframe, where we actually start that system, but not really market it yet, because we, you know, basically learned paying the part. And not everybody's as excited as we are.
You gotta.
So we want to kind of ease into it a little bit. This is just kind of showing those changes. Again, most of my requests for the business plan have to do with people. There, we do have a few increases with some of our contracted services like meter reading. The more meters we have, of course, that expense goes up. But most of it has to do with just people and how we've kind of reorganized. So everything in the really light, I guess it kind of looks gray up here, is what we currently have. It's currently approved and staffed. So at the end of this fiscal year, everything in the turquoise color will promote to the supervisor and manager position to again help implement all of those contact center services. And then he's showing going for 25, 26, and 27, just adding. We don't really know what the that community solutions team, we don't really know what it's going to look like. We're hoping that each year we need to add a person to help. We might have to accelerate that, or we might be able to handle it with what we have. So we're excited to see how that kind of develops and blossoms and grows. And we think that the upcoming fiscal years we need to. We do in FY 26 want to add another utility billing specialist. We have 2 people right now that handle billing and collections for all 35,000 customers. So in FY 26, we want to add another one. You've seen this before. Right now, we are in FY 24. We are working with Belinda and her team and facilities on the build out of that contact center. And working with our vendors for preliminary workflow development. And again, we'll hire and start training our team and start our marketing efforts towards the end of this. And that's all I have. Any questions?
I didn't look at this, and I'm embarrassed to ask, but one thing. Is all the UBO funding out of the
Water. Water, wastewater.
enterprise fund?
Yes,
That was my question.
UBO and metering.
Yeah.
Customer care division. Council.
But it'll be housed in the UBO?
UBO will be housing customer care. Customer care will be the umbrella.
And we'll allocate, any non-water sewer fund salaries.
Sure.
To the appropriate fund.
So all the administrative. Up top there.
Yeah.
And then our customer care supervisor, that's again, it's a position for this fiscal year. We're gonna put that position in place to oversee all customer service lines, so UDO and 311 contact center. My desire would be in maybe 2 years to have that contact center be able to handle everything. Handle UDO calls and 311. UDO, the utility, it's pretty in-depth, so to bring on new people and teach them 311 and utility billing is a lot. But I hope to get some really good people in the contact center and then be able to cross-train and then just have it be one call for everything. And then that way we have 5, 6 people answering the phones for utility business office calls as well as.
And right now, fully staffed is 3 for the contact center?
That's what we want to hire at the end of this fiscal year before we launch it to the public. And then before we go to the public, we'll bring on 1 more.
And that's 3 new FTEs that does not impact any other department, right? My understanding of the contact center is that that's the initial call that comes in, and then that's those people in the contact center being take those requests in and then send that to the proper department. So if someone calls about a public works issue, it comes to, or, you know, breath and bulk or whatever, it comes to the contact center, and the contact center then sends the person like transfers the call, takes the request, you're not your head, so I'm saying, not that, takes the request, and then there's a process, right? There's a whole, where that person can now be, the person that called them initially can be contacted through the app or.
So the software that
Yeah.
you approved the purchase for, which is a Salesforce-based program,
Yeah.
it will integrate with other department software. So our frontline staff will take the information. It's really cool based on what the caller is. It says potholes, and it tells you what to ask next, what to ask next. So that's what we build out with this software, so that we gather all the information that whoever, you know, Buford's team, Kenton's team, whoever needs all the stuff they want us to gather information on. And then either, some of the bigger departments will implement directly with, and so that information will go from our system directly into like city works. And then they pop up a work order and they know to go do the thing.
Yeah, so the resident calls in, information's taken there, the system then distributes the information. Now and the customer now will get
Okay.
emails or text
Yes,
or whatever,
they
updates, the progress.
They can choose to get on either text messages, emails, phone calls, on the progress.
Call about the same thing, it makes one work order
Right.
and everyone gets.
Yes,
contacted.
so it'll recognize duplicates. So 10 people call about the same dead animal on the side of the road. It ties them together so that animal services gets one work order and not 10.
That's all.
You know, it should streamline it for it'll make it easier for everyone. So instead of right now, and I know a lot of departments get a lot of calls because people don't know who to call, right? So it's his phone number you don't know. So whatever number you find when you Google, that's who you call. Well, we get a lot of them because the number's on the water bill or we put flyers and they know our number. So we answer what we can, like, you know, what? Are they picking up brush on Monday when you're closed? We'll answer those questions. But if we don't know, we just send it over. You know, I'm without water. Well, you're not because of a billing purpose, so it must be a water outage. So we just send over. So then that staff is answering phone calls. And again, it's frustrating to the citizens because they get passed from one place to another. So it'll be one point of contact, and then the other great thing that I'm excited about is that we'll have service level agreements with all of the departments. So if we ask Kenny, how long does it typically take you to repair a pothole? And he says 5 days. When we approach that 5-day mark and a resolution hasn't been provided, then it flags us to follow up with him and the caller so that they know we haven't forgotten.
How will you know the resolution was provided?
They will close out their work order in their system and the information will come back to
Come
us.
back to you, pothole filled.
Correct. So we will run reports on outstanding service requests, on service level agreements that weren't met. So we'll have all sorts of data. See where we might use the.
So where I started with that question was the 3 or 4 new FTEs here will not reduce 3 or 4 FTEs across other departments. But the efficiency is what we're doing, but it's not, so many customers in customer share is not, not going to bump somebody in public works because they're no longer needed.
The idea is to free up their time to do the things that they do. So they can do the job that they specialize in.
Yeah.
And not have to be the front line.
It might stop me from hiring somebody in the future.
It's at the service level at this point, it creates, better customer service to our residents.
Sure.
It frees up, our current staff to focus on their primary job duties. And it will eliminate the need for additional staff within the department in the future, because instead of you know, a utility dispatch, employee having to wear the hat of dispatching for, which is what they're hired to do for crews, to work orders and answer customer calls. They'll just be able to focus on dispatch instead of maybe having to add one of those positions again in 2 years. You probably won't do that. That's what Ralph was talking about with the customer service position, and solid waste yesterday that, you know, they had originally planned for needing an additional customer service representative. But with this new program, they'll be able to take the ones that they have and not need to add that additional resource because so many of their calls and what their current staff is doing will come to this team.
Yep.
So their existing staff will be able to cover what they had expected to need an additional employee for in the next few years. So it's not a reduction in, or it's not a transfer of staff at this point, but it will preclude additional staff within the operating departments in the future because this team will take take over that, but we don't have that already in the department, so we can't move it to this team because we don't have dedicated call takers in departments at this point.
So centralize and put some consistency in the customer service response, because depending on which department you call and what their staffing level is and who you get, the customer service could be different. And so we want to bring it all together where we can do what we do.
And Susan, kind of back to the example of Kenny and the pothole. Kenny nor his team will not have to do anything in additional than what they already do. In fact, they really have to do less because if I notice a pothole on my street and I call Heather's team, they will enter the work order. So the work order gets automatically created in City Works, which is the work order system that Public Works uses. Kenny's team will get dispatched to that pothole, they'll fill it, and they'll mark their work order to complete, and automatically, without any human intervention, that will go back to Heather's team in the Salesforce software and say that pothole's been filled, and then we'll notify any interested party who wanted to be updated on that pothole. Will get notified based on their preferences, whether they wanted to be called, texted, emailed, leave me alone, I never want to hear from you again.
Yes, you
Which
can
does
do
happen.
anonymous, yeah, you can do anonymous things where you don't wanna know. The app and the website, basically the app will be the same thing, but we'll have an app you can report on. And you can go look up open requests, so as you're getting ready to enter, my trash wasn't picked up, you can see other requests in the same area, so you're like, oh, there must be an issue, and then we will have knowledge base information too, where if there is an issue with solid waste and they're running 2 days behind, that'll be readily available to us, or if somebody goes searching for it, they're like, oh, are you in this area? Yeah, we already know that, we're on. You'll be able to look up what's happening in my neighborhood, well, and depending on what we choose to have available to the public on an app or website, they can see that, there's a noise violation or a tall grass or whatever it is, you'll be able to see what's happening in your neighborhood and that somebody's already falls that in.
And right now, our solution is reliant on the operating department reporting back. So to say that the code enforcement case has been handled or the pothole has been filled, this will not require that. This will be an automatic sharing back and forth of information. So some of the delay in getting back to residents sometimes is not the work hasn't been done, just nobody told Christina that the work hadn't been done, and she has to bother somebody like, when is this gonna get done? And so this just eliminates even that work from them having to keep following up with us, because it's tied directly into their work order system. So they only have to enter it and do it in one place, and it ties. It's really a very, very neat system.
Yeah, and we'll be able to see too, Bryn calls once a week and it's always the same thing, or it's always something different. We will be able to see her as a customer or as a community member. Yeah, frequent flyer. We'll be able to see the history with her, and it's like, yes, she did call last month, and right now we don't have any way of monitoring that. In the city, even with utility billing, unless somebody pulls up utility account and goes and makes a special place for a note, there's no, there's no place that has all of the contact with that citizen available.
I prefer to think of myself as high maintenance.
You were just,
Actually, you don't want to talk to anybody, so you want an app and go website.
she wants us to talk to Christina.
Yes,
That's not her.
Christina wants her to use the app too.
Well, we could use that too, so.
Absolutely.
Sure.
And the consultant that we've hired that's helping us implement Salesforce is also gonna build out, they're calling it a, what they call it, council, app, basically. An app geared to what you want to see. And so you won't have to go through the back end of the software and go through all of what we do to see and report. We can actually share with you in a simplified manner what's important to you. So you can see things that are within your area, in your district, citywide, what the top complaints are, what the service level agreements we're missing are, you'll be able to see all of that. You don't have to go to City Watch.
Well, then, have anything, or is it geared towards police and fire when they're out and about, if they see something that needs to be reported?
They can report it too. So even like, you know, Buford's team, if he chooses to, we can use a staff side of the software or app that they can enter things in. You can, anybody can use the app to send in service requests. But we'll work with each department and it'll be different, each department's needs or desires. But we're here to make it easier for them. Hoping that the public just loves it and uses it all. Anything else? I did give you a copy of an implementation plan that, most of that you've seen, it was in the presentation that I did to you guys back in December, I think it was. So it's kind of the same information, just in a really good format. So if you have questions on it.
Let's see under that.
Practical.
Is the city still?
It's still out there.
Nobody.
No, and that's tied to Acela, which is the service request platform that we have right now. And the biggest pushback I think that people get with using Acela as far as departments goes is it's double work. So the request come in the city manager's office and Christina or her team push it to the department. The department has to take the information, put it in their software, do the work, close the work in CityWorks, then go back to Acela and say, so we're gonna integrate those, so it's streamlined.
Track Temple or David's?
We can still call the app Track Temple. I think marketing communications is over it. So they might come up with something else, but it's really the back end of the software. So we could use the same app and just change the process.
It's nice to be able to interface.
We can probably set up something in Salesforce to, we would still be entering it into their system, but we can. And then there's other things like, you know, Nancy's community partnerships and stuff that she has, if people are looking for resources for housing or whatever, we can either push stuff to those departments or externally to organizations, but we can direct people. We will have a chat bot too, so that's one of the things we're gonna name it. What it was crazy, you told me about one city that had a chat bot named something.
San Marcos.
San Marcos.
Sally, and it's not a salamander.
It's Sally, that is not the salamander. But we need a chat bot, you know, we'll have a little chat guy that.
Someone that's starting to get a axolotl. It was an axolotl, but we call her Sally.
I think that'll be something that people will use a lot when they pull up the city website or the app. It'll have a little chat and they can actually talk to somebody, chat live person. So for those that don't want to call, we need a bot name.
Ask them.
Yes. Yes. Maybe we can tie it to City Watch for now. No, all French. The camera response that says no.
Not in the budget.
There was one city's chatbot, I forget where it was, David may remember.
it went rogue and it started being rude to people.
I already told you that.
Cause it's based on AI, so.
You could just say that
a lot of-
I'll do that.
It lost, you'll need a AI.
That's a dumb question.
Yeah.
Well, it was a dumb question.
I mean, it's not wrong. So we don't wanna say that.
Walk out your door and look at the pothole.
We don't need to do that.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'm losing them.
You're up.
You're up. Yes.
You got the Richard Dairy in here, I don't see it. Richard Dairy.
Oh. Question, Joel?
So this is, obviously covers, our request for FY 25. I'm gonna go through and explain, what was already kind of in the business plan and then what we'd like to take. These are the larger asks. So currently, this is our breakdown of, employees in Transform Simple. What, the two red were not filled, but actually, since I originally put this together, just saw this morning. Pardon me, we have filled that code officer position. Parking enforcement official. So right now we have one person, Jocelyn. Oh, by the way, I'm here and Chad and Mark are in the back there, so. Parking enforcement official, we've not filled that second because we only have one garage open, we don't have our tech all in place yet. We didn't see any need hiring somebody, because once that tech gets in place, we'll be moving quick. Mark and I have been talking, we are gonna layer that person in here pretty quick, so that should be filled within the next couple of months, so we'll have two people. So admin, just general office stuff, we're currently slated in FY 25 is nothing. We're revising that for FY 25 or 26. They're doing a huge, pretty big remodel, putting some money into the roof of the HPO because our building, the roof's leaking now. Plus, and it looks pretty bad. That project's supposed to start pretty quick. And then there's HVAC is getting worked on. So when I say lobby furniture desks, every desk that's up at the front there, we kind of scrounge.
That's a flat roof.
No, it's, well, it's the very top is probably like from this wall, maybe. And it's flat, so it's got like a flat.
Tile, yeah.
Yeah, so they're replacing tile. Is it copper? It is not copper.
Yes.
I'm just paying on the market.
Oh, please.
Anyway, $35,000 is a rough guess. We brought in Perry's to look at it, but we think this is a good time. The furniture that we have in the lobby right now has been there since I've been in the building, basically, so it's a long time. And those front desks, and then depending on the layout and who else moves to the building that doesn't, we may need another desk, so we just kind of.
Furniture may have been there since I'm
I felt they came from China about 6 months ago.
Hey, you forget furniture that looks pretty in the historic building rather than big fat squares.
Yes, ma'am. I've want you to know, I've pushed that all off with Brittany Griffin, who has a much better, probably better taste than me. Just go through pictures or something and say, sit down. So code compliance, this is a big one here. This is currently what we have slated. We're doing some changes and there's reasoning if y'all did get that printout. What we did is went back and looked at there was a study that was done several years ago, and then we looked at some of our sister cities or close to our size cities about the code enforcement officer per capita, and it seems to be we're shooting for one for 15,000, and here's this horrible thing. So the top is what is currently slated to be budgeted. So that's already in the business plans. this is what we're asking for. And so what we're looking at here, first of all, anything in red on this second chart is a change from up above. And what we're trying to do is get our officer per population to one officer per $15,000 residents. There's another option at the very end of the packet that shows if we did it 1 for 20, but even 1 for 20, we added a person every year, we wouldn't get there till 2026. So we're trying to add the correct number of officers and then lead officers to kind of be a support, their support in the field to get to 1 to 15,000. So we add, we get there in FY 29, we can stop. And then we need to add another one in FY 30. These numbers, the population numbers are based on the state. So that's 1 to 15 per 15,000. These asks are once again, I want this one in FY 27, but layered in a code officer next year, senior code officer the following. This code officer was already in the plan we'd like, and then skip 29 and then go to, I'm sorry, 28, code officer, skip 29. And then in 30, we'd have a senior code officer. We can certainly give you all information. Like I said, in the back of that package shows if we want to shoot for one officer for 20,000. There's also those sister cities and what their staffing levels are. And we're way below some of the other cities. Something like College Station or Bryan, you understand that we're a different type of community than we do. We've got a lot of kids living in older houses, or at least when I was in college for some time. But Waco, some of these other cities are just cities. So looking at that. Y'all have already approved this in our ongoing budget and our business plan, but we had tried to layer in an additional $25,000 for general demos. We get 40,000 for through CDBG, but obviously that funding is restricted to certain areas, so low to moderate income areas. This is general fund dollars that we can use anywhere in town. So currently we are at the $50,000 mark. I will tell you all right now, without our building and standards, without really overtaxing the building and standards commission, meaning we take 2, maybe 3 demos per one. We have already used this money up. We're done this year, and we've got all that back a year ago. So this is currently we're asking it to stay the same. An additional 25,000 up to 125, and then that's where it stands through whatever. And we'll take a look at that if prices for demos change, or we find there's more. Hopefully, as the more we move along, the cheaper demos. There will be, I mean, theoretically, they tear down.
They're gone.
That's right. So that's the goal. It also allows us to expand outside of, out of just the low moderate income area. There are areas of town that are not considered LMI that do have pockets of stuff that we don't know that are still.
Can you give us an example of that? Something not in the LMI that.
Well, one that came up just in the last year would be on North 15th at, what street does Danny live on? Harvard? Royal. 15th and Royal, there was a house that was being rented and it burned down, and that's not in low moderate income.
Yes, I
And we had to we had to come up with funding to tear that down. I think we may have used, no, I don't know. So
And-
that's not CDBG funded.
And why did we have to do that? Why did the farmer?
Right.
They are, and we have a lien on the property.
On the land, so to speak.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. And where are we legally with all of that?
So the Building and Standards Commission has the authority to order building demolished. But it's a property and that's a legal
legal.
order. They're supposed to demolish it.
Yeah.
But if they don't, then the city has the authority.
Right.
And one could argue the responsibility because you're saying the reason you're making that person take down the structures because you're saying it's unsafe.
Right,
So they have 60, 90, whatever the Building and Standards Commission orders to take it down. They're supposed to, and many do. But if you don't, then we have the authority and we have had the longstanding policy then of going in and through city funds or city crews to do the demolition, but then we attach a lien that
Right.
reflects the cost of the demolition to the property. So while, you know, it sometimes takes many years to collect on those liens, we do eventually recoup the cost of that.
but this one on Royal is down.
Yes,
Yeah, so we've got a lien on it.
well, we sent them a bill, yes, I assume it went to them.
Okay,
If they did not pay the bill, which I doubt if they did.
right. That would be a very desirable lot to be purchased.
I don't think it's gonna sit, I don't think it's gonna take that. That would be my guess, that compared to some of the other ones.
Right.
They have to pay off the lien before.
Sure. Can do anything.
Once it goes to tax sale, there's
Some issues then.
That I'm not happy about,
no.
but I have no control.
If we get it, maybe we can go back into this fund and we can use it.
I don't know, is Tracy gonna give me any money back? I doubt it.
It just goes into the general fund and then it's reallocated through the budget process. If the funds are, if the funds that we use were grant funds, we have historically not placed liens on the property. Even if it's commercial,
That's correct.
okay, we have to be consistent with what we do, so, and we certainly could explore, with the consultant that Nancy mentioned earlier about with CDBG consultant, but my understanding is that you could place liens as long as you have some kind of clear categorization and it's not, you know, I like you, I don't like you, so you could put liens on all commercial properties and not residential, or, you know, you can put liens on it, but if you do, I say all of that, Mike, to say that if you do use CDBG funds, when they're paid off, that does have to go back to CDBG. But if we're using general funds, it just goes back to the general fund and it's reallocated to the budget process.
The thing I would add to that is Randy asked me about commercials. That would be correct, but we have $40,000 demo dollars, $40,000 demo dollars for CDBG to use in the LMI area. $40,000 on a commercial project, because with commercial, it layers on all these asbestos testing and abatement, all these things that a standard residential house may or may not. So I'd lose all my funding for 1 year. For one.
You got it tested?
That's right. And we have enough residential right now that we're able to. We find, we have said generally that the money is better spent in the neighborhood rather than at a commercial structure, which would be a different place. But with these dollars, we could go, even if it is in an LMI area, if we're using the general fund dollars, we can certainly get it back. That's correct. One thing I wanted to add, and I apologize, going back to this code thing, Justin in Solid Waste and I and Ralph have been talking about, for a while, they were asking for a code officer to address some of their trash issues. And so Justin and I sat down and Justin said, I really don't want a code officer. I just want this addressed. And I said, well, if you allow me to tell council that you don't want it anymore and I want that guy, then we will make sure that the next code officer that we layer in will be focused, not only, but primarily will be trained up in those junk and debris and trash cases and things like that. So that's kind of a request that's already come across y'all's table. It's just getting shifted over under code as opposed to solid waste. And all of our guys are trained to a certain extent, but there's a special books, as y'all can imagine, on how to address illegal dumping, what needs to go to the state, what's a state violation, tires, all those things. So you need some more training for that kind of thing. That's what this person in FY25, that would be one of their primary focuses. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. Projects and abatement. So I don't know if there's been any talk about the resource hub so far that we're trying to put together, which is, okay, so we're trying to move the tool library. And under that, we're gonna have some reclamation stuff going on with Nancy and Kelly's team, and then paint recycling. So we got a lot of stuff. And we are asking, Brent has tasked us with, as this moves forward, with not running all the programs, but just general management of the overall facility, which means that we would need an agent up there full time. If the place is open, we need somebody there to run the place. So I think if that all comes comes to fruition like we want it to, that'll be probably beginning of FY 26 before the building really opens or thereabouts. So we're asking for next year to get this lead agent to kind of help us figure out where we need to go with our tool library, how we can expand, get this person trained up in tool library, how to interface with the regular library and some of the other things that we're trying to do. And then that following year, once we actually in the building, have an additional agent and probably a vehicle to run out of that place, because it's a whole new structure, a whole new thing going on that we don't currently have. It will save us some time from running tools back and forth since we'll have it all centralized, but we'll still be helping with a lot of the other stuff. And Brent wanted me to make sure, I put $5,000 in for additional funding for tools in the tool library. Right now, we're maxed out. Marketing calls me all the time saying, we really need to push this library, need to push tool library. I got people waiting until the end of next week to pick up tools. I don't need any marketing on this because we're maxed. We have, our tools are being used, although we order more all the time. And, but our staff can't handle any more people coming through the doors. I will, Brent, if you get me this. Right here.
Chad told me he would get more.
Chad and I can talk.
He said it's not that dangerous and that I could do it.
Yeah. I had
Say that about me again.
He
check
didn't,
that up with Chad.
he didn't actually say anything about it.
Yeah, I know, Chad. I don't believe Chad would say that if you lost the hand. Anyway, so we're excited about this. I think it's going to be a great outreach project, and we're already getting a lot of interest from people. In fact, Kelly has already started the reclamation portion of this, and she and I and Chad and Ayana had to sit down with her earlier this week and explain to her, you are bringing things in, we don't have any place to put it, so we need to deal. We need to put a stop to this, or at least kind of break it. Very excited. So we've got some windows in storage. I think she's got some doors coming, some stuff. So, sir,
Do you find this the same group of people that are using the tools? Like, are people using the city's assets so they don't have to buy their own mower? And if that is the case, do we really care? Just mow your yard.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Do you have frequent flyers?
As far as the
Or
reclamation?
the tool library, somebody coming by and getting
Oh, okay.
you're gonna mower and, well, he doesn't have to go spend his own money?
I do not find, and Chad, check me if you think I'm wrong, I do not find the people we're writing up for high grass are primarily the people that are using the tool library.
No, that's not what I'm. The people that are high grass aren't doing anything. Right, what I'm asking is, do you have the same, is there a core group of people that use the city's assets? Right, mowers,
Yes,
et cetera,
there is a core,
to do their own yard because they, for whatever.
there's a core group of people that is expanding. So we have return customers.
Yeah.
And that return base is expanding. So it's more and more all.
Okay. Is that okay?
If this is a service that the city wants to offer, then I think that, yes, sir.
I'd rather mow the yard than not. Well, rather than send a crew by and put a $200 lien on it, they'll never be paid. Right.
And that is a portion, but not the majority of. Do you think that's right, Jim?
And the
Thank you.
city maintains the gas, the oil, you've been working on it.
That's right. Part of the resource hub has a work, that's another thing, is we're gonna have one guy checking out the tools, work person. going. But checking out the tools and and checking in the tools. Middle aged, I don't know. But checking in and out. It's like you are walking down.
You already told me that I'm not capable of using a lot of Twitter, so.
I did not say that. I said, well, I can lose a hand. Thank you, sir. Good Lord, I got lost on that. So, yes, we check the tools. We make sure blades are sharp. We make sure they're operating. Right now, that's part of our problem right now. We can't take more people in. We call up. Chad's guys bring the tools over to our building. They sit out on the back porch, locked up. People come. We go unlock it, put it in their car. It comes back. We call up Chad's guys. They come pick it up, take it back to the shop. All that back and forth will get cut out. But when they get it back to the shop, they wash it off. If people are really have dirty tools and stuff, we tell them you need to start washing this off. You don't use it anymore. So we have relationships with these people. They are doing parts.
When is the back and forth gonna end?
As soon as you give me this resource hub. So FY20, beginning of FY, I think in the next fiscal year, beginning of
Okay,
FY.
so not till 26
Yes, sir.
because of the building.
I can't store them in my office. I don't have the people. I can't check them out of the oven. Because I don't have computer set up. So.
And the building is where?
Go
So right now.
No, I know it's Gober, behind Gober.
We have hired the architect, and they've done the initial schematic work for the original scope that we asked them to do, which was just the old parks maintenance shop behind Gober. And then we had some further conversations about whether looking at it a little bit more broad as a campus, bringing in the Gober Party House, especially as it relates to opportunities to use the Gober for some of the programming that could be complementary to the resource hub. So, maybe healthy cooking classes, just things that go into that, being able to reuse and be resourceful and our, what we're using, and how we're using it. So we've asked the architect to do a schematic plan, so a concept plan for the campus as a whole, which would include the Gober, but then go to construction level drawings for the resource hub. And so that's all funded and underway right now. The improvements themselves are, we do have a budget for the first phase of the improvement. So just whenever we're done with the design, we can begin that first phase. I estimate we won't be open and ready to operate until probably between now and October 1st of the fall. So about a year and a half from now, by the time we finish design and finish construction of the facility.
I don't get it. Why in the world do we need an architect to design a tool maintenance facility and storage and maintenance?
Well, that's just one part of the.
Right, but can't we do that? Why do we need to wait for the Gober design? Why can't? I know I'm being whiny.
Me? No.
To move the tools over to the resource hub, to the future. Well, we could do that. One of the issues that would come to mind immediately for me is that the opportunity for theft might be higher because you're putting it just in a facility that's not manned and.
Sure, and the opportunity will be very high.
And you don't have the space built out, for the storage and the security of it, but certainly if Buford's having an issue with space, we can move it over there, but I don't think without the full solution in place, you're gonna experience the efficiencies. I think that'll just be moving a problem from one place to another.
I'm sorry. I was just
Basically.
you yelled at me and I apologize.
I did not. The other thing that's going on up there is the finishing up what are they doing up there?
The Avenue G pump station is also in.
Okay.
All right.
So that's all torn up over there. We don't have a way to get people in and out of the yard. It's,
It's just such a great service.
yes,
And-
and I want you to know, I'm on your team here, but Bren has this
No,
conversation
it's okay.
with us all the time. Let's hold up and do it right, make sure
It's.
when we're done, it's up
absolutely
and down.
right.
All right, moving on. For a building, these are all question marks. I'm not sure. Security upgrades, we're still on keys, so every time somebody leaves, we have to, we don't, but theoretically, we should be getting getting all the keys back from that stuff rather than swipe cards. At some point in the future, we're gonna need additional offices, but I need to know the breakdown, who's moving in the building, who's moving out. We're running out of space, and as I'm asking off more people, I need more space to house them. I do not want to leave the HBO. I love that building. But we need to do something. I want to be positive. I want to be a positive forward. And then I say basement flooring, but which we had one point had 40,000 in there, but I think there's a lot more to it. There's this HVAC thing that's going to help some of the humidity in the basement. Once we get some of that addressed in the new flooring, then we can put some offices down the basement. So once again, this is one of those shift things that we're going to have to address. Parking enforcement permitting, EV annual fees, these are currently what we're working on. These are the actual fees. Moving forward, we're asking for an additional 1,000 or 9, then 10, then 11, then 12. And then I think Mark, when do we renegotiate our, it's 29?
29.
Okay. So this money, the reason I'm asking for additional is originally the cloud, the information would be kept in the cloud, which is gonna be kept on our server. After talking to IT for a while, they said it's probably better if we don't keep it on the servers. Keep it on the servers and keep it doing the work. In the long run, it's safer, we feel more comfortable. So while this looks to y'all like an additional 9 or 10,000, and lo and behold, it is, it's actually getting shifted, some portion of that, I don't think exactly know. It's getting shifted over from something that IT will no longer have to ask for and will come for us to pay somebody.
What is that fee? I'm not sure what this is.
This is our operating fee for when we get, the current $48,000 is how much it costs us to run our parking program. So that's the LPR, that's the metering when that goes in place, all of that put together, driving down the street with the automatic license plate recognition, that costs us about $50.
What's software?
Yes.
Okay, fees, I thought it was gonna get done. You know.
No, sir. When you get there, and there was a presentation at one point that Bryn may have, or if she wants me to, I of course I'll share it. But
This is the fees that people are paying for these.
this is stuff that we need. No, sir. This is money we need to pay. We're gonna run this program, and this is basically storage fees. Did I say that right, Mike?
Yeah, it's basically server fee, maintenance, security.
Mike, it's a software program, but it's also hardware costs for cameras, for license plate reader cameras. But it's essentially the permitting system to manage on-street parking and garage parking in downtown and the enforcement of that. And so those are annual fees and they are covered by proposed, they can be covered by proposed parking fees, like, if we.
People should get a permit to park downtown. Every day. Not what.
We're working through that. That y'all would, our brand, I think you. Maybe brand.
So there's still policy decisions to be made, but you could have, charging for on-street parking, so. We would not recommend meters at each spot, but you could either have an app-based, program, which would run through this software program. You could also have, kiosk areas at mid-block or in-block. where people can pay. So one element would be if you decide to charge for on-street parking, the payment of that. But it also covers the enforcement of whether you charge for the parking or not. It also covers the enforcement of, have you been there longer than 2 hours? There was some recent court cases that have challenged our ability to do the marking of tires, as you know, you used to be able to do. So we need this system in order to determine if a car has been parked in a 2-hour parking zone longer than 2 hours. Then the next element was the parking garage. So it's the system that would help us monitor the occupancy, you know, how full the parking garage is. It provides space, available space counts at the entrances. And then again, if you do get to the point where you're charging for either hourly or daily parking or permit parking, either on street or in the garage, all of the permitting and payment for parking goes through the system, as well as the enforcement of any parking related rules that you have.
That's all, certainly the permitting and EV, the parking enforcement idea. Permitting an EV annual fee, bro.
Yeah, so if we establish a parking permit program, then that would be administered through this software. But at minimum, we need it for parking enforcement.
We can't enforce 2-hour parking. This will get us, that's our next step then.
But all of the potentials are built into this system, so you wouldn't need additional. You would potentially need some additional hardware depending on what options you chose for meters and kiosks, but you wouldn't need any additional software.
And then one thing that I didn't include in this, because it's still kind of up in the air, we're working through it, is the potential to have a standalone kiosk for about 25 grand that could just sit in our lobby or in the city hall lobby, that basically has a screen that would allow people to pay cash for their tickets, or we realized they could also pay some of their city bills. We talked to finance. They are relatively comfortable with that. The difference between just like if your bill's $6.50 and you put in $10, the difference between the one that'll give you back $3 or $3.50 is 10 grand, 20 grand, 15. Okay, so we're going with, you give up the 50 cents, you just bill that. But we do think it'd be handy and a nice something to offer people. But it also has a little, basically an iPad or something screen that you can go in and pay online your bill as well. So it's just one more way for people to pay. We're still looking at that, and it'd be a couple of years. Man, I'm getting close to the end. Jan, aren't you happy? I'm not doing this to you this.
So glad.
So this is where we were at the very beginning. These are the two for next year, the two additional employees that we're asking for. That is it. Are there any questions?
Council, anything for Buford?
Thank you all very much. Just so you know, these are the, I think this was the 15,000. 20,000, 15,000 that I was talking about earlier for our code numbers. And here are those cities, the populations and the comparison. And that should be in that printout that you'll get. So I think towards the back there. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Natalie?
I'll screw you. You know, I'm supposed to be.
Good afternoon. I am going to talk with you about libraries and busy and all of our fun requests for this year. So just a real quick, who we are, what we do, and then we'll go through the requests. So
our department has several different divisions. We have the library, which is currently a one facility department, archives, which is the archives of the Santa Fe Railway, City of Temple, Railroad and Heritage Museum, and some other private collections. And then the Railroad and Heritage Museum, which houses permanent and temporary exhibits. We have 46 employees, 18 of them are part-time, 28 of them are full-time, and we're open about 123 hours a week to the public. What we do is we are centers for education, recreation, preservation, a sense of community for those who are looking for that third place. And we are a source of arts and culture for our community as well. So for fiscal year 25 for the library, these are the items that you've already approved in the business plan. There are constructions and furnishing for South Branch Library. We're putting a little asterisk next to this. I didn't physically put an asterisk next to it, just because there may be some things that we need to look at. The land for this building has been purchased, but we should have some more information shortly about the building and the construction of it as well. We are looking at RFID, which is a security tagging system for all of our materials. And that also helps with inventory as well. And then a new ILS to upgrade from the current integrated library systems that we have, which would be more robust in helping not only with how we operate, but also with the tool library as well. So then these are new requests or accelerated requests. We need a bookshelf for our youth services department. It's about $6,100. We are also looking at an archive master plan. If you know anything about the City of Temple and Springer Archive, we're sort of spread out into a few different buildings. And the scope of the archive really needs to be evaluated. Over the years, and this is true of the library as well, people just think they will just give us stuff and that we will hold it in perpetuity. And so we have a lot of other people's things. And with the Archives Master Plan, we're hoping to really narrow down that focus and have a plan going forward about what that archive needs to have and also where it needs to be located. In the basin of the HPO is not an option. The Kyle is not going to remain an option. At the archivist's house is not going to remain an option. At the museum is not going to remain an option. And in the basin of the library is not going to remain an option, which is currently where we have all of our archival materials spread out. So we would love to have that footprint that tells us where we need to be and what we need to be. Staffing changes for next year. We are looking to change the technical services library technician to librarian position. So that would be 2 folks who are technical services techs being upgraded to librarians at a price of $58,000. That's for both of them for an increase in that salary because that would go up several pay grades. The reason for this is that department or that division in particular is in charge of our entire collection. And we would like to ensure that we have very high standards when it comes to who is making our selections, who is leading our collections, and who's maintaining our records. So we would like to increase the proficiency and professionalism of that division. We currently have 2 NLIS degree librarians who are in that position who are being paid as if they have a high school diploma. So we would really like to increase their salary up to where they should be.
So that's just increasing the salary of the 2 existing people.
Yeah, not an additional position.
Right.
And that information will also be in the market study as well, but we wanted to kind of lay that bare. So these are not currently in the business plan as we are requesting. We do have a youth services librarian in the business plan, I believe, for fiscal year 27. We are asking to accelerate that to fiscal year 25 and the associated operating costs. So this is a new position. In the adult services division of the library, we have 3 full-time librarians and 2 part-time library assistants, or I'm sorry, assistant librarian. And in youth services, which is our most active division with the most number of visitors and users, we have 2 full-time librarians and 2 part-time assistant librarians. So there's a little bit of a lack of equity there. And with our staff being so inundated, especially the summer coming up, having another full-time employee on hand to assist and expand our programming. Right now, we're kind of set. We don't have the capacity for additional youth programming. And we would really like to increase our capacity so that we can meet the needs of our community. And then these are increases to current budget items. These are the items that are currently under $5,000. For the over $5,000, janitorial supplies, we have some new tenants that I'm sure you all are aware of. And because of that, we do have an increase in the amount of trash that we're producing, the amount of paper towels that are being used, the amount of times that we need to vacuum. So we have seen that we are blowing through our current janitorial budget. Books and periodicals, we have gone through and done an inventory. We're in the process of finishing up the adult services inventory of materials, and there are a lot of items that we are lacking as it pertains to our collection in terms of missing items within a series, but also just missing genres and information in specific categories, especially nonfiction for both adult and youth. And so we would really like to increase our book and periodical budget so that we can fill in those gaps and maintain that high standard of cataloging. And then for contributions and prizes, we would like to increase the number of items that we have that we're able to give out to different events. At a lot of our events, we show up with a brochure because that is what we have to give, because the number of lanyards and pens that we had at the beginning of the year, by the time we get to the end of the fiscal year, we're attending Pride Fest, you know, not having had a chance to purchase anything at the beginning of October and get it in. We're attending Pride Fest with some candy and how to get a library card, piece of paper. So that's not super exciting. So we would like to be a little bit more enticing, as well as with the career fairs that the city held, which has been fantastic, and we've had a lot of good experience there. But we don't have anything to people to remind them that we are an employer. And then for our dues and subscriptions, we have we would like to purchase a new database that would meet the needs of our community. So we just did a survey for our programming strategic plan. And in that plan, our community is very interested in crafts. They're very interested in artistic pursuits. And so we have found a database that's going to provide them with step-by-step tutorials and guidelines and then material lists as well. So that is part of that. And this also includes an increase that is built into a number of our other databases that we provide as well. Every year, everything goes up just a little bit more. So that would cover that cost as well as that. For the museum, don't let that top number scare you. For the Railroad and Heritage Museum, as well as the potential for a museum district for the city of Temple, we would like to do a museum master plan. So this master plan would not just be for the Railroad and Heritage Museum. It would be for a museum district that is to include the Czech Heritage Museum, the Temple Children's Museum. And there's another one. This one, maybe not. Does anyone think another museum?
Our Veterans Art Museum.
The what?
The Veterans Art Museum.
Yes, so we have some ideas for additional museums as well to include. One of those is the creation of a Texas Veterans Art Museum. We think that we are an area where not only that would be a great service to our community, but we would have a lot of interest as well. And with organizations like Help for the Vets, partnering with them to have experiential hands-on activities for our veterans, as well as a communal place where they can express their art, create art, and potentially work with some art therapy providers so that we can be a space for that to happen. But to move forward with any of those plans, we do want to have a feasibility study, which would be part of this plan, as well as a location finding study to see the best location. And that is the cost. Now, this particular vendor that we have been speaking with has already done work in the area. They did the Temple Children's Museum master plan. So they're familiar with Temple. They've made connections here already, and they have a good idea about our community, which is why we are looking at them in particular.
You know, where the Czech Heritage Museum
So the building is for sale. They're staying in there until it is sold. Their plan is to temporarily move into the basement of the every time.
SPJS.
As a student, yes, there we go. I know the letters, I just never know how they go. They reached out, as well as the Teachers Children's Museum, they reached out because they want to be co-located with the Railroad Heritage Museum. They think that, having a museum district is a fantastic plan. So both museums have actually put on hold their search for permanent locations. Because they would like to see if we can go through with this plan and be co-located.
Putting the building, the railroad building,
But I'm sorry.
would that be putting them in the railroad?
Oh, no.
Another building.
So we don't have a full picture yet of what exactly that would be, because that would be part of this planning process. There is no space in that building for them to be there. But this could be the acquisition of land or utilization of land the city already has to create buildings and have a district where everyone is located next to it.
Is this? I never trust this stuff. Is this like archive strap, people dropping old photos for the city to tend to? I mean, is that why check Heritage Museum and Temple Children, do they want somebody else to put the bill?
No.
So
So
they're willing to spend some money?
I would assume so, yes.
Oh, don't assume.
You better tell.
They have already denied buildings that were made available for them because they are interested in this. Now, when it comes to the master plan, I don't know what they have this year to afford. When it comes to building out the plan and going forward with it, I know they're very interested and very motivated.
Oh, I think, I agree completely. They are. Well, I know about the Children's Museum. I can't speak for the other one. I haven't spoken to anybody, but I know that and the concept of the museum district or area is so important. Has Elizabeth talked to Patricia Benoit yet? Do we know? Who writes the article for the paper, articles on that, the Backroads column for the paper?
I don't know.
She's got to be brought into talking about heritage and museums and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Some additional requests that we have is we would like to change our part-time assistant to a full-time museum development coordinator. This is a position that does grant funding, grant writing. They also do fundraising events, and they essentially raise that extra donation and fundraising money for the museum. And then you can ignore where it says operating items. We already have this. That was my bad. Increases for the museum over $5,000. We are looking at an increase in travel and training. Previously, the museum budgeted for one person to attend the Texas Association of Museum Conference. With a staff of 5, there's definitely room for making sure that our museum manager and our educator and our coordinator are being educated and they are getting adequate training, not conferences, but also webinars and those paid special events. We're also similarly, we have a very limited budget for contributions and prizes. What we have for this year, I believe we have some lip gloss budgeted and some slap bracelets, and so it's pretty small. So this increase is to ensure that we have branded things that we can take to places. Like, remember, we were at the Railroad Heritage Museum where you want to come and visit us and get those dollars back into the museum through visitation. We also want to make a ploy or a request for a different department. Communications and marketing. We would really like for them to have a marketing specialist that is specifically dedicated to the library museum. Right now, Brenda is overseeing our marketing. She's fabulous, but she's also spread way too thin because she is doing all of the administrative work for the communications and marketing team and trying to keep up with all of the stuff that we're doing, all of the messages we get on Facebook, all of the things that we have going on, and making sure that she's informed and she's there and she's taking pictures. She's really take that. So we would really like to see this part have that specialized staff person specifically for the library. Heather, it's like you walked in right at the right time. So here's some of our future plans as well. So we would like to decelerate the central library remodel. We had originally, I believe, had that for fiscal year 29. We'd like to push that back to fiscal year 30, and possibly further back depending on funding for other branch locations. We would like to accelerate the West Branch, location, and that's, dependent on their funding resources as well. We would like to accelerate the Assistant Director of Technology and Training. So right now, we have one Assistant Director of Libraries and Museums. We would like to have another Assistant Director so that they can really specialize in the specific areas of the library and museum. We'd like to remove the devices for checkout. We would like to look at maybe one day, an actual building for the archive. And again, that's what that transfer tonight will tell us. We've got what we need. Of course, the museum district, as we talked about, and then a possible museum building as it relates to that district.
How come we're moving devices for checkout?
We've reevaluated it and it doesn't seem to be as high of a need, especially with the school district and what they're providing. This is some long-term planning. So looking at staffing for the South Branch location in fiscal year 26, of course, contingent on whether or not we can build next year. Of course, the collection as well. For the museum, we're looking for a rolling stock cover. So this is, we have several engines and cars at the museum, and we would really like to have something that goes over them because the sunlight hitting them repeatedly, they are in quite a bit of distress and disrepair. So the first thing we need to do before we can really go in and fix them is to make sure that they're protected and covered so that once we paint them again, they're not ruined. BiblioBoard is a library database. This is the database that provides our community with additional e-content that they can read, but it also allows our local authors to publish their content online and then make money off of it as well. It's a very popular program. I know the Austin Public Library is utilizing it out of their actual catalog, but we would just, which is much more expensive than this, but we would just like to provide that e-content portion. And then, of course, continuing again, funding resources, the West Branch Library. And then we're looking at taking our current museum assistant, which is a museum office assistant. They are working as a museum educator at a part-time capacity, turning that into a full-time museum educator position. And then fiscal year 27, possible design for the South Branch Library. We'd like to add LinkedIn Learning as a database as well. And it's a pretty hefty cost, but that is one of the most premier online learning sites as it relates to any sort of tech industry, as well as management people resources. Then RFID tablets, this is a way for our staff to be more mobile and get away from the desk. So we're looking at sort of a not fully deskless model for reference at the library, but a predominantly deskless model where you can be roving around and assist customers that way. And then an executive support coordinator. This would be somebody who works on special projects for the library and museums and archives. So this would be grant coordination, grant writing, working as a liaison with the marketing specialist in communications and marketing, and any other high profile, high important projects that we have. Then moving along, we have the West Branch Library Building 28 and the additional assistant director position in 29, a design for the central library, West Library staff, West Library collection, RFID tablets again for those additional staff members, and then fiscal year 30, maybe a central library remodel. And if we do that, we are looking at Bluefy, which is a software that manages room rentals. So right now we have to physically go and unlock rooms for people and keep track of them on an Outlook calendar. We don't have a way for anyone to come up with their library card and check out the study room, check out the McLean room, check out the board room. So we'd like to move to a model where people can come up, they can either do it online or in person, and they can check out those rooms. And then we'd be able to keep track of who's doing it as well, so we can get accurate statistics. But also if somebody were to do something they shouldn't do, we know who the last person is. That is all. Question?
Great. That's an easy, thank you. Thank you.
$50 million.
Yeah, we didn't talk about the 35. That's exactly.
And I'm sorry, Natalie, just hold on one sec.
Sure
Sorry,
thing.
just one moment. Or is the library, Central Library remodel and design 29 and 30. Are we holding off on those because we're talking about the downtown city hall and all of the space, et cetera?
No, not necessarily. So the reason that I am looking to push those back to 29 and 30 is we'd like to have at least 2 branch locations open so that we are not operating the central library while we're under construction. We don't want to put anybody in danger. We don't want to get all that dust in people's lungs. And we want to have places for the collection to be.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, council, mayor. How's everybody doing? I'm sure y'all are tired after 2 days of going through all these. So, I'm here to, shock and awe you with big giant numbers and,
I got yours.
I don't want to see head shakings of no, we're not gonna do this, we can't do this. But I appreciate your time. As you all know, or if you haven't known, we've kind of split the airport up into 2 different categories. The airport itself is one entity. Our job is to maintain the airfield, do economic development by building more hangars for tenants, commercial entities that are bringing their business to our area. Also, the safety aspect of the airport, and then of course, you know, the administration part. So the airport, we've got the ARF maintenance that takes care of our airfields, runways, taxiways, trees, vegetation, buildings, all that good kind of stuff, our vehicles, operations that does the daily inspections of all the airfields, making sure that we're complying with FAA regulations and standards. And then, of course, quality control, which is basically making sure that our fuel is clean, clear, and safe for our airplanes, because you don't want to have any issues with your fuel in your airplane when you're at 30,000 feet. You just can't pull over and check to see why the engine's not wanting to run. The second aspect of the airport now is the FBO, which is basically the customer service and the face of the airport. They're dealing with the transient traffic coming in daily. They take care of the airplane. They take care of the customers on the airplane, and they take care of the pilots and their needs. So in this presentation today, we'll start out with the airport side of the budget, and then we'll continue and finish up with the FBO aspect of it. So currently we have 17 positions at the airport. 16 of them are filled. We have the 1 part-time ARF fueler position that we just can't get filled, and I'll talk more about that here in a few minutes. In last year's business plan, it got approved to have our 3rd and part-time CSR changed to full-time in 2025. So under my directions, I have Alicia, the operations coordinator, and then the FBO manager and operations manager, and then their staff underneath them. So last year, how'd the airport do? Well, our revenues exceeded operations. That's a good thing. And of course, that is our operation revenues and operation expenses. And my overall goal is to get the airport eventually someday away from the general fund and become an enterprise fund and it's self-sufficient under our own operations. So that's the overall goal. And so some of these things I'll talk about today is helping us set up, you gotta spend a little money to get things set up so that we can do that in the future. We were doing so well at jet fuel sales that finance came in, adjusted our goals for sales. But after the adjustments at the end of the year, we just missed it by 3.4%. Our avgas, which is our piston aircraft with propellers, that fuel was 9.2% over the previous year. With the CSRs, since they've been hired, they can really focus on capturing revenue that we weren't able to before. So our ramp and tie down fees really skyrocketed along with our miscellaneous airport revenue. So over fiscal year 22, aircraft operations were up 11%. We did receive just under $1 million in grants to help us with some capital improvement items. And then we do have a private investor that's currently interested in building a set of T-hangars at the airport. We're still in talks with them and planning stages before we go to city manager's office and continue further discussions with that. We do have one company interested in building a corporate hangar. However, with inflation and financial times, and of course, the federal administration that's going on, they kind of want to hold back a little bit to see what happens with finances and all that kind of stuff before they want to go and invest money in building the hangar. Last year, we also completed, of course, the beautiful FPO, and thank you all for your support on that. And we also completed making 8 plots for corporate hangars shovel ready with utilities and access road. And for the first time, we held our own air show. Unfortunately, weather didn't cooperate with us greatly, but I think it was a good success for us to start out on our first year. So the airport, our objective is to provide a safe, self-sufficient airport that helps drive progressive development and growth for our community. So the airport either contracts or expands with the economic health of our community. And right now, Adrian at the EDC, they're doing a fantastic job bringing companies into our community. So with that, we have to grow. We are getting busier with the Polar Beverages, Niagara Bottling, SpaceX now, all these other different companies that are coming to our airport because their businesses are here in our community. So we need to be prepared with our airfield and our infrastructure and our facilities as our community grows along with that economic development. So in our airfield, we're going to see plans to help prepare our infrastructure for the future, make sure our existing stuff stays safe and well maintained, along with looking at doing new projects that's going to help us expand. That's also in the aircraft parking expansion, things like that, utility extensions to hangar areas that are going to need some water and wastewater to them, things like that. In the facilities themselves, we need some roof repairs. We've got lots of hangars and terminal buildings that leak when we get heavy rains. We're working with Belinda and purchasing and those groups they're going to be going out for RFP to look at companies to not only take care of our roofs, but other roof systems that are around the city. We got to look at fire sprinkler system and our largest commercial hangars 2026. It's kind of an expensive item to keep this up to date and to working properly in compliance with fire department and the fire marshal's office. So we don't see anything on the business plan that has to deal with that. That's more of our line item budget stuff. And then we want to upgrade and redesign the old Elmer Reed terminal that we just moved out of. We got some great ideas to help expand our airport and the business there. by improving that building. And then, of course, we need to finish up the airport beautification, which just means our wayfinding signs, vegetation, the signs out front of the airport, things like that. And then we're just gonna be asking for that part-time ARF line service person to go from part-time to full-time. So the way I've structured this is color coded, kind of hopefully easier to remember. Our new items are gonna be in green. If we want to continue as planned, it's blue. Stop or change any items, it's red, and yellow to accelerate. So to start off with new items, these are just for fiscal year 25, as I mentioned.
I really need to slow down. So you know.
Oh, I'm sorry, slow down. Okay, so you're all right. But as a driver on the streets, yellow means. So a great picture of our staff over here during the grand opening of the FBO, but as I stated, we want to move that ARF line tech position from part-time to full-time. This position requires you to have firefighter 1, firefighter 2, and an EMT license. For a part-time person to come on and help us with covering overtime, covering open shifts, things like that. We usually get applicants that are already working for a fire station in our community somewhere. And it's really hard to rely on them to be able to cover these shifts because they've got a full-time job somewhere else. So it's really important, I think, for us to switch it from part-time to full-time so that we can have a dedicated person. It's either retiring out of a fire department or just coming out of an academy and looking for a full-time job. We're also looking at, we get asked a lot, Texas A&M, Central Texas out of Killeen, they have an aviation program. We get a lot of kids out of there asking to be an intern at our airport. It helps with their college credits and gives them, 3 to 6 months of on-the-job training and actual good look of what it takes to run and operate at an airport and all the different jobs aspects as well. So we're looking at asking for an airport internship position as well. So our other item for fiscal year 25 is we want to hire Nava Retail Consulting. We've got 2 great projects that's in our future land use plan. Up at the top here, you can see we've got a proposal for a boutique hotel, a tap house restaurant, and then of course some retail restaurant areas. And the bottom, this is the old Elmer Reed terminal. It's currently, of course, 1 story and 1 building, and we worked with KPA and Cubby on some ideas. And this is going to be fantastic for us to have a nice 2-story restaurant with bar at the airport, and then remain office spaces for a flight school or an aircraft sales company that wants to sell airplanes at the airport. We've already got a company that's interested. We're just working with them on prices and stuff like that right now from their proposals.
Sean, are you following the new restaurant coming into the Waco airport?
I've heard rumors of that, but I have not seen any information.
I can't remember the details, but it is finalized and it's a boutique type upscale restaurant. It sounded very, very appealing.
Yes, and so there's 2 aspects to this, and the fact that a restaurant brings in business. Your weekend warriors like to fly and get those $100 hamburgers.
Yes.
They come in, eat, buy some gas, and take off. So we're either going to get a ramp fee out of them or a fuel sales out of them. The other aspect of it is in the land lease agreement with these restaurants, not only are we going to get a fee for them to rent the space from the airport, but we can also put in, and my goal is to put in some sort of a percentage of their sales or something like that. So a little bit of extra revenue comes off the restaurant as well.
What I learned about the Waco one is that it's one of the draws is to be very open to the public, not just people flying in.
Right.
People who want to stop in and watch the plane.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what we've got to focus on to make this restaurant a community restaurant, that people think it's good food at a decent price and great atmosphere. And
But
so,
not just a hamburger joint.
right,
Upscale.
no, correct. So anyway, now retail, Aaron is done some proposals with them, looking at doing some hiring with them for some work with the city and some TRC properties, as she mentioned. So she led me on to these guys. They kind of marry investors and property management people or restaurateurs and stuff like that. So that's what this company will do, is they'll find the two, get them to invest in the property, fix it up, do things like that. Especially the hotel, I think, like last night, for example, we had a organ donor, a person passed away at Baylor Scott and White. That creates 6 to 7 jets at our airport, and they were there all night. You know, if we had the boutique hotel right there, giving a discount to the pilots and things like that, that would be a great amenity for our airport. Not only a boutique hotel at this location could also serve the needs of the softball fields, tournaments up over, you know, across the highway, things like that as well. So,
I love the roof line.
yes, yes. So, another ask for fiscal year 25 is, we need to do some utility extensions. On the bottom here is our current private hangar area. Mr. Small is, just been approved, by you folks to, build this smaller hangar, but he wants to build a very large, hangar here with office space and things like that. But we have no, wastewater, utilities for everybody. These lines here that go to this hangar is just a small, supply just for that. Same as over here. We have the Ryans already here at this hangar. But we need to bring water and wastewater over to this area so those hangars can get taken care of. And then in the future land use plan, their proposed hangar projects, we have a property management company that, as I spoke about before, they want to build 5 rows of T hangars there. But with that, they need office space for their sales office, things like that. So we need to extend some water and wastewater to their area. Plus, if we want to start preparing our phase 2 area for commercial hangars and other future hangar sites, we need to bring water and wastewater across the taxiway there. So both of these projects with KPA estimates and working with the city's engineers, we're looking at about 198,000 to get those utilities over there.
Can any of that be developer agreement with the people that want to do the hangars?
So with that, probably we are going to do something like that with the commercial property folks. But when we talk to Mr. Small, he's just a private individual who wants to build a hangar just for him and rent some space out. They can't really afford that kind of money and add it to their loans. So that's why the bottom part's really important. The top one, proposed hangar area, we're gonna work with those guys to make them pitch in for that. But the future hangar sites and the commercial hangar sites, we need to have that credit prepared so that it's shovel ready. We can say, look, it's good to go. All you gotta do is start building. So, as you all hear from your constituents that like to complain about we don't have enough T hangar space at the airport. I figured next year we can at least go through with KPA or another engineering firm to at least do the design and give us some very solid numbers and OPCs on what it's gonna cost for us to expand on our existing hangars. But these 3 here are the oldest sets of T hangars. They were built in the 1950s. They really need to be torn down completely and just do a whole row by themselves. But the rest of these we can do extensions off of, and then we've got room for one more space there. So with this kind of stuff, we've hired a consultant, as Mike knows, the consultant came and he will be also talking to you in the future, next month at one of the workshops. But you know, as I try to explain to people, if Mr. Smith and the city of Temple go to the same contractor and say, I want to build a row of T-hangers with 10 spots in it, Mr. Smith is gonna get a bid for $750,000, and the city is gonna get a bid for 1.2 million. Because of all the things we require, bonds, workers' comp, all the other things, and they just know it's the city. This is gonna help us prove that point of, look, it's gonna cost, you know, X amount of dollars, it's a solid number, and we can either decide to move forward with it, if you guys feel that it's a cost-effective way, or we can try to go the private investment route and let other people build it at their bid. So this is the big one. So the Elmer Reed Terminal, as you said, beautiful lines on the building. This is another rendering that Covey did for us. I think that this is a fantastic project. I think it would bring not only business, flying business here, but also the community. Who would not want to go and sit on the deck and look at airplanes land and take off while you have a steak dinner or things like that? We did get numbers, OPC numbers from KPA and Covey, and with design and construction, we're looking at 5.717 million. And it's mostly, they're taking away the whole middle part of this building, and then of course adding the second floor here. This grass area is already here, just requires some fence line, but I think this would be a great asset for the west end of Temple. This project, the fire access road, I just put it in here in case it doesn't happen, but currently the skills pad project that's going on with Chief Randall's, it looks like that project came way under budget, and we've got money to actually do this, but we've been needing to add a road for the Station 8 Fire Department straight up to the taxiway, so they have direct access to the airport, instead of coming out on Airport Road, coming back in, going through a gate and going to the response site. So this will alleviate that, also help us with those after hour calls when our folks aren't at the airport, and Station 8's there making the response.
That's underway right now.
Yeah, Sean, Glenn is working on a change order that I think council will see before long.
Okay. So with that, with y'all's approval on that, then we can take away this, because it'll be taken care of in that project, so.
So you just gave us back 345,000.
I sure did.
That we hadn't given you.
That's correct. So we're still even.
There you go.
So that's it for the new request for fiscal year 25. For 26, we're looking at possibly, if the T-hanger design next year comes in at some good numbers, construction costs may come down. We'll look at doing an actual construction on some of those. We have over 100 acres of tree and vegetation that we really need to get rid of at the airport. It's a wildlife hazard to aircraft, and we just need to make sure that the anything inside the fence, the tree and vegetation is gone. This would really help getting a skid steer for our maintenance folks. They could start chopping down, mulching, and taking care of that instead of having to go out to a contractor, spend lots of money for them to do it. In FY 27, we'll need to do an airport master plan update. We already have the master plan. It was done in 2017. Some of the things in aviation has greatly changed. The current master plan talks about a cargo facility, things like that. We need to start changing gears and looking at the future with electric EV aircraft, doing Uber rides in your ETOL and things like that. So we need to update the airport master plan so that it reflects what's actually happening in aviation nowadays. We're gonna be looking at replacing some vehicle assets in future years. And then every 5 years, we want to do a hangar rent market study. The current study that was done on the T hangar and box hangars gave us a good market rate. It looks like we're at the bottom end of what communities around us and like airports are charging. So we'll probably look at doing an increase in hangar fees, T hangar fees and stuff like that next year. But we want to do it every 5 years. And then, of course, replacement of some other equipment in the future.
Sean, is there any discussion with the Parks Department sharing John Deere's and mulcher heads?
So we've right now, we're down a mower. We've called out to Parks and Rec, also Transform Temple.
Right.
Everybody's so busy, especially, we all mow at the same time. 'Cause
Sure.
You know, it's this
Grass
mowing
grows at
season.
the same time.
So it's kind of like, well, you're out of luck because everybody's on their mowers and everybody's going at the same time.
We are gonna be proposing a vehicle, a more robust vehicle and equipment sharing program to you.
So our blue items, which is remain the same, already in the business plan, taxiway refurbishment. So this is on the west side of the old Amcom hangars. This is the area that the property management company wants to build 5 rows. This asphalt is of course derelict. If you were here during the tent hangar fiasco, this is where that hangar was. But we really need to refurbish this so that aircraft will have access to future land use plan phase 2. And then the current T hangar area that's hopefully gonna move forward and get built. This one, it's about 1.3 million. However, I believe we can get some grant money and it'll just be a 10% match for us on this. But of course, I always want to have the big number there so you see it. And then
Part of the reinvestment budget.
so the match, yes, reinvestment zone always does our match, grant matches.
It's not in their current financing, that is the, what is the current financing?
Taxiway D realignment project. Another item to stay on the radar in the business plan, of course, is the airport beautification. All of our wayfinding signs are the faded blue metal signs, can hardly see them. They've got the wrong information on them now since people have moved or gone away. We've tried scraping them off and you can still see exactly what the old lettering was on there, but this matches what the new FBO building would look like. And then also we've got some new design features for the entrance of the airport, moving the airport sign out further, closer to the highway and providing on the end of it lit up area. So our tenants can pay us to advertise on the lit up area of that sign. So just some items there. The whole project, 1.9 million is for the big project of widening and separating the entrance and exit, moving the sign. We have 6 of these to replace. It also is curbing and gutter along the entrance road to the airport as well.
John, I think that the signs are embarrassing
Yes,
for a
ma'am.
new airport. I really do. I think that we gotta do something.
Yes, and the big sign out front, the guys tried to wax it to make it blue again, and that lasted a few months, and now it's faded again.
It's just, we did all of this work
Yep.
and we didn't do the landscaping and
Right,
just not.
and
Entrances
also,
are so important.
and our marketing and branding and our logo has definitely changed from when this was originally done. We just love to get that all updated and look really nice. And the other part of it is doing some rock. You know, right now we've got the black designer fence, but just doing a nicer fence line around the entrance, make it look like an entrance to a nice, home subdivision or things like that. So. As I said, in the business plan, we've already been approved for, next year to, get, Jacobson Moore. I have put in an emergency request to get it replaced this year, but doesn't look like that's gonna happen. Anyway, we're gonna get another mower going, hopefully next year. Also continuing is the ranch parking expansion. We've, got this on the business plan. So as a matter of fact, last night when we had our 6 jets here, of course, we had, a couple of them parked under the canopy. But that took up all this parking space we have for Jet Row. I'm proposing to build another ramp parking area over here, which could park anywhere from 3 big jets up to 4 or 5 smaller jets in that area, giving us some more parking space. Unfortunately, we've got the canopy took away some of our parking, and this area is for our tie down customers for the smaller. Our art department needs some extrication tools updated. We've found that we're not looking for 2 tools. I just couldn't get a picture of the actual tool we do, but this is the spreader. Spreads metal apart, doors, things like that. And then this is a cutter, but there is a tool for about 17,000 mark that is called a combi tool and does both of those things with just one tool. The battery charger sits on the ARF truck, and we just pull it out, plug in the battery, and we're good to go. Continue with the business plan to replace our last gator. Our goal is to, of course, go green, so we're getting rid of all of our gas GSE equipment, ground support equipment, and going to battery operated stuff. So this will be replacing the last gas vehicle that we've got, or GSE we've got on the airport.
Where do you plug it in?
So at night, they just plug into a regular receptacle.
Really?
Yep. Yes. They have a charger that's internally, and you just plug the cord into those. Future fiscal years to stay the same. Of course, we have a ramp grant that the RZ matches. Great news about that, since TxDOT Aviation has received more money from the state. Our ramp grant's gone from what was a 50-50 for $100,000 to now 90-10, so our match is only $10,000. So that's gonna be a nice savings for the general fund, and also helps us get more bang for our buck. The west apron design, that is kind of over there by that taxiway that we need to refurbish. We want to just expand those the apron there so people can have the apron ready right next to where they build their hangers. So items to stop or change, we don't want to stop anything. Change in the business plan, the maintenance facility design was supposed to be in this fiscal year. Of course, we want to move that to next fiscal year. And then, of course, the airport beautification project was supposed to be this year, move that to next year. And then the same thing with the actual construction of the maintenance facility from FY25 to FY26. Some of these, well, actually, all of these are kind of RZ projects. And of course, the outer loop projects expanded in cost greatly. So we kind of got the cut on that. So hopefully in future years, they'll have some money for us to get this done. This is our current maintenance facility building right here, this white part right here. It does not house all of our equipment, all of our mowers, tractors, all that kind of stuff. We actually occupy an old hangar and a couple of storage rooms on the T-hanger sides. With this expansion, it would give our staff new offices, a new bathroom that's greatly needed. space for lifts to lift our vehicles, a pit to go under, our fuel trucks and things like that. And then the old building would become storage and hangar, or not hangar, but garage area, so that we can move all that equipment that's in a hangar and storage facility and put it on this place, and then we can actually go and rent out the hangar that they're occupying. Items to accelerate, of course, is the taxiway refurbishment we just talked about. And this is just a diagram color coded with each of the things that we just talked about. And the future fiscal years. And then we'll get into the FBO. Of course, FBO, exceptional service without exception. They want to focus on customer service, increasing fuel sales by 5% over this fiscal year, and then diversification of FBO revenue streams. Talk about these things here. So a new thing, we currently in the FBO, we rent a machine. It's an ice and water machine for just under $300 a month. I figured if we could buy one, we could definitely save some money there. We need a little walk behind aircraft tug. So we have an electric aircraft tug that you drive. We're getting pretty busy now, so that one takes care of the bigger aircraft, and then sometimes the pistons or smaller aircraft will pull under the canopy. While they're pulling that one out or going to get another aircraft, we need one more just to take care of the small guys and get them out of the way as well. Also new for the FBO, we already bought an electric ground power unit. We are getting away, as I said, from gas to battery. This plugs in and charges all day. And then when an aircraft needs it, we just plug it into the aircraft. Well, our canopy is so big that one GPU is on one side, it can't reach the other side. So if we had two of them, one on each side, then while we've got two airplanes in there, they could both be plugged into and taken care of. Instead of right now, one has to wait till another one's done with it. New items for future fiscal years. They're requesting, going to be requesting a full-time CSR. I told Andrew, our FBO manager, that of course, operations and revenues needs to show the need for that. But we've got it in the business plan anyway. And then, of course, we talked about replacing one of our courtesy cars, and Sherry back there had a great idea that we'll probably be looking at, is instead of going out to purchase a car, working with well, it was a great idea. So anyway, I'm going out and either working with a rental car company or a dealership to just lease a nice car. That way maintenance is taken care of through the lease. You can change it out every 3 years, and we get to keep a nice car for our pilots and passengers at the airport. Hopefully we're busy enough in FY27 that we're going to need a new self-serve fuel station, but that's all dependent on how busy we get in the future. This is Gloria. She's our part-time CSR. We hired her through the job fair that we had last year. In the business plan, we're keeping this the same. She will be going full-time October 1st. Also, things to continue for the FBO, avgas fuel truck purchase. It's replacing an old 1990s model that we have. And then our other avgas truck is early 2000s. It's in pretty good shape. We just need to refurbish it, and we get about 10 more years out of it if we do that instead of buying the second one. And then we currently carry 24,000 gallons of jet fuel on the airport property, and that's not including our 2,000 to 3,000 gallon trucks. And we've been so busy nowadays that we have to get a fuel load out of Houston about every 2 to 3 days. So it's gonna be nice if we could increase our fuel tank capacity. This also helps us with in the future, if some other type of fuel gets approved by the FAA, like we have to switch from the 100 low lead to now unleaded gas for our piston aircraft, then we've got that extra tank to do so. Stop, we thought we were gonna have to move our self-serve fuel station that's right next to the new FBO. At this point in time, there's been no real big conflict with airplanes that are parked at the self-serve, with aircraft going in and out of the aircraft canopy. And no other items to change. Once again, our list color coded in the business plan for the FBO and their fiscal years that we just talked about. And that's all I have. Any questions?
That's a lot.
Well, thank you.
What's the thought on the restaurant timing, et cetera, that's just a dream right now that.
So right now it is a dream. But I think with the planning and financial process that we're looking at, it would, of course, like increase business, especially on the weekends. And then the lease we could work out so that we get some revenue share from the restaurant itself.
Thanks.
Yes, please. I only have about 10 clients. Okay. So y'all are in for a real treat when you get back.
Yeah. They must have done it.
All right, we ready?
Okay. Heather said 7 minutes.
As it goes to my slides, remember that Sean basically gave back $345,000,
But he hadn't been given that.
but it was kind of like.
No.
Kind
An artist you are.
Okay, so I have two kind of sections, one is for general fund, and then the second one is gonna be for the hotel motel fund. So for general fund, this is the one that Natalie was talking about in her presentation. So this request is to accelerate a marketing specialist position, and currently right now it is in FY 27 in the current business plan. But we're requesting to accelerate this to FY 25. This position would be solely dedicated to the library and Railroad and Heritage Museum. And then if there was some wiggle room for additional, they could take a little bit from Parks and Rec as well, because we probably about including that potential. I also wanted to mention that there is a potential that this could be split funded, because I believe the Railroad and Heritage person doing that is currently Hotel Motel Fund. So that is a consideration. Currently, this work, like I was saying, is split right now. One person who's doing it is doing the library, the other person who's doing it is doing the museum. And our department, with it growing so quickly, the administrative assistant in our department, who's called the senior marketing assistant, she is currently doing all of the library things, which she's fantastic. And then Sinette in the destination marketing team is currently doing the museum. So anyways, this request also comes as part of the library master plan recommendation to have a dedicated person for library and museum marketing. The next request is for a website specialist, and this is currently in the business plan for FY 28, and we're requesting to accelerate it to FY 25. So the city currently has, I don't know how many is up there, 9-ish or so websites that we manage. And we estimate that to be a little bit over 2,000 pages. We have the official city page, templetx.gov. We have the Parks and Recreation page, the library page, the new airport and FBO website, jointemplepd.com, the recruiting site, and then Discover Temple and Downtown Temple. So that is a lot of web pages that we are responsible for, we the city. And so some current hardships that I just wanted to share. The way that we manage all of those web pages now is that we manage the big changes, but we ask departments to help us manage their respective web pages. So it is a challenge that we're asking people to manage the website who they have another job to do, their actual full-time job. And they're also not really trained. I mean, we provide website training and things like that to them. So that's a challenge. And then it's also a challenge for us just with our workload to make the website a priority. We do a pretty good job on keeping the content up to date, working with the departments. However, we don't really focus on usability, functionality. For example, one of the things that we've always wanted to do is do some testing on the website. So have a test person do, like, how do you find where to pay your water bill? How do you find where trash pickup is located, trash dates and things like that? Just to kind of see what changes we need to make on our website, because we know that it can be better. The other thing that we haven't really ever had a opportunity to focus on just because of time is accessibility, and also just SEO in general. So anyways, there's a lot more that goes into maintaining websites than just keeping the content up to date. So along with that request is a request for a piece of technology, and I would request that this technology stays with the website specialist position, whether that's in FY 25 or another year. So we're requesting this to be accelerated to FY 25. This one's a little bit tricky. So in the current business plan, there was a line for online newsroom software. However, we did identify some funding this year and we hope to get a new tool for that this year. And so we're requesting that that line item in FY '26 be changed to, it's called website quality management. And so this tool helps us to, it'll like scrub your website and it'll show if there's any broken links anywhere. It'll show you where you can make your website more accessible for people viewing the site. It'll help us with our SEO and kind of optimizing that. So it really just optimizes your website for the user to have the best experience possible. And then it would be brought on to start with these 4 websites, our 4 largest websites. The Community Summit. This was a huge success last year and we want to bring it back this year. This $15,000, so it's a new request. And the $15,000 is just for communications and marketing department expenses. Each department is requesting their needs within their own budget as far as printing and swag and things like that go. Okay, so for advertising, these are all new requests. Heart to Home, the new animal adoption center has, and all of these, that's why they're new requests, but none of these facilities on here or the 311 initiative, of course, because that's new, have existing ad accounts. So Heart to Home, we would like to request $5,000 just to promote the social media, do more ads on that, and run some ads on Google and things like that to promote the center. The 311 initiative is a new initiative, so we'll use that $5,000 to run Google ads, Facebook ads, TV ads, probably even for the new 311 call center to get that promoted within the community. And then the last 4 are for Parks and Rec facilities. So we as the city have never had a dedicated advertising budget for any of these facilities. We've always really just used what we could find and promote programs specifically. We've never promoted the facilities kind of more comprehensively. So we're kind of changing our strategy when we're promoting these facilities, and that's what the $5,000 is for. So again, just paid social media, paid Google ads, radio, TV, and things like that. That's what these dollars would come towards. Okay, so for hotel motel requests, there is currently a position in the business plan for a sports marketing specialist. So a couple of things on this one. We do want to decelerate it. We're requesting to decelerate it to 26. But recently we have 2 sales and marketing specialists in destination marketing. One of them, Diane Jones, she was fantastic. She just retired. And we actually just filled that position. And the girl who is coming on, the lady, is going to be amazing. And I think she's going to do really great things for the city of Temple, just based on her experience that she has in the sales world. And so we kind of want to see what she can do, because she also has some experience in sports, bringing sports tournaments in and things like that. But not only that, from the sports marketing strategic plan that was recently completed, we also kind of want to see what we do as it relates to upgrading any sports facilities, and see if any changes come from that as far as what we need to market. So that's the sports marketing specialist. And I think this is my last slide. So for downtown, I'm really excited to talk to y'all again next week for my departmental update and tell y'all all about what we have going on for downtown. But as it relates to budget requests, we have $15,000 requests, and that's just to really enhance and elevate the downtown events that we're currently offering. And we are working really closely with parks and especially the team in this initiative. And then the last item is, it's a lot of words, Downtown Business Christmas Decoration Initiative. So when Dan was here, he worked really closely with them to encourage them to decorate their storefronts during Christmas time. And we did receive some feedback a couple different times. Just it would be nice if the city could kind of help pay a little bit towards, give them an incentive to decorate. And so if we wanted to do that, too. Right, exactly. If we wanted to incentivize them to participate and make downtown really colorful and festive, this would be an option for that. Mike, did you have a question? Or did I make that up in my head? Okay, sorry. I thought I heard
are eligible for this are those that put lights on their building.
I like that.
Yes,
That's
yes.
really good. I like it.
They'll
I think
say,
that is it.
if you pay for the lights, I'll put them on my building.
No, they won't.
Trust me.
I didn't say we would do it. I said they'll say.
No, we've been trying. Yeah. We've been trying to pay for like downtown buildings and you'd be surprised how many people have told us no.
Why?
That's what I'm
What did they say? A bunch of
pay for the electricity.
bunch of scrooges.
I don't like you.
What if I move, what if I want to sell the building, what if I don't like the colors or you?
Oh my God.
Salmon, golf course and
It's
salmon's
my favorite. I want the lights up year round.
profit.
That's what we're trying to do.
Oh, yeah. Like it is over at the,
It would be in there.
Santa Fe Plaza.
Yes.
All of that.
Yes,
No,
Yeah.
I want more of them,
All right, anybody have anything?
more lights.
Sorry, we were talking about lights.
No.
Mayor speaking on the stage.
Anybody have anything for that?
More lights.
I'm down for lights. Yes, April, no, May 2nd, sorry, so I think this week after next. But I'm excited.
All right, thank you.
Thank y'all.
You get everything except the 300. Heather, you get everything except the 345,000 you tried to con us out of that we hadn't even given anybody. We caught you.
All right, no, you did. You didn't make it. I'm just being smart. Whenever you're ready, I'll.
Well, like no one else.
Central, R, five. Central Fire Lights. I don't know by, I don't buy by the numbers. It's quite expensive. Apparently, like, oh.
Hey, Mike, are you in the airport now? On board for-
Because. You ready?
I'm under those.
Here we go.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. It's awesome to be the last one to go. Anyway, that means I just have to go fast, and so I'll do my best. So, we are currently authorized at 129, and that includes one overhire position, and I'm happy to report we are at 100% employed right now. And we have been very fortunate, and I get to brag on this all the time. We've been very fortunate to be able to stay that way even through the pandemic. We have not seen a lot of the hiring problems that other departments have had, and I think that goes back to a lot of different things. Number one, our department and the folks that work for us and the city. I think we are definitely a department of choice within the area. And then I think probably the second thing is we don't have an ambulance. We don't run ambulances. So a lot of, you can still do all of your paramedic stuff. You can still do all your firefighter EMT stuff, but you don't have to ride an ambulance. I think that plays a big role. Interesting. So, and just kind of interesting note on that as well is Harker Heights is soon to sounding like they're going to give up their ambulance and kind of follow our model. So
It's cheaper, isn't it?
it is, yes, sir.
Do you have any idea about roughly about how much?
So several $1 million. When we looked at it back a few years ago, when Miller Scott and White was kind of on the way out, we were probably looking at to start an ambulance service. We wanted to get back into it, probably somewhere between $7 and $10 million to get it going. And maybe even a little more than that, but then ongoing upkeep was going to be several million as well.
And you don't have to do the billing.
Right.
Yeah,
That's a big deal too.
Yeah, and normal billing is around 35% of your billing. So that's what you can expect to collect is around 35 to 40%.
Wow.
So
What sort of revenue do that ambulance services? I know we're getting way off. Sorry.
well, okay, sorry, you said
You
us
brought
off on
it
that
up.
track.
You brought it up. But what kind of revenue do those ambulance services get?
Normally not that good. They're paying their costs and stuff, but they're not, they're not making money hand over fist. So, all right, so I got two different things here. We talk about these every time I talk. That's total number of incidents and total number of responses. The big thing here is I want everybody to notice is that we have kind of sawtooth a little bit, but we are on the increase every year for the last 4 to 5 years. And I think this is going to be a trend we're continuing. I was just running numbers for my next presentation, which I'll get to present to you guys again in a couple weeks. But we are even looking up this year again. So obviously city's growing, which means more calls for service, more people, more calls for service. And so we're continuing to see this trend upward.
Do you think it's just population growth?
I think there's a little bit of everything going on there. I think it's population growth. I think it's people traveling through. We spend a lot of time on the highways.
Okay.
35, 36, a lot of traffic out there. So I think a lot of it's attributed to that as well. And then our industry, we've got a lot of industry coming in. And so again, commuters coming in to work in the city. So not just folks that live here, but folks that are traveling into work. And so we see a lot of them on a routine basis as well. So, all right, for incidents, by far and away, EMS and rescue incidents, those motor vehicle accidents are our highest, right around 50% of our, 56% of our calls. Hazardous conditions, this could be like gas leaks or those types of things. About 3%. Service calls could be anything from a child locked in the car to other types of services that we provide. 12%. Good intent calls. This is the person on the cell phone that calls and says, "Hey, I see something," and it's not really what happened. So the one I like to talk about that we seem to go on a couple times a month is, "Hey, there's smoke coming from this house. I think it's on fire," and it was someone barbecued at the back. Very, very common. False alarm calls, it's about 6%. Others, which are kind of those weather type calls, so the kind of odd lightning strikes and that kind of stuff, 20 or 0% or 1%. There's only 26 calls for the year, but then fires are about 3% or about 415.
Chief, do we charge for false calls? I know Belmar, my office says, I think I get 2 false calls a year, that's $50.
So we run off the same model that PD does. So whenever we get a certain amount, we turn those over to PD, and they bill through their false alarm billing program. Yep. So some of the stuff that we're working on this year, and most of this we've either got completed or is well on the way. So I'm not going to go through each and every one of them. But I'll point out some of the bigger things. So our SCBA washer sanitizer, that's been delivered and we're working on getting that installed right now. That's another portion of our cancer prevention that we're working on for our folks. Again, cancer within firefighters is very high. It's typically around 20 to 30% higher for firefighters as opposed to the general population out there. So that's why we concentrate on cancer prevention so much with firefighters. We've got some intent to purchases out there for vehicles, and our current one, which is the one for FY24, for this year, we actually sent that out last July. And then the engine that's in the 25 budget or in the business plan for the 25 budget, we've already issued an intent to purchase at the same time with that because of delivery timelines. When we ordered the engine that was due to be built in FY23, which we still haven't gotten, by the way, it was 24 months delivery time. Before all the pandemic, we could order a fire engine and get it in 6 to 7 months. Now we were at 24 a couple of years ago. The most recent one, I just did an intent to purchase on our FY26 engine, and it was 42 to 44 months. So, the ladder truck for Fire Station 9, which is to be built at some point in time in the future, we've already did a letter of intent on it. And again, it's 48 to 50 months. So timelines for getting these vehicles are way out there. We've talked to all the vendors around and everybody's got the same problems. It's a supply chain issue still. And the fact that folks are trying to get caught up. We're hoping, of course, that those times get better, but right now, we're not seeing them. We're actually seeing them elongate. So,
well, what are we doing about the one that's 48 to 50 months, but we don't need it till we build the station?
so it's already ordered. We have already did the purchase and pre-ordered it.
We'll be doing the station in conjunction or before it. We know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We actually will. I'm hoping we'll have the station done before the truck gets here, but it just depends on how all that timing works out.
Are you required to put down some kind of deposit?
No.
Reservation?
So we just tell them that we're going to purchase it. And basically, like I said, we sign a proposal. Now, the awesome thing is too, is we lock in today's prices. So in 4 years, when we get the truck, we don't have 4 years worth of inflation to go
But
with
aren't you
it.
making it fairly specific? So if somebody falls through,
Normally, and this does happen. What they'll do is they'll put it out as a spec truck or a stock truck, and normally they're gone within a few weeks. So
That's what
someone's
we got.
typically always looking for one.
That's how we got our ARF truck, is somebody ordered it and then didn't follow through with it, so we were able to get it.
Yep.
So, and we're not paying interest.
Nope.
Why?
was laughing at Chief,
What's that?
they were laughing at
Oh.
the other day about that.
Yeah.
Got that ARP truck.
Yeah,
I think if we had used that privilege, you know, if
Yeah.
we signed the letter of intent and then we didn't go through with it. And didn't really have a good reason, they probably would let us do that any longer.
yeah. Yeah, right now, we're doing real well. I mean, we're keeping with all of our timelines that we promised, and they're keeping with their timelines, so we're doing really well with it. So. And it's been, like I say, it's working out pretty well so far. We're hoping that 22 engine will actually get, delivered and built either later this year or early next year is our goal, so. But, anyway.
The one we ordered, or you ordered in 22.
Yes, ma'am. Right,
So it's not even under construction yet.
no, ma'am.
Oh, my God.
We don't actually, we don't have a spot in line yet, so.
Unbelievable.
Well, it's not online yet, like, we haven't even done the pre-build for it yet. So, yeah. All right, so station alerting system, that's underway. It's installation are in progress right now, and it's scheduled to be done in June or July of this year. And so we're really anxious to get that online and operational. And if you've looked out back, the driving pad, trailer storage, scrap pit, and simunition building are all under construction. That's been a long time coming, and I'm super thrilled to see that happen. And so going to be a lot of concrete poured out back in the next several months. So, and then the ladder truck that everybody came to push in, and we appreciate everybody coming and participating. This was our final cost on that, $1.38 million. So, and again, this was one that we did a intent to purchase on back a couple years ago in order to get that. But it took us a little bit over 2 years to get that vehicle in after we ordered it. And by today's standards, that was fast. That's about half the time that they're telling us now. Something else, just again, the pricing. So this is just for a fire engine, not a ladder truck. It's over $1 million now for a fire engine. I never thought I would see that in my career, but here it is, over $1 million for a fire engine. So pricing, it just continues to get out of hand on these things. Everything's getting expensive. So some items that are approved for 25 already, and again, I'm not going to read through this whole list, but these are some of the things that are in there, and I'll just kind of hit on some of the big ones. Our first two are 2nd Battalion Chief and driver's position with their vehicle. That's for splitting the city in half. And if you've ever tried to get from one side to the other side of Temple during pretty much any time of the day except for overnight, you know it takes you 30 minutes or better to get there. And that's part of the reason why we want to split up the city is right now we have one battalion chief trying to cover everything. And so if there's a major incident, and of course, he runs out of Central, if there's a major incident on the west side of town, it takes him 20 to 30 minutes to get out there to that, even to run an emergency because of all the traffic. So we're wanting to split the city. We've also got the 8 stations getting ready for a 9th, and just the scope of being able to get around and talk with the crews and supervise the crews and assist with training and what have you with them. There's just not enough time in the day for one person to get all that done in a timely fashion. So we looked at it, and if we went out and tried to spend an hour a month or a day or a week with the crews, it would take 2 days for the battalion chief to get all the way around. Well, that's the whole week, and then he'd have to start right back into that, and so he wouldn't have time to get anything else done. So we really need to cut down that level of responsibility and split that between 2 people. The other goal that we're really working towards, and of course, as we grow and we're starting to see, again, more and more calls, we're starting to see those larger incidents where we do have multi-units on it. And so we're wanting to be able to work 2 major incidents at one time. And so that requires a battalion chief for that. Right now, we rely upon either, one of the chiefs to either go to it if we're in at work, or, if we get called back in, of course, we've got to get dressed and get in our vehicles and get to wherever we're going, and that takes time as well. So again, it's one of those where it takes us a little bit of time right now, so we're hoping to get that second, supervisor on staff as soon as we can. So, next up is a new squad for Fire Station 4. We are consistently seeing them run about 200 calls a month, and that's kind of that breakover point where you need to add another crew because their reliability starts to get kind of lower. And when I talk about reliability, I'm talking about not whether or not they're reliable or not, but whether they're available to take a call in that district. And so obviously our goal is to keep all of the units as available as we can so that the closest unit can go to that. And so that we maintain really good and quick response times. But if like SIT 4 is out on a call right now and someone else has to come, normally we're around 5 minutes out of Station 4 to get to a call, but you can add another 4 to 5 minutes for the next closest truck to get there. So if you can imagine waiting 8 to 9 minutes, sometimes even 10, depending on where it is in Forest District, for another engine to get there. It becomes a real time issue for us as far as waiting on a response from another apparatus.
Is that three, like A, B, and C shift?
That's correct, yeah.
So where's the third? Okay,
No, so on the squad, it just has 2 people. They mostly respond to medical calls or as extra staffing for
the
big.
captain's over with all.
Correct. Yeah. So like at Station 1, it'd be like we run at Station 1 and Station 3 right now. We run 2 units out of their squads or rescues. And so there's 3 folks on the ladder truck and then 2 folks on the squad or the rescue. And so those squads or rescues with the 2, they run mostly EMS calls. All right. We are looking at refurbishing one of our rescues that we've got, our old rescue. That's the bigger rescue. It was actually set down back a few minutes ago. I don't know if it's still out there or not, but it's an older one. It's an 04, but it's only got around 60,000 miles on it. Still got a lot of life left in it. And the beauty part about it is it has no emissions on the diesel engine, so we don't have much mechanical problems with it. And so we're wanting to try to keep that around for another 7 or 8 years. And so we think we can get that refurbished and have it last and be a good vehicle for us for another several years going down the road. A lot of these are just routine purchases that we do every year. We are looking here at a exterior stairway to the training tower out here. What we want to do is add that stairwell to the training tower so that we can simulate either high-rise stairwells or simulate like a hotel motel stairwell. It's great practice for the fire department to be able to move hose lines and do fire attacks that way. But it's also good for PE to be able to do their entries and their training on those. It would be an open stairwell, so we'd be able to stand outside. The instructors could stand outside and actually watch what the crews are doing. And be able to visualize and correct as they saw things or issues that they needed to. Let's see. Most of the stuff I'll talk about separately in another slide, but then design of 9 is down here. And so again, we're really excited about getting started with some new stations. Obviously, as growth continues, we're going to need to add more stations, keep our response times down, and to cover the areas that are either being annexed or being built into. All right. So some new items from staff requests, and again, I'm not going to go over every single one of them, and some of them I have separate slides for, so I'm going to kind of skip over those as we get to them. But one of them I really want to address, or a couple, the top few I want to kind of address. One is our fire safety liaison PIO that has an industrial focus. So we've got right now a fire safety person and a PIO that it's Santos. He's the one with the Dalmatian that does a lot of our community public education, and then also a lot of education in the schools with Buzzy Gover. But we don't have anyone that spends specific time out in the industrial park. And we've got so much industry going in now, and their needs are really huge. They need first aid classes, AED classes, CPR classes, confined space classes, all of that stuff, which we can help provide to them through a training person. The other thing it would give us is it gives us someone to be in there as they add different items or chemicals or other processes to their facility. We would be there to actually see that and report back to the crews. that really becomes instrumental when we're responding to a fire or some type of call there, for us to know what kind of equipment and what kind of processes and what have you that they have there. So again, want that person to be really our big liaison with the industrial folks and spend a lot of time out there and really get to know them and be able to provide them with that training or with that basically assistance in being more safety oriented and more emergency response oriented. So I think that's a really big thing for us that we'd love to see us get. This would be some sort of a firefighter position. We're not sure 100% on what rank it would be at the moment. But anyway, it would be someone that was an actual trained firefighter and would work out of the fire marshal's office. Got a couple of requests for emergency management, and I think everybody's very familiar with Jennifer now. And she has done a great job for us since she's got on with the city. She's really ramped up our emergency preparedness, and she's doing a fantastic job for us. But we need to give her some help. There's only one of her in there. And I am her assistant right now. I try to help her as much as I can, but I can't give the time to her that I need to. And so I need to give her a program manager, or I'm sorry, a planning person. And then I'd also like to bump her up to a division head level. Right now, she's just a management level, but I'd like to bump her up to division head and actually in charge of the emergency management division within the fire department. We've got some additional special operations needs, and we'll talk about those here in a few minutes, and some new radios. And like I said, I've got most of that in other slides, so I'm just going to continue on. So we talked about trucks a little bit. This is kind of where we're at with fire apparatus, and this is what engine they are. This is what they are, and then all of that. But you can see if you would go look at the side, that's how old some of those are. So right now, everything that is in black here with white lettering, that's all new stuff and is in really good shape and doing well and is going to serve us into the future. Anything that is gray here with black lettering, that is stuff that we are looking to as we get new apparatus. So as that new engine arrives, one of these vehicles will go, and it'll probably be this one right here, engine 11, which is 23 years old currently. It will be leaving us. And so then as we get the next engine, 21 will be leaving us. And so again, we're trying to upgrade some of our engines and get those to move along. And so what happens is like the first one, this one here, will go to replace like engine 4. Engine 4 will move down to a reserve status where it becomes a backup truck, so that when when their main trucks broke down, that will go and they will run out of it. Anyway, that new engine would be up there, that one would move down, and then engine 11 would go away. Okay, so that's kind of where we are. So anything, like I say, that's white with black lettering, that's on its way out. Anything that's turquoise is on its way to reserve status. And then the kind of purple one there, that's the one that we were talking about getting refurbished. And then all the black stuff is going to, like I say, it'll be with us for a while. That's all we're on. All right, so some water tankers. As you guys know, we've been annexing and we've ran into some water problems, some water availability problems, particularly, and I know we've talked about it a couple of times last year, but over here with Pendleton and with Moffett, their water systems are not built as robustly as ours is, and they are not in any way, shape, or form designed to handle fire protection. Which means basically that any developer or anyone that's building out there has to do some special requirements through the fire marshal's office in order to build what they're going to build, either through putting a tank, extending water mains if they can. And the problem with a lot of these places, they are a monopoly, so we can't just go in and offer them more water. But one of the ways that we can get around that for fire protection, or at least help augment that, is to get some tanker apparatus or water carrying apparatus. And we're looking at two different types. Basically, they both do the same thing. They carry water. But the top one here is a 2,000 gallon water truck. And this bottom one is a 3,500. Actually, Soleo's got one of these. We saw it in a training session back a few months ago actually in operation, and it did a fantastic job. But we're looking at those to help us with our firefighting capabilities out in these areas as we annex and as we move into these areas with the substandard water systems, at least for fire protection. that help us with that firefighting capability in those areas so that we can provide that same service that our current citizens enjoy to those that we end up annexing. So a couple of things that we put up there as well. We could also potentially send on some TIFMAS deployments, which are the mutual aid deployments, and we get funded for those, or we get paid for sending trucks when we deploy them. And we could possibly, like College Station, bought a tanker very much like this one up here, and they paid for it. I think it was in 2 or 3 years of deployments. They paid for it completely. So that is a possibility. Now, obviously, we wouldn't want to send it out of town, you know, every single time they requested one. There'd be some summers where it'd be gone all summer if we did that. But it is something, if we chose to do that, we could help to augment the cost of that vehicle. All right, so some training aids that we're looking at or requesting to get. Again, we talked about that exterior stairwell a little bit. We're also looking for a car fire burn prop, which is the one right down here in the lower corner. Right now we're using just vehicles, and as we burn those will start to melt. And if you go out and look at our car that's out there right now, it's melted down pretty good. So it gets unrealistic, which means we have to pull that out. Go get another car, and it's hard to find metal cars these days. And so a lot of the new cars are either aluminum or a lot of plastics. And so when we go to set them on fire, of course, they burn and melt. And so they end up as a puddle. So finding the full metal cars are becoming difficult as well. So we're wanting to build basically a simulated car that would take the fires repeatedly without those problems. We're also looking at adding some aircraft burn props. This would help us as we go to help the airport with any type of aircraft fire that's out there. Obviously, we've got a huge helicopter group that comes in and out from Fort Hood and then from the training schools that are out there, but also with a lot of the private jets, as Sean was talking about earlier, coming in. They actually make some jet engine props and wheel props, probably a couple of the most common types of fires that are seen out there. But we're looking at something to help us train with that. And then, of course, the general aviation planes that he talks about, potentially one of those props as well. And so looking at getting some of those. The burn pan prop that I showed you the video of back a few months ago that we've already built. That would also be used in conjunction with this to really give us a great simulation of a aircraft fire. And then our confined space entry prop, we got a huge donation of some concrete culverts from Meta, which was a really great thing. And what we're needing now is around $15,000 to help us finish that off. So we're going to put those together, create some confined space entry simulations, but we need to build like a deck and stuff around it so we can simulate like being on a road or being at a facility so that folks can get up there and actually work on top of it and set up the rescue devices that they need to practice with.
Did we post that request to Meta, or did they call and say, what would you like, or?
So my understanding is when they first started to do their building and, then they stopped, backed up and then started again, they had ordered a bunch of the stuff and they couldn't use it now. And so they were looking for folks. I think they actually contacted Chief Reynolds about it, and he passed it along to us. And I know we got some, I know Public Works got some items and stuff. And so, yeah, they approached us with it and it was fantastic. So
I need to know that. And that probably.
Oh, okay. Hey, we got some stuff for you for Meta.
Donation.
Oh, okay.
Reported as that. It may be reportable as an asset.
Oh, okay.
A donated asset.
We can get you a list.
Thank you.
So Kenny Henderson and can't remember Kirby, who else got it? So traffic and.
Yeah, traffic and
Utilities got some too, so.
Did we send him some incredible letter?
We did send, but thank you.
Good, good.
So, yeah, no, I did not send it to Mr. Zuckerberg, so.
Oh, shoot.
All right, so next up, we're looking for either a skid steer or a tractor for the training center. We need this for a lot of different things. We move our vehicles around out there. We get a lot of donated cars. from the Rancher Park folks over in Belton. And sometimes we'll move those cars around, or we'll turn them on their side or put them on the roof to simulate different car wrecks and those types of things. We need something that will help us with that, lifting those cars or moving them. Also lifting different items that we've got out there for training. And then also just for mowing the grounds and stuff around here. Right now, the airport does it for us, but we would like to keep it trimmed a little bit lower. We always had a grass fire last year from our big bird crop, and so we want to make sure we keep everything low and don't have anything get away from us. But so that's why we're requesting something to help us take care of that. As the training facility, as the driving pad stuff gets done, we've got some movable barricades that we'll need help with moving, and that's where this would come in as well, being able to help us move those things around.
Does that do mowing?
It would be able to get me.
Well, Sean asked for a mower. Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, now that's a different type of mower.
Okay.
So,
That house looks so familiar.
yeah, I wonder where this is. So, never pass up a great opportunity, and so here you go. So in our special operations, and this is something we added back a few years ago, we've added a lot of different tools and devices for that. And this is all stuff that's been used within the last 6 months. Obviously, if you look at this house, this is the mayor's daughter's house. So the vehicle that drove into the front porch and took out the front porch, we used our struts here to stabilize the house. And then our crews built these wooden struts in order to keep that up there. And I understand they're still there.
Still there, yeah.
So,
If out there's damage actually to the foundation.
yeah,
Oh,
Maybe there.
no.
yeah. So believe it or not,
We're
and
renting them to you, Mary.
yeah.
Not renting them to me.
Yeah, did you not get that bill? Anyway, and believe it or not, this is very common. We have probably a car into a vehicle a week or every other week. It is incredible to me how many people drive into buildings around here. It just happens quite a bit. And so we are looking to upgrade and get some more of these devices to help us with that. The other thing we see a lot of, and again, that really astounds me, but I think it's kind of a speed and an attention thing, is rollover accidents. So we have a lot of cars that roll over.
Or day drinking.
Or flip over. Yep.
That was day drinking.
Could be day drinking.
Yeah.
Oh,
And so a lot of that, a lot of those things happen, and that's what a lot of these tools are for. I don't know if you remember, but about a year and a half ago, we went down to Gerald for a big trench collapse, and Kirby was down there on that one. We helped rescue those two folks out of that trench. And so again, this is all capabilities that and equipment that we use in order to do that, not only here in town, but with our neighbors. And so we are looking at adding that ability. So we're looking at 40,000 over the next 2 years, or basically $20,000 a year for that equipment. And then we're also needing a trailer. Right now, we've got one trailer that we carry all of that in, and we're about 500 pounds overweight on that trailer currently. So we need to get some of that weight and equipment off of that one trailer and onto a second one. And so that would help us really divide up those trailers, get them a little more manageable weight wise, and make it easier for us to haul and get around with. Matter of fact, we just used the special operations equipment yesterday at the HEB. I don't know if you guys saw the HEB call yesterday where the vehicle ran into the semi out there. We used these struts on that as well, so to stabilize a tractor trailer. And then this was just a few nights ago. This is our rescue boat that we used. And believe it or not, yep, we had some flooding. That was down on Riverside Trail. It was the black Jeep that went into the water. And the guys used the boat to go down and retrieve him from his vehicle.
is this the one where the poor woman died in the car?
So it's the same area, yes. But obviously we did not know about her till several days later.
This was
But this-
finding her was after this.
Correct,
Got it.
correct. Yeah, and so, the other gentleman floated down. He was, the Jeep was within sight of the road. We kept getting calls that, hey, there's a Jeep down here. And we're like, yeah, we know, we grabbed the guy. So, but yeah, the guys did that in the boat that night. And really, it's one of those where I don't think we could have got to him without the boat. So again, special operations, it sounds like a kind of a one-off thing, but it happens a lot more than what you would expect. These guys are really go through a lot of special training, do a lot of hard work. And it really pays big dividends when it happens. It's one of those low occurrence, high risk type incidents that we look at.
Chief, is that the boat that was donated by State Farm?
It is, yes, sir. That is Jake. Yes, that is Jake from State Farm.
Nice.
So, but you gotta name a boat, so it's not lucky if you don't name your boat, and that is, its name is Jake. So
That's count. Right, I mean, that's a little large.
that is donut hole and no man's land. So nobody responds to that, and we're the closest one, so we usually get sent down there.
It's fixed, but it's not out.
So I've had a discussion with county commissioners about what we need to do out there on that. Yeah.
It's on paper, but we'll do it.
We did send a letter in of support of that project.
What project? The bridge to the lower, a bridge, okay. That's all.
Yeah, and I think that's the ultimate fix is an actual correct bridge and, approaches and departures on it.
A lot of people do, it's a good cut through.
Yep.
It's raining.
Yep. One of the things I talked to the commissioners after we found the lady that that had drifted down there and stuff. And so I talked to them about, hey, I know it's not the permanent fix, but if we could even put up just metal lockable gates. Because right now what we're doing is we're throwing out barricades and fire line tape and people just plow right through them. And believe it or not, like the gentleman in the Jeep, my understanding is he actually got out and moved them and, hey, I'm driving a Jeep. I can make it. And I just found out that Jeep wasn't even his, it was a loaner from MacPike, and I guess it had like 50 miles on it.
Oh my God, what a.
So, and here's even the better kicker was, he didn't report the fact that that happened. They didn't realize it until they saw it on the news, in the news media. They were like, wait a minute, and so they called him, he was like, oh yeah, it's down the creek, you might want to go get it. That's what I've been told. I was like, okay, that's awesome. I would not want him as a customer, so. All right, so a bunch of different line item requests, and again, I'm not going to go over them with you, but I do want to talk about a few things here on it. And one of them is our pre-employment expense, and then this last one down here, the annual physicals. And so we do a very extensive pre-hire review of folks these days. So we do a very extensive physical, a very extensive psychological exam, and then background check. And that's what that price is for. And that's if we hire everybody and we are approved to hire everybody that's currently in the planner that we requested it to be 18, and that's why it's so high. But it's around $2,250 per person to get them through all of the physical and psychological testing. And so that's why that one's up there. The other one down here is this one that I want to talk about, annual physicals. And you've probably seen some folks coming in and out. We are just now completing our annual physicals. We have seen a incidence of cancer. Of course, I've talked about cancer a little bit already with you, and we've seen an incidence of that within the fire department. As a matter of fact, we just had another gentleman diagnosed with a cancer. What's become kind of concerning to us is we did an age stratified to get started with. And so if you were in your 20s and 30s, you got a short physical and years in between your 5-year period. So if you were 20, 25, 30, 35, or 40, you got what we call a long physical. So you got a chest x-ray, you did a cardiac exam, and you get an ultrasound of your organs and your body cavities looking for cancers or tumors issues. And then in your 40s, you went to every 2 years. So 40, 42, 44, 46. And then when you turn 50 or you get old like me, you get it every year. And that's with the thought of, hey, what's going to happen is you're going to be younger, you can fight off more, and you haven't been exposed to as much of the carcinogens as older folks have. Well, what we're seeing, believe it or not, is the old guys like me seem to be the more healthier ones, and we're not having as many problems or cancers show up. All of our cancers have been guys in their 30s. And so that's really beginning to worry us a little bit. And so we're working with our physical provider, and I don't have an exact price yet, but I'm hoping to get that from them in the next week or two. But we're looking at increasing this up. And right now we're at 80,000. We're looking at increasing to probably at least 95,000. But to where we cut that time frame down on those younger folks to at a minimum, probably 3 years. in between those long physicals. And again, it's because of what we're seeing. This is, like I say, this is our third person with a cancer that's in their thirties. And none for folks in their forties and fifties. And so, again, it's becoming really concerning for us, in the fire service that, hey, younger people now are starting to get these cancers as well, where that's not what we've seen historically. So,
Is that the same trend happening everywhere?
so I'm hearing that that's becoming more and more noted as folks are doing more and more of these. Believe it or not, there's a lot of folks that still don't do physicals for their people. And so it really should be the standard. It's, in my mind, it's a standard of care. You've got to do physicals on these folks. You got to find this stuff early. And, we've been very fortunate with all of our folks. We found these cancers very early on typically. And so far, all of our folks have been successfully treated and returned to work with no problems. And so, again, I attribute the physicals both through their healthcare providers or through our program. But yeah, it's something to worry about. And like I say, the quicker you can find a cancer and get on it, the better. And so that's why we're looking at increasing those cancer testing and heart problem testing.
Chief, just out of curiosity, I mean, initially, I think with the additional incidence of cancer, I think lung cancer, right? But with different carcinogens, is that how you say that? And, chemicals, et cetera. Is it lung cancer or is it all types of cancer that breathing in some sort of carcinogen might cause liver cancer or?
So we have not had much lung cancer. And I think that's attributed to a couple things. Number one, we wear our SCBAs all from the minute we get there, all the way through cleanup. We wear the SCBAs, which is not what we used to do when I first started. We would wear the SCBA. Well, and actually, if you could grab an SCBA, because not every person had one back when I first started, you'd have to kind of, whoever grabbed one first is the one that got one. But as soon as the fire was out, you would take your SCBA off and then you'd breathe all the smoke as you were doing the overhaul and the cleanup afterwards. Right. And so that's why you would see more cancer in older folks typically, but not lung cancers. That was mostly from the smoking. Now, I saw a lot of young lung cancers in folks that I first started working with, because again, they were a lot of smokers. On my first apartment, I had, I think it was 68 folks, and of those 68, there was like 58 of them that smoked. And so, and now you look at the department and nobody smokes. I mean, it's a complete reversal in the last 30 plus years of people that smoke and don't smoke, particularly in the fire service. So it's really the smoking has really gone down in the fire service. But yeah, so far we've had some testicular cancers. We had I think it was kidneys, one that affected the kidneys, and then skin cancers. And then, am I missing one? Okay, that's the ones that we're seeing is those types. And so again, those are not from the smoke. Those are from the stuff that's being absorbed through our skin. All right, so we talked about this one already, and again, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it, but I think this would be a huge benefit to the department, the city, and our industrial folks to have a person that could liaison with them directly and really get in there, teach them a lot of their safety classes, and be a part of their safety program, and really get embedded within the industries here in town. Like I say, as we grow, and especially like with Meta coming and some of the other bigger developments, as HEB continues to grow, as Walmart's growing, as Niagara's growing, there's more and more of a need for this. And I can see us really getting, if we get this person, I can see this person being busy doing classes and different inspections and what have you, every single day, taking care of just the industrial part. And so I think it'd be a fantastic addition to our department and to our safety program that's out there. And for us, the fire or the incident or the issue that we prevent is so much better than the one we have to respond to. So that's why, like I said, we're really pushing this position this year. Is I think we can prevent a lot of our problems and definitely get to where we can resolve any issues that would arise much quicker. So AED replacements. This is another big thing that we're really looking at. We've got several AEDs in the city, probably around 20 that have basically timed out, and they are living on borrowed time. As we use them, they're not going to be repairable have the parts to be replaced on them. And so we're needing to do a replacement of a lot of different AEDs. This particular project for around $95,000 is about 52 of those. That takes care of most, city facilities, most of the ones that are in the PD, several in the parks, and then, the ones that we need in the fire department. As far as, taking care of someone that's having a critical, cardiac event, the number one thing that you can do for them is electricity. If someone goes into cardiac arrest, giving them electricity is the cure. That's the way you're gonna fix them. I can give them all the drugs that you want out there and everything else. But in order to get them out of a bad rhythm and get their heart beating correctly again, a defibrillator is the one and only way. Now you hear about folks just doing CPR and having that fixing them, and that is very rare out there. Typically what's happened is they've done CPR, they've kept them going until a defibrillator gets there, and then they defibrillate them back into a perfusable rhythm. And so that's why this is so desperately important. Now, these machines also have a great benefit. They are Wi-Fi enabled, so we can actually monitor their status remotely. We can also download anything that's been done with them. So like, let's say that a police officer uses one on a scene. We can actually, if it's near a Wi-Fi connection, we can actually download that rhythm strip and everything that was done with that monitor and take it to the hospital with us. Right now, what we have to do with them is we have to go pick it up, bring it back here, download it, and then send it to the hospital. And if this happens during the night or on a weekend, we can't do it remotely, obviously. We still have to make that trip. And so this should really speed up getting these treatments that we've provided in the field to the hospital and to the doctors so they can see what happened. And that's one, oh, sorry.
What is the lifespan of an unused?
So typically around 5 to 7 years is what the manufacturer recommends. We've got some of these that are probably, what, 15 years old? That I mean, like I say, we can buy, they're still functional right now. We've kept them running, but we really need to do a complete and total program revamp.
So how many total are in the state? It said this would remove the remaining old units from
Right.
service,
So we probably already replaced about 25 or 30.
maybe 80 or so.
Yeah, so we're probably somewhere between 80 and 100 all total.
So how many of those, if you guys remember the guy that spoke at council, the Casey Shepherd, Ron,
Yep.
good friend of mine, the Ron Scott. So I've actually heard a lot from them, but how many of these 80-ish units are there that are either, attached to a building, right? Or that are out for emergency use, in squad cars or on fire trucks? What's kind of the ratio of that?
Oh, I mean, all of them. I mean, they're all out somewhere.
Well, no, but what I mean is, are there some AEDs that are attached to the wall here?
Yeah, I think we've got one.
So my question is, of the 80 or so AED units, how many of those are in squad cars or on a fire truck? That whenever they go to the scene, they can be used.
So, John, do you have a number of your?
Just ballpark.
We're getting ready to buy 10 more. We just got our JAG funding, so we can have that.
Every day, when they do shift change at the PD, they check out an AED, so there's not necessarily one per officer, but there's one with that officer when they're on patrol.
Right. My question is how many of them are on the street? So it's just, and I know nobody knows the exact number, or a third of them are on the street, half of them?
So with emergency responders?
Yes.
Ooh,
So I mean, it would be, I defer again to the police chief because that's not what we carry on our fire engines.
Yeah.
We have the defibrillators.
We probably have 30 of them. I guess.
Okay.
yeah, we carry a more advanced version of this, so, because we can do, we can do a 12 lead EKG, just like these you did get in the hospital in the ER. You go with chest pain, the first thing in the order is 12 lead EKG. We can do those on the fire truck. I can pull one in and do one on your right hand.
Oh, good.
So, yeah, you get all patches that way too. So, but yeah, these are the ones that literally, these are the ones that are lifesavers. So these are the ones that will take care of things before we even get there. So, and we actually are recognizing another police officer that used one of these AEDs out on a medical, it was car wreck, but actually ended up being a medical issue. And we'll be recognizing him next week at council for for recognizing that, getting this AED hooked up and defibrillating. Again, our crew, they felt like that early defibrillation is what made the difference. We were able to get, pulses back and get that person back because of that early defibrillation. Again, all the paramedic tricks they're all important, don't get me wrong, but when it comes to a sudden cardiac arrest, electricity is what fixes it. That's what gets you breathing. All right, so right now we've got the big fire safety trailer, if you've ever seen it. And of course, we had the slide back a few years ago, the big fire truck slide. The fire truck slide probably gave up on us and started falling apart. Every time we would jump on it, it would bust somewhere at the sea. And so that's why you don't see it anymore. But we're looking at getting an inflatable fire safety house that we could move around and could actually put inside places, and it would be a lot more usable and user friendly than our big fire safety trailer that we've got. That thing's very dated. If you go in, we get kids that are all the time asking us, go, what's that? And it's a rotary dial phone that's on the wall with actually a cord on it. So I'm like, what is that thing? So that tells you how old that trailer is. So we're looking at trading that in or getting rid of that and getting one of these inflatable fire safety houses. They'll still let us teach those programs and those skills, but be it, like I said, more usable package. The next up is a fire simulator, and we want to be able to use this for both firefighters and for civilians and for like our industrial partners. But it basically shows folks how fire burns, and fire burns differently than most people think. And so this is a very good way for us to actually have a fire, and we can show and demonstrate how a fire actually burns and moves through a building. Got some cameras, some Axon cameras, and these are the exact same cameras that PD currently uses in their vehicles. These would be going in. We've actually got 2 requests in for these, one for this coming year and then one a couple of years down the road. This first request is for our fire marshal's vehicles. Obviously, our fire marshals are fully certified law enforcement officers. Right now they do wear body cameras, but they don't have the cameras in their vehicles. And so we're trying to get them up to that standard where they'll have that camera in their vehicle as well. One thing I'd like to do in the future is actually get a camera in each and every fire apparatus, response fire apparatus as well. And again, this is for training purposes. So when the crews pull up to a fire or something, that we actually get the fire on video. But plus it's a protection device in my mind. People all the time will say, oh, hey, that fire truck did this to us, or fire truck, ran us off the road, or, they were going so fast. And there's nothing like being able to pull the video and go, yeah, that's not really what happened. So anyway, we're looking at trying to get those on all of our fire apparatus as well. A few more things, just some other items for the fire marshal's office. Matterport camera here. This is basically a 3D drawing, much like if you've seen on some of the realty stuff, sites and stuff online, where you can walk through a house. This is the same thing. Our fire marshal's office, when they use this, they will be able to reconstruct that fire scene via these Matterport cameras, and it's been very beneficial for them, and they've it's really helped them out quite a bit. And then we're looking at trying to get an awning over Central Fire Station. We've got a lot of our admin vehicles with the computers and other equipment that's in there. Right now, they just set out in the sun, and of course, that bakes all of that stuff and really bakes our computer and electronic equipment. So we're looking at trying to get some shade for those over at Central Fire Station. And then just some other line item increases. Next up is the Emergency Management Division with Jennifer, and we had a lot of big projects, and of course, one of the ones that we talked about quite a bit recently was the eclipse. But we also have been doing some hazard mitigation planning, updating the city's emergency plan. We've done a ton of ICS training, which y'all, believe it or not, the state was really complimentary of us, because we were one of the few cities in the entire state to have all of their council members and their appointed members trained in ICS. So kudos to y'all. You guys did great. We really appreciate your support of that. Working on obviously all of these other different types of things. And again, Jennifer's got a pretty full plate. And like I said, she is an office of one. And so that's again why we're really looking at trying to get her some help. So we've got the emergency planning specialist in there. Right now it's in FY27. We hope to push that up to 25. Also, we've got an administrative assistant for the emergency management office in 26, and that is a new request. We need someone to help us with all of the materials and items that go along with emergency planning and emergency management. We're also looking at a couple of other positions, accelerating WMSA. So we've got a program specialist in there that would take care of our accreditation, our best practices certification, all of our TCFP, which is our Texas Commission on Fire Prevention, required training and standards. But they would keep track of and make sure that we were ready to go for those reviews anytime that was going to happen. And again, I think that's a very important position for the department. And then a data analyst. Right now, I'm doing all the data analyzing, and again, it takes a whole lot of time for me to get that done, and I don't get nearly as much done as what I need to. And so that would be kind of the preliminary outline of how everything is working there. Next up is converting our emergency plan over to the current national response framework and going to emergency support functions away from annexes. And so this is something that the federal government's requiring. We do have a few more years to do that, but we would really like to get this done sooner than later so that we can check that off as one of our projects that's been completed. And that's around $60,000 to make that conversion.
60,000 plus a 10,000 annual.
Yeah, just to keep it updated. And we've been looking at that, and we were thinking we'd have to do it annually. We don't think we're going to. We think that might end up being like every other year. Next up is major incident and event radios. Right now we've got 30 of these radios that we use, and we use them for like we had them deployed for the eclipse. We deploy them for like the air show coming up. They'll be deployed. When we had Blooming Temple, they would get deployed. Christmas parade, they get deployed. If we had like a major incident, like a tornado or a big flood or something like that, we can deploy these radios. But they work on the same 800 megahertz system that police and fire work on currently. And so they give you complete interoperability with all of the emergency services, plus all the other cities in the county. Because obviously Belton, Harker Heights, and everybody is on this radio system. And so again, it gives us complete and total interoperability throughout the city and throughout the county. And like I say, right now we have 30 of those. To get 30 more to get up to the 60 that we think we need to cover that response requirement and the event needs, it's around $97,000. Next is the outdoor warning sirens. We've added several over the last few years, and so we've got 3 more coming. So number 29 up here, out just a little bit north of Little Mexico Road on 317 is currently ordered and will be coming in very shortly. Next up will be number 30 over there, and that'll be out kind of by that new RV park that's out there off the loop right north of Buc-ee's. And the next one will be 31, which is going to be right now by the new school. And so for emergency management, that's our 4 big things. We really need that staff, those event radios, the bold planning or the update of the emergency plan, and then the outdoor warning sirens. And so just some of our priorities. Obviously that battalion chief and driver position is absolutely number 1. Elevating Jennifer up to that division director is a real thing. I really want to be able to keep her here with us and to basically put her in the position that she deserves and that she's working at currently. We've got a fire fleet coordinator that's currently in 26 that we'd like to see bumped up to 25, and that would really help Kirby out with his requirements as far as keeping our fleet in top shape. And we've also seen that position in solid waste already really paid some big benefits. I've talked with Justin about it several times, and they've got it, and it's really helping them a ton. And so we think it would really help us. We're probably the second biggest user of the city garage behind solid waste. Emergency planner and vehicle, the public safety educator, AEDs, and like I said, I won't go through all of those, but those are kind of our priorities for 25. And last but not least, questions.
Council, anything for chief?
Back up one slide, would you? What was the cost of the design of Fire Station 9 ballpark?
So I think we've got in the business plan, I think $800,000.
What are there, this was obviously wasn't in your presentation, but there are 4 or 5 proposed station sites?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Are we beginning to narrow those down to 2 or 3 sites?
Yep.
You mean for 9, Tim?
Ma'am?
Are you talking about just for Station 9?
No, I'm talking about the addition of any stations.
Oh,
And because I ran across a map the other day showing, I think there were maybe up to half a dozen different prospective sites.
Okay.
Are we beginning to narrow those down?
So we are definitely looking at the new stations, but also possibly relocating a couple.
Okay.
So, as the city's grown, not all the sites are in their, and we've grown a little bit differently than maybe what we thought we were gonna grow. And so some of the sites are not in their ideal spot, so a couple of them may need moved. Correct, yes, ma'am, that's one. Yeah.
what did you say, Jessica?
The station on Watersbury.
Oh,
I
right.
don't know what number that is, but it's just not very.
No,
accessible.
it's too small and
It's Fire Station 4.
4 and 7.
so are we thinking, Chief, that we wouldn't expand that? We would like close it and build something that incorporated it elsewhere?
That
Possibly.
is, so I have a meeting with Brandon Tracy and several other staff next week to talk about that. We've been working on it very hard, and so, I mean, there's gonna be several different options.
Yeah, I'm sure. I
Yeah.
didn't want to mean to jump the gun here.
Yep. Right now, I've been working really hard on 9, 10, and 11. So 9 is the west side one. 10 is the southeast one, and then,
By the new school,
correct, yes, ma'am.
right?
And then 11 is up in the industrial park area.
Oh, okay.
So industrial park outer loop. And so we've got some spots picked out and kind of some layouts and so hopefully we'll be able to show you something in a few months.
If 4 combined, so to speak,
Mm-hmm.
do I mean 4 Watersbury's at 4?
Yes, correct.
Okay, if 4 combined, is there any possibility of combining it with the new one at,
Yes.
okay, she knows what I mean.
But then there may be an additional one, like if you, without having the benefit of seeing what Chief has come up with.
Right.
Since we've met several months ago, there was some initial, I asked him to do a little bit more research about, if you took 4 away, where would you put 10? And then where would you put 12 or whatever
whatever.
number?
Yeah.
As we continue to grow south, because if you move, if you cite the station 10, the one that needs to go in the southeast part of the community.
Near the school.
Without moving 4. If
Right.
that's a decision we made, then it would probably go somewhere different than if moving 4 was on the table. So
I get it.
we haven't had a chance to meet about that
Sure.
yet, but we are working hard to get that before you guys for some.
And I'm sure you're looking at across 93,
Right.
Patrick Bluff and down that way, all the development going in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, 93 corridor for us is definitely a problem. I mean, that's a long response time for us from 3 or 4 out there. And so we're actually absolutely looking at addressing that concern. And so, very much so, like Brenda said.
I'm jumping the gun with my questions,
No,
sorry.
you're fine. But you gotta be very careful about these. And it's like,
course you do.
I always talk about fire stations, typically they're anywhere from a 30 to 50-year commitment on a location. Because they cost a lot of money, and it's hard to move one once you've got one spotted.
Right,
And so again, you gotta be very, very,
strategic.
deliberate about where you put a fire station.
And we just built a new kitchen at 4.
Uh,
5.
yeah, Bob. Yeah,
Oh, it
Bob.
was 5? I thought it was 4, so.
Yeah, Yeah, it's 5. So 7 was a 90s fire station, if I remember right, and 4 was too. I think it was a 90s or maybe early 2000s.
Yeah, 4 was.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, they've both been around for 20-25 years now, so, it's time to relook at it again. I've been here 10 years now, and just in the 10 years I've been here, the city has grown, a whole lot, and, from the original discussion I had with the city manager back then, in a little bit of a different direction than what was originally anticipated 10 years ago. And so again, that's just, as a chief and I think a city manager and a finance director, you look at your crystal ball, you try to project it and predict where it's gonna grow and where your needs are gonna be as best you can. And as I always say, you never make a judgment about a fire station location until 30 years down the road. And that's when you decided, the chief and the city manager and whoever else was involved was a genius or an idiot. And if it's an idiot, it's typically the fire chief, but anyway, yeah.
You don't notice if you put it in the right place.
Exactly.
It's only if you put it in the wrong place that people notice.
But the other thing, you want to make sure you can optimize your coverages for your fire stations. Like right now, 7 and 8 are built way close to each other. And so they eat up each other's calls. So neither one of them are really running the amount of calls that they should be. And it's because of how they were placed originally. Say their coverage areas overlap each other at the time. And so, yes, the 8. Yeah. And so that's why we're looking at potential of moving 7. Plus, keep in mind, the city has grown west all the way to the lake now. And so when 7 was built, it wasn't all the way out there.
Which again is 7?
Adams, West Adams.
Okay,
Far West Adams.
yes, of course.
Yep.
There's a lot of stuff just south of that, if it's not too far, that's.
Yep. Yeah, you can't go too far either. Like you would not want to go past like Dam Road. That gets you way too far out there. And again, it makes it really not an efficient use of that station. So, yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, you had asked about AED. So January 12th, we had 26 units in service. So with the JAG funding, we just got purchasing 10 more. So it should put us at least 36 in service for patrol persons.
Okay, thank you. How many patrols are out at a time normally?
Motion to
Time of the
that
day.
is a week
We
from
don't have a standard.
Friday.
Say we have overlap shift.
Oh, Brandon?
So lightest overnight into the early morning.
Is that?
I think
He mentioned that.
Is 36 or not? Is that what you're?
No,
yeah.
There's 8
how much is there most that are out at a time?
There's 8 patrol districts, so definitely not 30. I would say, 10 to 15?
Well, we have.
What are they talking about next Friday?
They can all be out.
Do you have any idea?
Very heavy.
Feel like I'm supposed to be somewhere and I don't know where it is and what it is and.
What else? Look at that, 4 o'clock. Yeah.
Bingo.
Good. Thank you to the presenters. I appreciate you guys. I know that's a lot. Thank you, staff, for being here. It is 4 o'clock.